Well, good morning, everybody. It's Wednesday, the 18th of October. It's 9 a.m. and we're the P&T committee and the DOR board. And let's go ahead and get started with our business for the day. I'll convene our meeting. I'm your committee chair, Alex Park. I'm going to read off the names of the participating attendees. We'll do a little roll call to start with. And once we're sure that everybody we need is on the call, Lita will give us some meeting logistics. So starting with Peter Barquette.
Here.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. Laura Bestie. I know we saw Laura earlier as we were getting ready for the meeting. She was going to switch
I'm here.
Good morning. Yes, I was telling everybody you were getting drowned out by the sun, so you needed to be in a different place. Oh, yes, you found a different room. Nice. Good morning, Laura. Virginia Bucola.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, Jenny. Kavita Chawla.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning, Kavita. Michael Corsilis.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning, Michael. Dimitri Davidow, who may not have joined yet. Okay, we will put a pin in Dimitri, but I think we still have a quorum, Lita, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Kevin Flynn.
Here.
Morning, Kevin. John McKay.
Good morning, here.
Good morning, John. And Christy Weiland.
Good morning.
Good morning, Christy. So that's the committee members. Now we'll move on to Healthcare Authority members. Nanya Connor.
Here.
Good morning. Luke Dearden.
Good morning.
Hi, Luke. Lita Ivascus.
Here.
Hi, Lita. Amy Irwin.
Good morning.
Morning, Amy. Ryan Pistoresi.
Howdy.
Howdy. Marissa Tabile.
Here.
Hi, Marissa. Ryan Takatomo.
Here, good morning.
Hi, Ryan. And Zoe Zarate.
Good morning.
Joey Zarate, excuse me. Hi, Joey. Now we're moving on to, let's see, Labor and Industry members, Jamie Mai. May not quite be with us. And then our DERP presenters, Beth Shaw.
Good morning.
Hi, Beth. Sarah Kennedy.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Sarah. And Jennifer Lyon. May not be with us quite yet. And of course, we have the indefatigable Umang Patel. I see you on the camera. Hey, Umang, from the Magellan Medicaid Administration. Good morning. And I will read off the names of our managed care partners, Greg Seamus from Molina Healthcare, Heidi Goodrich from Molina Healthcare, Petra Eichelsdorfer from United Healthcare, Omar Dowd from Community Health Plan of Washington, and Jeffrey Natividad of Community Health Plan of Washington. And I'll turn it over to Lita to go over our meeting logistics.
Thank you, Alex. And I just want to note that Jamie Mai is unable to attend, so Christy Pham is here in her place. So the meeting logistics, the committee and presenters can mute and unmute themselves. Please mute yourself when not speaking to limit the background noise. And presenters, please share your webcams while presenting, and committee, please share your webcams during discussions and motion consideration. For stakeholder participation, the chair will read the list of stakeholder names who pre-registered to speak, and we will unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. After, the chair will ask if there's any other stakeholders, use the raise hand function in Zoom and we'll call on you and unmute you. You can also use the Q&A box and we'll address your questions during the stakeholder time. If you did not fill out a stakeholder conflict of interest form, we're gonna put some questions up on the screen. Please answer those in your introduction, and your 3 minutes will start after you do your introduction. And lastly, the meeting is being recorded, so please state your name every time you speak. All right, back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Lita. Well, we've got a packed agenda, team, so we'll try to move it along here. And we will get started 1 minute ahead of schedule with the CGRP report from Sarah Kennedy. If you're ready, Sarah.
Sarah,
would you like me to share my screen?
Yeah, if you want to present them, go ahead, or I can present them.
Well, let's see if I can get it up. Do y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll just go ahead and share if that works for you.
Perfect.
So good morning, I'm Sarah Kennedy, and this is a presentation on calcitonin gene-related peptide inhibitors for migraine prevention and treatment and for cluster headache prevention. See if we can get the slide to move. All right, there we go. So this slide shows the overview for today's presentation. I'll briefly go over background, then the PCOS, key questions, and methods. I'll spend most of the presentation covering the findings, and then we'll conclude with the discussion. So this slide shows the background on migraine headache. The International Classification of Headache Disorders defines the diagnostic criteria for migraines as attacks with headache that last 4 to 72 hours with specific characteristics, such as they are unilateral, have a pulsating quality, or are aggravated by activity. Migraine can occur with or without aura symptoms, and these are sensory disturbances like light flashes, blind spots, and tingling, or with other symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, or sensitivity to light. Chronic migraine is defined as 15 or more headaches per month, for at least 3 months. An episodic migraine is diagnosed for fewer than 15 headaches per month. Migraine headaches are more common among women than men. And available migraine preventive treatments include antidepressants, anticonvulsants, beta blockers, botulinum toxin, and available acute treatments include triptans, ergot drugs, and non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, as well as anti-nausea drugs. Calcitonin gene-related peptide, or CGRP, is a neuropeptide that plays a role in vasodilation of cerebral and dural blood vessels, and thus is involved in the pathophysiology of migraines. Unlike other available preventive medications, CGRP inhibitors were developed specifically for migraine headache prevention. So this slide gives some background on cluster headaches, and cluster headaches typically present as multiple headaches occurring within a period of days, weeks, or months. This time is referred to as a cluster period. Cluster headaches are characterized by severe unilateral pain, often located around the eye, and it can be associated with tearing, runny nose, and sweating. Cluster headaches are also characterized as episodic or chronic, with episodic being characterized as at least 2 cluster periods separated by a pain-free remission of 3 months or longer, whereas chronic is characterized by lack of a sustained remission between cluster periods. Cluster headache is less common than other primary headache syndromes, and it affects more men than women. Acute cluster treatments include supplemental oxygen, triptans, lidocaine, and ergots. Preventive treatments include verapamil steroids, ergots, topiramate, lithium, and nerve blocks. Unlike preventive treatment for migraine, which is taken regularly, preventive treatment for cluster headache is started at the beginning of a cluster to reduce the severity and the frequency of headaches during the cluster period. The pathophysiology of cluster headache is complex, but CGRP is thought to play a role. So this figure shows the CGRP inhibitors by their mechanism, and this includes agents that are monoclonal antibodies targeting the CGRP receptor, specifically erenumab. Then the monoclonal antibodies targeting the CGRP ligand. This includes eftimizumab, fremonizumab, and galcanezumab. And these are all used for migraine preventive therapy. And then galcanezumab also has an indication for cluster headache prevention. Since the last report, the FDA has also approved one new oral small molecule inhibitor, atogepant, for acute migraine prevention. Rimegepant is now approved for both migraine prevention and acute migraine treatment. Ubrogepant is approved for acute migraine treatment only. And zavegepant, which was new to this report, was not yet approved by the FDA when we concluded this review back in January of 2023, but it did end up getting approved by the FDA in March of 2023. So there was a previous report that we completed in October of 2018, and it assessed 4 drugs: eftimizumab, erenumab, fremonizumab, and galcanezumab for the prevention of chronic and episodic migraine. Then we did an update of that report in 2020 and expanded the scope to include 2 additional drugs, rimegepant and ubrogepant, and 2 additional indications: acute treatment of migraine headache and then prevention of cluster headache. So the current report, which was completed in January of 2023, was again expanded to include 2 additional drugs, atogepant and zavegepant. This slide summarizes the PICOs for the report. We included populations that were adults with episodic or chronic migraine, chronic cluster headache, or adults with acute migraine headache. We included studies assessing CGRP inhibitors, which we described a couple slides ago. And then acceptable comparators were placebos, other CGRP inhibitors, or the standard of care pharmacological treatment. Outcomes of interest included migraine events, pain relief, quality of life, functional or disability outcomes, use of rescue therapies and studies of preventive treatment, healthcare utilization outcomes, and harms, including adverse events, serious adverse events, and discontinuations due to adverse events. And then we included randomized control trials. So this slide summarizes the key questions. The first key question is about the effectiveness and harms of treatment to prevent migraine headache and cluster headache. The second key question is about the effectiveness and harms of CGRP inhibitors for the acute treatment of migraine and cluster headache. And the third key question is about ongoing studies. So now we'll move into the methods. So our update search was through August 18th, 2022 in Medline via PubMed, and through October 27th, 2022 in the Cochrane Library. And then we did active surveillance through November 8th, 2022. We searched back to inception for all of the new drugs. We conducted individual study risk of bias assessments and calculated risk ratios and confidence intervals where possible. And we applied the grade methodology to rate the certainty of evidence. And lastly, we searched clinicaltrials.gov to identify any ongoing studies. As a reminder, here is the DERP approach to risk of bias. And here's a quick overview of grade certainty of evidence. We graded efficacy outcomes, quality of life, serious adverse events, and discontinuations due to adverse events for this review. As a reminder, RCTs start at a high certainty and can then be downgraded for problems of consistency, precision, risk of bias, and reporting bias. Now we'll move into the findings. So here is our study flow diagram. We screened 419 new titles and abstracts for this update and 2 additional references that we identified by hand search. We assessed 56 articles to identify 30 new articles. We carried forward 32 from the prior report for a total of 62 articles reporting on 42 RCTs. The bottom row shows the study breakdown by condition. We identified 7 RCTs of chronic migraine prevention, 18 of episodic migraine prevention, 6 in mixed populations with chronic or episodic migraine, 9 of acute migraine treatment, and 2 of cluster headache prevention. We did not identify any studies of acute cluster headache treatment. So here is an overview of some of the characteristics of the 42 included RCTs. 15 were new to the update and 27 were previously included. We rated 41 of the 42 trials as moderate risk of bias, primarily because of industry sponsorship and the risk of bias from extensive manufacturer involvement in the study design, conduct, analysis, and preparation of manuscripts. The single study rated as high risk of bias was rated as high because the relevant study groups were not blinded and because of a high potential for selection bias due to an extension trial design with recruitment restricted to participants from a previous trial. This also shows the breakdown by condition, which we detailed on the previous slide. And then finally, nearly all of these were placebo-controlled trials. One trial included both the placebo arm and a sumatriptan arm, and then one trial used topiramate as the comparator. And then let me just quickly outline how we structured the results. This structure covers everything in the key questions, but we've reordered things to be consistent with the structure of the report. So I'll start out by describing the efficacy outcomes like migraine or headache events and functioning and quality of life outcomes by condition as listed here, and then by drug within each of these categories. Then I will describe the harms-related outcomes, specifically serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events for each condition. Finally, I will summarize the ongoing studies. And just to give you a preview of what you'll see as we move into the detailed findings, the bottom line conclusions really did not change much since the 2020 version of this report. We did find several new studies, but they did not, for the most part, impact certainty of evidence grades. We generally found more moderate certainty of evidence favoring CGRP inhibitors for clinical improvement and functioning outcomes. And we generally found very low certainty of evidence for harms related outcomes because events such as serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were too rare for a relationship to be determined. And briefly, here are acronyms associated with the most common outcomes used in the box, used in the studies in the box at the top. And to give some context to these outcomes, clinically meaningful differences on the HIT-6 is about 1.5 points. It's 4.5 points on the MIDAS, and it ranges from 5 to 10.6 points on the MSQL, depending on the domains used. The clinically meaningful difference for the PGIC and the PGIS vary depending on the Likert scale used and the condition. And then at the bottom are other common abbreviations used throughout the presentation. Excuse me. I'm getting over a cold a little bit here, so I may have to stop on occasion for a quick sip of something. So now we will move into the findings. And first we'll cover the clinical improvement and quality of life outcomes for chronic migraine prevention. And let me orient you to the setup here for the first comparison. The second row of the title shows the comparison, eftanezumab versus placebo. The first green box is the clinical improvement outcomes, which we graded as moderate certainty of evidence. The bullets in the white box describe the number of trials, the sample size, the specific outcomes that we graded, and the results for each outcome. So in this instance, there were 2 RCTs with a total sample size of 1,393 participants. One of the 2 studies was new to the current report. Both trials found significant reductions in migraine headache days per month compared with placebo, ranging from 2 to 2.7 days at 12 weeks. Both studies also found that participants in both the eftanezumab dosage groups were significantly more likely to have a 50% or greater reduction in migraine days per month. The second green box is for functioning outcomes. We graded this as moderate certainty of evidence. Again, this outcome included both of the 2 trials comparing eftanezumab with placebo. Both trials used the HIT-6 and found statistically significant improvements in both the 300 milligram dosage groups. And then one trial found a significant improvement in the 100 milligram dosage group, and the other trial did not. We identified one study that compared erenumab with placebo. It evaluated both 70 milligram and 140 milligram dosages over 12 weeks. And this was included in the previous report, so I won't go into these findings in detail, but we graded all of the outcomes as moderate certainty, and they all favored erenumab. We identified 3 RCTs comparing fremonizumab to placebo, and one of these 3 studies was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. All 3 studies found statistically significant improvements in migraine headache days per month, with the reduction ranging from 1.3 to 2.1 days. 2 of the 3 studies found a significantly larger percentage of participants in the fremonizumab group had a reduction of 50% or more in migraine headache days per month compared with placebo. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate certainty. 2 of the 3 trials reported significantly larger improvements on the HIT-6, favoring fremonizumab. And then the 3rd trial did not report any quality of life or functioning outcomes. We identified one trial that compared galcanezumab with placebo. There were 2 publications reporting new data related to healthcare utilization outcomes since the previous report. As in the previous report, we graded the evidence related to clinical improvements as moderate. This study reported significantly larger reductions in migraine days per month compared to placebo, ranging from 1.9 days in the 240 milligram group to 2.1 days in the 120 milligram group. This study also reported significantly larger improvements on other efficacy outcomes, including a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month for both doses. And we rated the evidence related to functioning as moderate quality. There were statistically significant improvements for both doses compared to placebo across all 3 domains of the MSQL. And just as a note, the newly published findings were that there were no significant differences between the groups in emergency room visits, hospital admissions, or healthcare professional visits. And this isn't included on the slide just because we didn't grade those outcomes. Now we'll move into the findings for clinical improvement and functioning outcomes for the episodic migraine prevention studies. We identified 2 new studies of atogepant to prevent episodic migraine. As a reminder, atogepant was approved since the previous report, so it was new to the scope of the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low. Specifically, we graded the evidence for reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate certainty. Both studies found a statistically significant reduction in mean change in migraine headache days, ranging from 0.7 days to 1.7 days at 12 weeks. We graded the evidence as low certainty for the percentage with a 50% reduction in migraine days per month. There were improvements favoring atogepant in all dosage groups, but the difference with placebo was only statistically significant in one of the 2 trials. We graded the evidence related to functioning as low certainty. Only one of the 2 trials reported functioning outcomes, and that trial did find statistically significant improvements, but the confidence intervals were quite wide. Then we identified 2 trials comparing eptinezumab with placebo, and there was 1 publication new to the current report reporting longer-term outcomes for one of those trials. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. There was a significantly larger change in monthly migraine days for both doses compared with placebo, and significantly more participants achieved a 50% reduction in monthly migraine days compared with placebo in the larger of the 2 trials. We graded the evidence related to functioning as low. There were improvements in all dosage groups, but they were only statistically significant in the larger of the 2 trials. We identified a total of 6 RCTs comparing erenumab to placebo for episodic migraine prevention. One of these RCTs is new to the current report, and there were also 2 new publications reporting additional data related to 3 previously included RCTs. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. All 6 studies reported statistically significant reductions in migraine days per month compared to placebo. The range was 1 to 2.3 days for the 70 milligram dose group and 1.6 to 1.9 days for the 140 milligram dose group. These studies also reported larger improvements for active doses compared to placebo on secondary efficacy outcomes, specifically those with a 50% reduction or more in the migraine days per month. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate. All 6 RCTs reported significantly larger improvements in all dosage groups compared with placebo on the HIT6. We identified 3 RCTs comparing fremonizumab with placebo for episodic migraine prevention, and one of these RCTs was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. All 3 studies found statistically significant improvements in migraine days per month, ranging from a reduction of 1.3 to 3 days. The studies also reported a significant improvement in the proportion with a 50% reduction in monthly migraine days. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate certainty. All 3 studies reported statistically significant improvements in MIDAS scores and active dosages compared with placebo. We identified 5 RCTs that compared galcanezumab with placebo. One of these RCTs was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. There were significantly larger reductions in migraine days per month across dosages and studies ranging from 0.9 to 3 days. All studies also reported significant improvement in the proportion with a 50% reduction in monthly migraine days. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate. 5 of the 6 studies reported statistically significant improvements on the MIDAS or the MSQL favoring galcanezumab. This section reports the results of trials that enroll participants with chronic or episodic migraine. In the 2020 report, all but one study enrolled participants distinctly characterized as having either episodic migraine or chronic migraine, and we note an increase in more recent studies enrolling mixed populations that included both types of participants within the same study. So for this update, we're reporting the results separately. We identified one new study that compared eptinezumab with placebo to prevent migraine in participants with chronic or episodic migraine. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. There were statistically significant reductions in migraine headache days per month of 2.7 days in the 100 milligram dosage group and 3.2 days in the 300 milligram dosage group over 12 weeks. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion, reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month in the 100 milligram and 300 milligram dosage groups compared with placebo. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 100 milligram and 300 milligram dosage groups compared with placebo. We identified one new study comparing erenumab with placebo to prevent chronic or episodic migraine, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 1.6 days at weeks 12 to 24. The percentage of participants reporting at least a 50% reduction in number of migraine days per month also favored erenumab. This study did not report any functioning or quality of life outcomes. We identified one new study comparing eptinezumab to topiramate. So this is one of those 2 studies in the current report that included an active comparator. And we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 1.8 days in the 70 milligram and in the 140 milligram groups. The percentage of patients reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month also favored eptinezumab for both doses. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 70 milligram and 140 milligram dosage groups compared with topiramate on the HIT6. We identified one study comparing fremonizumab with placebo, and this study was included in the previous report in the chronic migraine prevention section because it was the only study conducted in a mixed population, and 61% of the participants had chronic migraine. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 3.1 days in the 225 milligram group and 3.5 days in the 675 milligram group. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month in both dosage groups compared with placebo. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 225 milligram group and the 675 milligram group on the HIT6. We identified one new study comparing galcanezumab with placebo, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low certainty. Specifically, we graded the reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate certainty of evidence. This study observed a significantly larger reduction of 3.1 days at 15 weeks compared to placebo. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants in the galcanezumab group reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month, but the confidence intervals were wide. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as low certainty. There was a statistically significant improvement as measured by the MIDAS, but again, the confidence intervals were wide. We identified one new study comparing rimegepant with placebo, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low certainty of evidence. Specifically, we graded reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate certainty, and this study observed a significantly larger reduction of 0.8 days at 12 weeks compared to placebo. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants in the rimegepant group achieving at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month, but the confidence intervals were wide. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as very low certainty. There was no significant difference between the groups as measured by the MIDAS at 12 weeks. And now we will move into the harms findings for migraine prevention. So for harms, I'll summarize the findings for each indication on one slide. This slide is for chronic migraine prevention. There were 7 RCTs reporting on just over 5,000 participants. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship for this outcome, which we graded as very low certainty of evidence. And to give you a sense of what I mean by rare, there were generally serious adverse events or discontinuations due to adverse events in less than 1 or 2% of participants in each group. This slide is for episodic migraine prevention. There were 18 RCTs reporting on 2,673 participants. We graded the evidence for serious adverse events and discontinuation due to adverse events as very low certainty. There were rare events and a relationship could not be determined. This slide is for mixed chronic and episodic migraine prevention studies comparing a CGRP inhibitor to placebo. There were 6 RCTs reporting on 3,200 participants. And again, we graded the evidence for serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events as very low certainty. Because these events were rare, a relationship could not be determined. And this slide is for mixed chronic and episodic migraine prevention studies comparing a CGRP inhibitor to topiramate. So there was 1 RCT with 777 participants. We graded the evidence for serious adverse events as very low certainty. There were rare events and a relationship could not be determined. We graded the evidence for discontinuation due to adverse events as moderate. There were fewer discontinuations in the erinumab group than the topiramate group. So this slide summarizes the grade certainty of evidence and the direction of effect for each condition, comparison, and outcome. To briefly orient you to the table, the rows are stratified by condition: chronic migraine, episodic migraine, chronic or episodic migraine. And then the columns align with the outcomes covered on the previous slide. The color coding indicates the relationship. So green indicates that the CGRP inhibitor was favored. Yellow means there was no significant difference, and gray means the relationship could not be determined. The circles in each cell correspond to the certainty of evidence grade. As you can see, most of the clinical efficacy and quality of life outcomes were rated as moderate certainty of evidence, and with one exception, favored the CGRP inhibitor. Harms outcomes, so serious adverse events and discontinuation due to adverse events, were also nearly always graded as very low certainty of evidence, as no relationship could be determined. Now we will review the evidence for acute migraine treatment, beginning with clinical improvement and functioning outcomes. We identified 1 new RCT comparing 100 milligrams of eptinezumab with placebo for acute migraine treatment. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. The study found statistically significantly larger improvements in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose and freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose. But the sample size was less than 500 participants and confidence intervals were wide. We graded the evidence related to functioning as low certainty. There were statistically significant improvements favoring eptinezumab, but again, the sample size was small and the confidence intervals were wide. We identified 3 RCTs of rimegepant compared with placebo for acute treatment. All 3 of these trials were included in the previous report, and they all administered a 75 milligram dose. So I won't go into these findings in detail, but we graded the certainty of evidence as moderate for all outcomes, and they all favored rimegepant. One study compared rimegepant to sumatriptan, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as very low certainty. There was no significant difference in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose or sustained pain freedom at 48 hours post-dose between rimegepant and sumatriptan. And this study did not report any functioning or quality of life outcomes for this comparison. We identified 3 RCTs comparing ubrogepant to placebo for acute migraine treatment. We identified 1 new publication reporting data from 2 of the previously included trials. New data included additional functioning and quality of life outcomes. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. All 3 studies found statistically significant larger improvements in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose. The absolute risk difference ranged from 7.4 to 16.6 percentage points higher for active treatment compared to placebo. 2 of these studies also reported statistically significant larger improvements in freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose for active treatment compared to placebo. We rated the evidence related to functioning as moderate. 2 studies reported significant improvements in ability to function normally within 2 hours post-dose in active treatment. The odds ratio was 1.7 for the 50 milligram dose and 1.9 for the 100 milligram dose compared to placebo. We identified 1 new RCT comparing zavegepant with placebo, and zavegepant was new to the scope of this update and was not yet FDA approved when this presentation was originally given, but has since been approved as of March of 2023. And we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. There was a statistically significant larger improvement in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose and in freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose in the 10 milligram and 20 milligram groups, but not the 5 milligram group. And now we'll go over the harms-related outcomes for acute migraine treatment studies. This slide summarizes the harms findings for all of the acute migraine treatment studies. There were 9 RCTs reporting on 7,670 participants. Serious adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship for this outcome, which we graded as very low certainty. None of these trials reported discontinuations due to adverse events. There was 1 RCT comparing rimegepant with sumatriptan in 885 participants. Again, we graded the evidence related to harms as very low certainty. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship for these outcomes. This slide summarizes the grade ratings and direction of effect for outcomes in the acute migraine treatment section. We had low to moderate certainty of evidence favoring eftanezumab, rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant compared to placebo for freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose, and freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose. We had low to moderate certainty of evidence favoring eftanezumab, rimegepant, and ubrogepant for ability to function normally within 2 hours post-dose. There was no significant difference between rimegepant and sumatriptan on efficacy outcomes. And for trials that reported serious adverse events or discontinuations due to adverse events, we graded the evidence as very low certainty as we were unable to determine a relationship due to rare events. Now we will move into the findings for cluster headache prevention. We identified 2 RCTs comparing galcanezumab with placebo. 1 of the 2 trials is new to the current review, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. There was a significantly larger improvement in the number of cluster headache attacks per week at weeks 1 to 3 in the galcanezumab groups compared to placebo, but there was no significant difference at weeks 8 to 12. There was no significant difference for the percentage of participants who had at least a 50% reduction in the number of cluster headache attacks per week between groups. We graded the evidence related to functioning as very low. 1 of the studies reported the Patient Global Impression of Improvement Scale, or the PGII, and the authors observed no difference between the galcanezumab group and the placebo group. Moving on to harms data for cluster headache prevention studies. Both RCTs comparing galcanezumab with placebo reported serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events. We graded the evidence related to harms as very low. Again, these events were rare and a relationship could not be determined. This slide summarizes the findings for cluster headache. We graded the evidence as low certainty for both efficacy outcomes and very low for all other outcomes. There were no studies for acute cluster headache treatment, and I do want to note that there are also no drugs with FDA approval for acute cluster headache treatment. Moving on to the last section for findings, we'll now review the ongoing studies. We identified 17 ongoing studies. One is an open label RCT comparing arinimab with oral preventive medication, and all others are placebo controlled. All 17 have a primary efficacy endpoint. None of the ongoing studies were of atogepant, 4 were of eptinezumab, and there was 1 trial each being conducted in participants with chronic migraine, episodic migraine, chronic or episodic migraine, and cluster headache. There were 3 RCTs of arinimab, 1 for chronic migraine prevention and 2 for episodic migraine prevention. We identified 1 RCT from fremonizumab for chronic or episodic migraine prevention, 2 RCTs of galcanezumab, 1 for cluster headache prevention and 1 for vestibular migraine prevention, 5 RCTs of rimegepant, 2 of acute migraine treatment, 2 of chronic episodic migraine prevention, and 1 of episodic migraine prevention. And then finally, we identified 2 RCTs of zavegepant for acute migraine treatment. Now for the discussion. I'll summarize the key findings and limitations, both of the evidence and of the report. So in summary, there were no head-to-head studies of CGRP inhibitors. There was 1 study comparing rimegepant to sumatriptan for acute migraine treatment, and 1 study comparing arinimab to topiramate for migraine prevention in a population with episodic or chronic migraine, and all of the other studies were placebo-controlled. We identified studies of 2 agents that were new to the scope of the review. Specifically, there were 2 studies of atogepant for episodic migraine prevention and 1 study of zavegepant for acute migraine treatment. There were no studies of CGRP inhibitors for acute cluster headache treatment. This slide summarizes the findings for migraine prevention. We found that eptinezumab, arinimab, fremonizumab, and galcanezumab were more effective than placebo for chronic and episodic migraine prevention, and we graded this evidence as moderate certainty. Atogepant was also more effective than placebo for episodic migraine, and we graded the evidence as moderate to low certainty. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare in both active drug and placebo groups, so a relationship could not be determined. We graded this evidence as very low certainty. In head-to-head comparisons, arinimab was more effective than topiramate, and we graded this evidence as moderate certainty. And there were similar serious adverse events in both groups, but fewer discontinuations due to adverse events in the arinimab group compared to topiramate. To put these findings into greater context, the magnitude of the treatment effect of CGRP inhibitors for migraine prevention was modest, ranging from a reduction of 0.4 days to 3.7 days. And this is similar to other preventive treatments that are available. The clinical significance of this reduction may vary based on the severity of an individual's headache condition and their ability to tolerate other medications. And I want to note that on the HIT6, a between group difference of 1.5 points is considered clinically significant, and 15 of the 17 studies that reported this measure observed a difference of 1.9 points or greater. So this suggests that most of the studies did find clinically important improvements on this measure. This slide summarizes the findings for acute migraine treatment. We found evidence that rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant were all more effective than placebo for acute migraine treatment. We graded the certainty of evidence as moderate to low. The proportion of participants who achieved freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose ranged from 4.2 to 16.6 percentage points higher across studies and active treatment compared to placebo. Again, serious adverse events were rare, so no relationship could be determined, and we graded that evidence as very low certainty. In one head-to-head comparison, there was no difference in efficacy between rimegepant and sumatriptan, and we graded this as very low certainty, and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare for both, also graded as very low certainty. For cluster headache prevention, the findings were mixed based on time point. Galcanezumab led to significantly fewer cluster headache attacks at weeks 1 to 3, but there was no significant difference at weeks 8 to 12, and we graded this evidence as low certainty. It's unclear if this reflects a lack of efficacy or if this could be due to the natural course of cluster headache, which is characterized by spontaneous remission of attacks. And we did not identify any RCTs of acute cluster headache treatment. I'll briefly touch on a few limitations, first of the evidence, then of the report. The evidence is limited by the fact that all of the studies were industry funded and some included authors who were employees of the manufacturer. Many of the trials only had follow-up through 12 weeks, and then nearly all required participants to complete an electronic diary in the run-in phase, and most excluded pregnant people and participants with any clinically meaningful psychiatric or medical conditions. This slide summarizes the limitations of this review. As previously mentioned, we observed changes in the way studies enrolled participants with chronic or episodic migraine since we completed the previous version of the report in 2020. Early studies enrolled participants who were distinctly characterized as having either episodic or chronic migraine. Studies published more recently often included mixed populations with either episodic or chronic migraine, and some studies noted they did this to make recruitment more feasible or to make study populations reflective of patients seen in a headache clinic. It may also be because there seems to be no meaningful difference in treatment effectiveness between the two groups. As a result of this shift, it may be appropriate for future synthesis to combine these groups. We only included studies published in English and did not include data from press releases, conference abstracts, or trial registries. And as a reminder, I just want to note this was a presentation that was originally given in January of 2023 based on active surveillance of the literature through November 2022. So this presentation does not reflect any studies that may have been published since November of 2022. Questions?
Thank you, Sarah, for that very thorough report. I see Christy Weiland has her hand up.
Hey, Sarah, thank you so much for that review. That's really helpful. I did have a question in regards to migraine treatment, and as it was summarized, I'm just curious why the epinetizumab wasn't included in the treatment options listed. And I think there was a trial. I know it was grade low certainty. I think some of the other ones were also.
Why the eptinezumab was not included? I'm sorry, where? Oh, sorry. Where were you saying that eptinezumab was not included? Can you hear me?
Were you saying that it was not included in one of the final summary slides?
Yeah, for the migraine treatment, I noticed slightly, maybe go to slide 65. And so at the top here, I believe there was
this is acute migraine treatment. Do we have eptinezumab in here? I'm gonna exit presenter view for 1 second. Get myself to the right slide. Okay, so eptinezumab for acute migraine treatment. Is that the question?
Correct.
It was probably just a typo oversight because I do see it. Here, let me share my screen again. Here. So you mean this one RCT comparing eptinezumab with placebo?
Correct. I just want to, as we move forward with the motion, I just want to make sure that is included.
Yeah.
Typo.
Well, you know what? It may not have been a typo. Sorry. We haven't had our head deep into this report for a couple of months now. So seeing here for acute migraine treatment, eptinezumab was graded as low, and I think we were summarizing on that slide. Apologies for the scrolling, y'all. That's migraine prevention. So oh wait, moderate to low. So it should have been included here because it was low certainty of evidence for acute migraine treatment. Was that your question?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Sarah. Peter.
Hi, thanks, Sarah. Really comprehensive review, and thank you for laying that all out there for us. A question about the concomitant use of acute CGRP inhibitors for the acute treatment of migraine, as well as a separate CGRP inhibitor for the prevention of migraines. My understanding, at least as of maybe a year ago or so, none of these studies actually looked at using two different agents for the different indications. Is that still the case?
It was the case, at least at the publication of this review. We haven't been doing active surveillance, but at the end of our active surveillance for this review of the literature, we hadn't found any studies like that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the committee for Sarah? I actually had a question, Sarah, similar to what Christy was asking. In terms of migraine prevention, was rimigepant one that was not good enough to include on slide 63 that DERP had concerns about?
Let's check again. So we don't have our rimigepant here. We'll go back to our migraine prevention. I don't think we left anything out. And actually, this slide is really so if it wasn't included in the summary, it was more likely an oversight than anything else. Because we did, at least for rimigepant for migraine prevention, have favored CGRP for moderate certainty of evidence for the efficacy outcomes.
Okay. I did notice that it was weaker. I mean, it's the only one that has no significant difference on one QOL marker. I don't know if you guys have a certain way of grading which ones that you put into the final as, more effective than placebo, adequate, etc.
Yeah, normally we would just list anything that had moderate or low certainty in that sentence there.
Okay. Okay.
And really, I mean, this slide I think is all here's your whole presentation in one table.
Yes, but everything else that you provided was really helpful as well and necessary. So thank you. Okay, and thanks to the committee. I think I can already tell you guys are looking ahead at the motion and what we will need to synthesize as we get into that. Okay, Lita, I think we've got at least one or two stakeholders that I have. Can we turn our attention to them at this time?
Yes, and I am going to share my screen to put the stakeholder questions and the timer up. So just a second here. Okay, so if you want to read off the stakeholder names.
Yes. So again, for the stakeholders, if you could remind us of who you are, who you represent, and if you have any conflicts of interest. And we'll start with David Gross from Pfizer. Lita, do we have David Gross from Pfizer with us?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
please go ahead.
Great. I have a quick question. I actually have two products, so can I have 2 3-minute slots, or do I just have 3 minutes for both?
We can give you 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll try and get that in. Thank you very much. My name is Dave Gross, and I'm with Pfizer Medical Affairs, and I'm joining today to first talk about rimigepant or Nurtec ODT. Nurtec ODT is indicated for acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults, excuse me, and for the preventative treatment of episodic migraine in adults. For acute treatment of migraine, the recommended dose is 75 milligrams taken orally as needed. The maximum dose in a 24-hour period is 75 milligrams. For preventative treatment of episodic migraine, the recommended dosage of Nurtec is 75 milligrams taken orally every other day. The efficacy of Nurtec ODT for the acute treatment of migraine in adults was demonstrated in a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial. Patients in the study were randomized to receive 75 milligrams of Nurtec or placebo. The primary outcome variables measured pain freedom and most bothersome symptom freedom at 2 hours after dosing compared to placebo. The percentage of patients achieving headache pain freedom and most bothersome symptom freedom 2 hours after a single dose was statistically significantly greater in patients who received Nurtec ODT. The most common adverse event was nausea, occurring in 2% of the population, and hypersensitivity occurred in less than 1% of the patients. The efficacy of Nurtec for the preventative treatment of episodic migraine in adults was demonstrated in one randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial. Patients were randomized to receive every other day dosing of Nurtec 75 milligrams or placebo for 12 weeks. The primary efficacy endpoint was change from baseline in the mean number of monthly migraine days during weeks 9 through 12. Nurtec 75 milligram dosed every other day demonstrated statistically significant improvements for this efficacy endpoint compared to placebo. The most common adverse reaction in this study were nausea and abdominal pain or dyspepsia. Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider providing Nurtec on the preferred drug list at Washington Medicaid. Now I'm going to switch with my 2.5 minutes left to talk about zavegepant or Zavspread, which is a newer product approved this year, and it is a nasal spray, nasal CGRP. Again, my name's Dave Gross, and I'm from Pfizer Medical Affairs, and I'm here to provide information on Zavspread or zavegepant regarding the indication of acute treatment of migraine. It's only indicated for the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura. It is not indicated for preventative treatment of migraine. The recommended dosage is 10 milligrams given as a single spray in one nostril as needed. The maximum dose in a 24-hour period is 1 spray or 10 milligrams, and the safety of using more than 8 doses in a 30-day period has not been established. The efficacy of Zavspread for acute treatment of migraine with and without aura was demonstrated in 2 randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trials. The primary endpoints of pain freedom at 2 hours after dosing were evaluated in migraines of moderate or severe headache pain intensity. The percentage of patients achieving pain freedom and MBS freedom 2 hours after a single dose was statistically significantly greater in patients who received Zavspread compared to those who received placebo. The most common adverse events in these trials were taste disorders, nausea, nasal discomfort, and vomiting, but they were all relatively low percentages. Hypersensitivity, including facial swelling and urticaria, occurred in less than 1% of the patients treated with Zavspread. It's contraindicated if you have a history of hypersensitivity or to the product or any of its components. And again, thank you for allowing me to cover both of these products in one sitting. I appreciate that. And I do ask again that you consider providing these products on the preferred drug list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. And thank you also for filling out the conflict of interest form. Committee, you have that in your read ahead package. Any questions on behalf of the committee for David Gross from Pfizer? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again. We'll turn our attention to Kimberly Moore from AbbVie. And Kimberly, you are registered as representing 2 products for 5 minutes. And if you could address the questions that Lita has on the screen, we'll get your 5 minutes started.
Can you hear me? everybody?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
So my name is Kimberly Moore. I am an employee of AbbVie. I do not see Washington Medicaid clients, and I'm not representing a patient. So my only conflict of interest is that I'm an employee of AbbVie.
Thank you.
So I believe I have 5 minutes since I'm representing 2 products, but so good morning, everybody. My name is Kimberly Moore, and I am here representing AbbVie Medical Affairs. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. There are 2 products in this category I would like to highlight: Qulipta, also known as atogepant, and Ubrelvy, also known as ubrogepant. First, I will discuss ubrogepant with the brand name Ubrelvy, a calcitonin gene-related peptide receptor antagonist indicated for the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults. Migraine is a complex chronic disease with patients exhibiting inter and intravariability. Therefore, having multiple dosing options is important for the individualization of migraine treatment. Poor acute treatment management increases the chance that a patient may progress to chronic migraine. Ubrogepant is a migraine-specific product with 2 tablet sizes, 50 and 100 milligrams. The recommended dose is 50 or 100 milligrams with an optional second dose 2 hours post an initial dose for patients with a non-responding or recurrent migraine headache. Ubrogepant has not been associated with medication overuse headache. Ubrogepant was evaluated in 2 12-week phase 3 multi-center randomized double-blind placebo-controlled studies. The co-primary efficacy endpoints of pain freedom at 2 hours post-dose and freedom from most bothersome symptom at 2 hours post-dose compared to placebo were met by both doses. The most frequent adverse events reported in the phase 3 trial were nausea, somnolence, and dry mouth, none of which were considered serious. Ubrogepant has 1 contraindication related to concomitant use with strong 3A4 inhibitors, 1 warning of hypersensitivity reaction, and there are dose modifications due to drug interactions in special populations. More detail on safety information can be found in the prescribing information at rxabbvie.com. Next, I will discuss atogepant with the brand name Qulipta. Atogepant is an oral CGRP receptor antagonist used for the prevention of both episodic and chronic migraine. The recommended dose is 10, 30, or 60 milligrams once daily for episodic migraine, and 60 milligrams once daily for chronic migraine. Dose modifications may be recommended for drug interactions in special populations as listed in the prescribing information at rxabbvie.com. Following oral administration, atogepant is absorbed with a peak plasma concentration at approximately 1 to 2 hours and has a half-life of approximately 11 hours. This affords the suitability for daily dosing as well as fast clearance of the drug in approximately 3 days shall a patient need to withdraw therapy for any reason. Atogepant uniquely met all 6 key secondary endpoints compared to placebo for the 30 and 60 milligram doses in episodic migraine and the 60 milligram dose for chronic migraine. This included 3 patient-reported outcomes. Additionally, social and work-related activity functions were significantly improved. Acute medication use was reduced, and monthly headache days and 50% responder rates were improved. 55 to 60% of patients in episodic migraine and 41% of patients in chronic migraine were able to reduce their monthly migraine days by half or better over the 12-week trial period. Outcome data has demonstrated that atogepant has the lowest number needed to treat when compared to all approved CGRP, gepants, and monoclonal antibodies used for the prevention of episodic migraine when looking at 50% responder rates, potentially resulting in cost savings. As for safety, there's 1 contraindication and warning of hypersensitivity. The most frequently reported adverse events in the phase 3 trial were constipation, nausea, and fatigue, and discontinuation rates due to adverse reactions were low. Please reference the prescribing information at rxabbvie.com. I want to close by thanking you for recently adding Ubrelvy to the Apple Health PDL, and I respectfully request Ubrelvy also be added to the Washington PDL as an acute treatment for migraine sufferers. Additionally, as the only oral CGRP therapy with the broad indication of migraine prevention, I respectfully request that Qulipta also be added to the Washington PDL for patients with episodic and chronic migraine. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Questions from the committee for Kimberly Moore? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much for your representation. Any other stakeholders that have signed up, Lita?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay. Do we need to do a check-in with Marissa on the preferred list on this one, or are we moving directly into the
No,
motion?
because this is for the Washington PDL,
Right,
not for
right.
the Apple Health.
Okay. Can I just ask one more question of Sarah? Sarah, do you have can you direct us again to the slide? You showed us the nice summary slide for the chronic migraine. There was one that was similar to that for acute, right?
There was. Here, I can share my screen if that's okay with you, or
Yeah,
I
go
can just
ahead.
direct you to it. It's slide 51.
50.
Oh, if you want to share your screen, because I actually don't have the slides up anymore.
Sure.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Or would you like to share it?
You should be able to take the screen from me.
All right, there you go.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Just for the committee's reference. So we have the acute migraines and the chronic migraines. Okay. And for the record,
Oh, I'm sorry.
when we go to slide 65, for acute migraine, you were listing rimigepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant as DERPs. I don't want to use the word preferred because that has a lot of connotations when we start talking about the PDL, but what you found in your systematic review to be recommendable based on your review?
It's what we found to be moderate to low certainty of evidence for these outcomes.
Okay, rimigepant. And then how did you guys feel about eptinizumab?
I think, as mentioned before, based on the slide, eptimizumab should have been on the other slide. It falls right in with the other eptinizumab, ravigepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant. So eptinizumab should have been listed on that summary slide.
Great, thank you for that, for the record. So committee, just to think about that as you prepare for the motion. Wonderful. Okay. Any other questions, committee, before we turn our attention to the motion? Okay. Thanks again, Sarah. Huge amount of information that you were able to synthesize for us. Lita, if we could have the motion up, and then point of clarification, do we need, I think we're doing two motions, is that right? Do we need to do an acute and then a prevention?
Yeah, so last time we reviewed this drug class, the committee actually made two different motions. So this time we just split them with the headers of migraine prevention and acute migraine and split the drugs for each into their own categories.
Perfect. And this was, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, actually, this is the first time that we did split them out. So previously, we just had a scan on this class, but because we got new data and there has been more expanded use between migraine prevention and acute migraine treatment, this is actually the first time that we split it out. So we just wanted to, highlight that, and that's how we will update, our Washington PDL is to have these two separate now.
Great, thank you, Ryan. And this was kind of a systematic review or update to an existing class review, so we don't need to accept the surveillance report as adequate.
Correct.
So let's do migraine prevention first, since that's the one that you have up there, Lita. Because this was an update to an existing class, it was a systematic review. Any new indications or new medications that Sarah reviewed for us are eligible to be included in this motion. They would not have been in previous surveillance reports. So let's just make sure that we have the correct list of drugs based on the update that Sarah provided for us. So I'm going to turn us to, for the committee, that would be on slide 42. That's kind of where the DERP folks have listed out all those drugs that were included in this new systematic review. So see everybody's wheels turning, which is great. I think all the 6 drugs that Sarah listed in the DERP update are listed here. And were there any concerns from the committee in terms of drugs which DERP discussed, but which maybe shouldn't be on this list? Okay, hearing none. Lita, it seems like the list of drugs is the same. And could we just reiterate the prior motion, or because we've received a full class update, do we need to do a whole new motion?
You can reiterate the motion if you don't have any changes. The only new drug fell under acute migraine.
Kavita here. Yeah, that was my question. I think on the summary slide, I did see eptinezumab for acute migraine treatment, right? And that's not listed in the acute migraine section.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Luke,
think we would need to add that then.
Yeah.
well, Luke Dearden had a comment that eptinezumab, sorry,
Yeah.
is not FDA approved for acute migraines at this time.
And oh, yeah, that's right. If it's not FDA approved, we don't include that in the motion.
Mhm.
I mean, if you think that there is enough evidence there that it should be considered for acute migraine, then you could. But because of the way that these motions are typically, constructed, I mean, as you can see, there's a general flow to them. That you would be saying that it is efficacious without it having the FDA approval. So you typically, I don't think have done that in the past. But if you wanted to, if you felt that the evidence that was presented today warrants it, you are able to put it into motion.
So Ryan, that's interesting. So that we could it would sort of be future proofing the motion, because we sort of say approve for their approved indications. So if we listed it, if and or when it becomes approved, it would give the HCA the authority to move that into of status of its choosing based on the committee's
Yes,
motion
yeah.
today.
And
Okay.
I would say the opposite is true. I mean, at certain times in the past, the P&T committee has looked at the evidence that was presented by DERP and found that a drug that was FDA approved for a certain condition didn't really meet the same level as other drugs in that class. And they said that, this drug, cannot be preferred on the PDL, or at least for this condition. So, you are able to use the evidence as it was presented to you, and just know that that FDA approval, is a point that you can use in developing and drafting a motion.
Sarah, do you have any comments on that? I know that eptinezumab was all in green on your. Well, sorry, I'm looking at the chronic migraine table. But yeah, it was all in green on your acute migraine table as well. Would you have any call outs for that particular drug as the committee considers whether to list that drug in the acute migraine part of the motion?
Unfortunately, I have not been deep into this topic since the report was finished in January. But I can just say that we did find the one RCT of eptinezumab versus placebo, and that we rated the evidence favoring eptinezumab as moderate certainty, or no, I'm sorry, as low certainty.
Okay.
And maybe it would be helpful, I can bring up the slide summarizing that one trial of acute migraine treatment for eptinezumab versus placebo. And that's slide 43 in the slide deck. So it was a trial of 480 participants.
So committee, you could call out eptinezumab as, well, you could call it out by not listing it on the left column, and wait for that to be FDA approved and brought back to this committee. Or you could list it based on the information that DERP has provided, knowing that it's not FDA approved, and our motion typically says it's safe and efficacious for the approved indications. And if you felt comfortable with the information from DERP, you could future-proof the motion in a sense and build it in there so that when and or if it is FDA approved for that indication, HCA would have the ability to use that medication. So that's something to think about. But if I could just turn our attention back to the prevention motion, if we could take care of that one first, and then move on to the acute migraine. And I see Kevin Flynn has his hand up.
I think I was the second one, but I wanted to talk about the acute just because eptinezumab is an IV drug. So it seems kind of irrelevant for acute, right? Because you're not going to go to the infusion center when you're having an acute migraine.
Great point. I feel like we've talked about this before. I think we've done a lot of work on this class before. But let's try to knock out this prevention section of the motion, if that's okay, committee. We will entertain a motion either to reiterate, or if you would like to wordsmith or rewrite part of the prior motion based on concerns or updates that you have heard from DERP today, we'll entertain that as well.
Well, I move to support the motion that was previously passed for migraine prevention.
Thank you, Kavita.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Kevin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion is reiterated. I'll give you a minute there, Lisa, to finish the catch up there.
Kavita here. I mean, as Lita is doing that, I'm just wondering, is there, since we've not done that before, where we've included a non-FDA approved medication on our list, I'm just wondering if the evidence is compelling enough to include, and especially with that context that Kevin also provided, it's an IV drug. So do we really need to include that preemptively for the acute migraine treatment, even with that evidence? The evidence in just from the table that Sarah very helpfully provided looked similar in terms of strength of evidence to the Zavegepant evidence. But yeah, just that it's IV, it's acute, it's not FDA approved. I'm hesitant to include that in the list. What do the other committee members think?
This is Dmitry Davidov. I was going to pretty much say exactly what you just said, Dr. Chawla, that it really doesn't, it seems to me to kind of go against precedent that there would need to be really, I would say, a significantly greater degree of evidence than what was presented in the DERP report, I think, to go in that direction. And I really didn't find that to be compelling enough to take that step.
Great. I love this discussion. Thank you, guys. I saw one other hand up, but then it went down. And
Laura?
I don't remember who. Hi, Laura.
Sorry, I need to unmute. This is Laura Bestie. I just had a comment. When it does gain FDA approval, won't we have to review it anyways?
If and when.
Well, right. So I'm in agreement with not adding it because I feel that if it gets FDA approval, we're going to have to review it anyway. So, and at this point, it doesn't seem compelling enough to add it.
All right. So then, do we have the right list of drugs there, committee?
And just to highlight that since we are adding a new drug from today's report, you will need to use a different motion just because in the previous motion, we did not have it listed in there. So just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Ryan. Lita, could we copy the below and put it above and then add zavegepant? I don't think zavegepant has all that much more data than eptinizumab, but I think that by dint of the fact that it is FDA approved, that's something that the committee can kind of lean on. And I agree with the list that you guys are coming up with in terms of the motion as it stands.
You also want to have it in the second sentence about the therapeutic interchange, because right now it's just the original two.
Yes, great point, Ryan.
Kavita here again. Just a comment, and I don't think it really changes the motion, but it's so interesting that the one head-to-head trial that we have for the acute migraine treatment, which is the rimegepant with the sumatriptan, and it's not very compelling. So
Such a great point. Yeah, it may not be in the, there's always a risk for these entities when they volunteer to compare their drugs against each other. So I can understand where they're coming from. But as clinicians, we would certainly value that. And certainly as a PNT committee, we would value that. I agree with you.
I expect, Kavita here again, I expect that I can't remember, like, gosh, is it for PNT that we create those motions as well? And I think that's where the language about the boilerplate language that we have, that you got to use the first line treatments first, which is the triptans. And then if you fail multiple triptans, then you go to these more expensive ones. I think these head-to-head trials kind of support that approach rather than impinging on autonomy of clinicians making that decision, if that makes sense.
Well put. Well put.
So this is Laura Bestie. I will motion that after considering the evidence of safety and efficacy for the treatment of acute migraine, I move that rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant are safe and efficacious for the treatment of their improved indications. Rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant can be subject to therapeutic interchange with each other in the Washington preferred drug list.
And this is Peter Barkat. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. At 10:24, 1 minute before we're supposed to go on break. Very well done, committee. That was hard work. This is a very complex topic. Lita, are we good to take the break, or do you want to move things around a little bit? Okay.
Yeah,
break.
We can take a 10-minute break now. So let's come back at 10:35.
Wonderful. See you back in 10 minutes. Hey, committee, welcome back. Hope you had a nice break there. We are, let's hold it here. We are going to launch into our asthma biologics surveillance report, as well as our biologics for non-asthma surveillance report with Jennifer and Beth from DERP. So if you all are ready, take it away.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Lyon. I'm with the DERP group, and I'll be presenting today on biologic drugs to treat asthma. This is our surveillance report of May 2023. Next slide, please. So I'll give you a brief history and background, the PICOS and key questions, as well as the methods, cover our findings, and summarize the results. Next slide, please. So we've worked on this topic for a while. The most latest systematic review was published in February of 2021. There was a surveillance done in March 2022, and this surveillance is dated, the surveillance up through May of 2023. Next slide, please. So asthma is a chronic disorder that causes airway inflammation and swelling with symptoms such as wheeze, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and cough. Triggers for asthma include allergens and some foods and exercise in some patients. About 26 million people in the United States have asthma. Of those, about 4.8 million are children under the age of 18 years. And the highest rates of asthma in the US are in Black adults. The drugs we're looking at today are the biologics, which are monoclonal antibodies that target immunoglobulin E, interleukin-5 ligand, interleukin-5 receptor alpha, and interleukin-4 receptor alpha. Next slide, please. So our populations were adults or children with persistent or chronic asthma. The interventions that we are focusing on are benralizumab, dupilumab, mepolizumab, omalizumab, and rislizumab. And you can see the brand names here as well, some of which are probably pretty commonly known due to advertisement on TV, such as Xolair and Sincare. Our comparators are the other interleukin-4, anti-IL-4, and anti-IL-5 antibodies versus each other, or controlled by placebo or usual care. Next slide, please. So the outcomes that we looked at included severe exacerbations requiring ED or hospital admission, symptom control, oral steroid use, quality of life assessed using validated scales, all-cause ED or hospital admissions, mortality, and adverse events, including serious adverse events. And we focused specifically on randomized controlled trials. Next slide, please. Our key questions looked at the effectiveness and the harms of these biological medications for asthma, as well as characteristics of ongoing studies of these medications for asthma. Next slide, please. So we searched for registered trials using clinicaltrials.gov, the International Clinical Trials Registry platform from the World Health Organization and Scan Medicine, as well as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration website. We took the identified trials and their identifiers and searched Ovid Medline in Google Scholar. And for the FDA actions, we looked at IPD analytics and the FDA website. And all those searches covered December 2021 to February of 2023. Next slide, please. So I'll talk about our findings. Next slide, please. So we found one new published RCT. This is the Muppets 2 trial, which was a phase 2 trial of mepolizumab versus placebo in children aged 6 to 17 years who had a physician diagnosis of asthma for at least 12 months. There were 335 participants with a primary endpoint of the number of asthma exacerbations over a 56-week period. Next slide, please. Okay. So for FDA actions, next slide. We identified 2 new drugs in phase 3 testing, depemokimab and tozorakimab, one of which is an anti-IL-5 and one of which is an interleukin-33 antagonist. We identified one new formulation, tezepelumab prefilled pen. The tezepelumab is an FDA-approved drug that was identified in our previous surveillance report from March 2022. It's not yet been included here, but we'll note that it is a new drug. And the prefilled pen, self-administered single dose form, was approved on February 2nd of 2023. Next slide, please. There were no new indications identified in the surveillance report, but we found one new warning for dupilumab dealing with helminth infections. So dupilumab should be discontinued or not given to a patient who has an existing helminth infection, whether pre-existing or new onset. Next slide, please. So we found 23 ongoing studies comparing these drugs. The one with the most trials is dupilumab compared to placebo with 10 trials, 5 for benralizumab versus placebo, 3 each for mepolizumab versus placebo or mepolizumab versus omalizumab, 1 for dupilumab versus omalizumab, and 1 comparing mepolizumab, benralizumab, and the new drug in testing, depemokimab. And the estimated completion years range from 2022 to 2030. The 2022 trials will hopefully be published soon. The estimated study size range from 24 patients to over 1,800. And there was an extended range of study duration from 8 weeks to 104 weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so in summary, next slide. Since the completion of the most recent DERP systematic review in February 2021, so this includes the March 2022 surveillance as well as this one, there were 2 new RCTs, one comparing dupilumab to placebo, which is the Voyage trial, and one comparing mepolizumab with placebo, which is the Muppets 2 trial found in this surveillance report. And again, the 23 ongoing studies with 5 head-to-head and 18 placebo-controlled. Next slide, please. Since the completion of that DERP systematic review in 2021, we identified that one new drug, tezepelumab echo or Tezspire, which was approved in January of 2022 for patients over the age of 12 with severe asthma. The 2 new pipeline drugs, depemokimab and tozorakimab, and then 3 new formulations, one of which was included in this surveillance report for self-administered forms of mepolizumab, omalizumab, and tezepelumab. Next slide, please. There were 2 new indications, dupilumab in children aged 6 to 11 years from that Voyage trial, and mepolizumab in adults with chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps. There were 6 new warnings, an updated black box warning for self-administration of omalizumab, and several new warnings for dupilumab, hypersensitivity, conjunctivitis and keratitis, arthralgia, helminth infections, and vaccinations. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Any questions for Jennifer, committee? Okay. Hearing none. Whoop, we're on break, Lita. Let's see. I don't
I'm
have
just
any.
changing the slides, so sorry. To ignore what you see here.
Giving you a hard time. I don't have any stakeholders on my chairperson's list here. Did you have anybody pop in for this one?
We're going to do stakeholder time after the second presentation.
Right, we have to do non-biologics. Excuse me, biologics for non-asthma.
Yes.
Okay, are you ready to go for that, Jennifer? Or Beth, is it?
Beth.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thank you.
So Beth, feel free to take it away when you're ready.
Thank you. So yes, I'll be doing the kind of companion surveillance to this. So this is for biologic drugs for non-asthma indications. Thank you. So on the next slide, you can see the standard overview that you've just seen. And then on our next slide, you can see the topic history for this specific topic. So the most recent systematic review was conducted in October of 2021. Since then, we had a surveillance report that was presented in November of 2022. And today I'll be presenting this second surveillance report on this topic. So moving into the background, this is covering a range of indications. So this is for that non-asthma indications. So it focuses on four different conditions. So the first one is chronic spontaneous, I'll just go with the acronym CSU. And it's a skin condition that causes persistent itchy hives of unknown origin. And particularly for this condition, the monoclonal antibodies, particularly omalizumab, they have the potential to provide symptom relief to those affected with this itchy skin condition. Then we have EGPA, and this is a disease characterized by eosinophilic vasculitis that affects one or more end organs. And again, mepolizumab is a monoclonal antibody that targets the interleukin-5. So it could be a promising addition or alternative to steroid therapy because of that ability of interleukin-5 to regulate eosinophils. And then we have HES. This is caused by high levels, again, of eosinophils in the blood or tissue, again, causing that end organ damage. The monoclonal antibody mepolizumab again directly affects the regulation of eosinophils and therefore may prove to be useful as an add-on or as an alternative therapy for this patient population. And on the next slide, you can see that we're also looking at chronic rhinosinusitis or CRS. This is a common inflammatory condition that results in significant symptoms. And there's two versions of this. There's either chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps, and that's defined as the presence of these tumor-like swellings in the nasal mucosa. And there's also chronic rhinosinusitis without nasal polyps. Long-term treatment for this condition tends to be with intranasal corticosteroids with potentially systemic corticosteroids for the more severe symptoms. And in fact, refractory cases of chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps may also require surgery and potentially repeat surgeries for recurrent cases. Current treatment options are either not fully effective or have an undesirable side effect profile. So thinking about things like those systemic glucocorticosteroids. Due to their anti-inflammatory effects, each of the drugs that we're looking at in this report have the potential for improving symptoms, reducing those nasal polyps, and perhaps improving quality of life measures in individuals, again, because of their ability to reduce inflammation. So moving into the details of our PICOs, you can see here that we're focusing on three of the biologics here. We've got dupilumab, mepolizumab, omalizumab. We've got a range of populations of interest. So you can see that in one of the middle columns. So we're looking across adults and in some cases pediatric populations, depending on the specific condition. And you can see there on the right-hand side, the FDA approval for each of these drugs for those different indications. On the next slide, you can see our comparators. Thank you. So we were looking at those head-to-head studies. So another listed intervention. We're looking at other therapies such as topical prescription therapies for those skin conditions. We were looking at standard of care as well as placebo-controlled trials. And for the outcomes, we were looking for condition-specific outcomes. So thinking like for CRS, you know, those forced expiratory volume in 1 second. For CSU, we're looking at that kind of activity score, use of other medications for the symptoms, as well as other condition-specific outcomes that you can see on the slide. And moving into the further outcomes that we were of interest, again, general symptom control, quality of life measured using validated scales, and as severe exacerbations of the condition, as well as healthcare resource use, specifically hospital admissions. And of course, we were looking at harms, including adverse events and mortality. For this surveillance, we're really focusing on the randomized controlled trials. And then on the next slide, you can just see the key questions. Really, we're looking at the effectiveness of these drugs for the various conditions, what are the safety profiles, and the ongoing studies. So on our methods slide, on slide 9, you can see, again, very similar to what Jenny presented, the standard kind of surveillance methods. So I won't call these out, but just to note that the search is covered from August 2nd of 2022, the date of the previous surveillance report, through to June 16th of this year. So let's move into the findings. So on slide 11, you can see that in this surveillance period, we did not identify any new published randomized controlled trials on any of the drugs in any of those conditions. However, when we look at our ongoing studies, we identified 18 ongoing randomized controlled trials that would be eligible for this topic if they were published. One of those is a head-to-head trial comparing dupilumab and omalizumab. And then we have 6 trials in dupilumab. They're all placebo-controlled. We have 6 trials in mepolizumab that are either placebo or active control randomized controlled trials. And then we have 5 RCTs in omalizumab, again placebo or active controlled. The sample sizes range from 2 to just over 1,000, and that isn't a typo. It may well be a typo in the clinical trials registry that we took the information from. The primary completion dates range from June of 2021 through to October of 2025. And we've also included ongoing studies for whom the listed interventions, we've also included studies that include populations for whom the listed interventions are not yet FDA approved. So most of them include studies for which the drug is FDA approved, but for dupilumab, there were a few studies where the listed interventions were not quite the populations that are currently FDA approved, and we can talk about those as needed. So moving on to the details of our ongoing studies, you can see this is that first trial, the head-to-head trial, or Everest. This is in adults with severe chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps and asthma. So that comorbidity there. Just over 400 people in this trial, and they're comparing directly dupilumab and omalizumab along with a placebo arm. You can see the outcomes that are going to be measured there, as well as the primary completion date, which is estimated to be October of 2023. On slide 14, you can see the first 3 of those 6 dupilumab trials. These are all placebo-controlled trials, and they're also all in populations for whom dupilumab is not yet currently FDA approved. So we have the DUPISCU trial in adults with CSU despite antihistamine treatment. A smaller trial, 72 participants, and actually completed in July of 2021. However, we were not able to identify any publication at the time of this report. We have the 3 randomized controlled trials in the Liberty CSU Cupid series of trials. That's in adults and children aged 6 and older with CSU despite antihistamine treatment. Again, just under 400 participants. And that was due to be completed in March of next year, although some early results have been presented at conferences. And then we have the NCT 04362501 at the bottom. That's in adults with CRS without nasal polyps. Again, a smaller trial of 50 people estimated to be completed in this month. On slide 15, you can see the final 3 of the 6 dupilumab. That first trial, adults with chronic rhinosinusitis without nasal polyps. Again, a smaller trial, 30 participants, that was due to have been completed earlier this year. The second trial in the list, this is the one that is conducted in a population for which dupilumab is currently FDA approved. And this is in adults with chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps who are undergoing revision surgery for those polyps. Again, smaller trial, estimated to be completed in early of next year. And then we have the Liberty trial at the bottom, again, an unapproved use at this point in time. So adults with uncontrolled chronic rhinosinusitis without nasal polyps, 70 participants, again, estimated to be complete later in this year. So moving on to the next slide. This is our first trial in the mepolizumab group. This is the Mandara trial in adults with EGPA, just over, 140 participants. And you can see that mepolizumab, whilst it's being compared with placebo, there's also an active control arm of benralizumab. Range of outcomes being measured, and this was estimated to be completed in earlier this year in August. Next slide, please. Then we have these 3 next trials in mepolizumab. The first 2 are placebo-controlled trials, so that's the MERIT trial and the Ergo's Bile trial. The first one is in adults with chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps resistant to treatment, and then the second one is in adults with chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps and other comorbidities such as asthma and NSAID exacerbated respiratory disease. Both are due to complete sometime in this year. And then we have the Emerge trial in around 100 people with EGPA. And again, this is both active and placebo-controlled, and that's due to complete in May of 2025. Next slide, please. So just to round out the mepolizumab group, we have the Ocean trial, again in adults with EGPA, 160 people. Again, an active controlled trial here with mepolizumab versus depemokimab, due to complete in October in a couple of years' time. And then the final trial here is in 90 people with chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps, with or without asthma, and it's a placebo-controlled trial looking at mepolizumab, due to complete in January early next year. On slide 19, you can see the omalizumab trials here. So we've got 5 of these. These are the first 3. So the first one, a larger trial in adults with chronic idiopathic urticaria and chronic spontaneous urticaria, comparing, again, placebo-controlled trial of omalizumab. Couldn't find any information on the primary completion date other than to note the status of this trial remains ongoing. And then we have the 2 Pearl trials that are very similar populations, adults and adolescents with CSU despite treatment, just over 1,000 in each. They're looking at an active control of omalizumab against ligelizumab, as well as placebo. You can see the outcomes are very similar, as well are the primary completion dates. And we actually do have some early results that are available on clinicaltrials.gov for the Pearl 2 trial. And now looking at the last 2 ongoing studies for this area, we have the Inception and then the second trial with the NCT number. The first one's in adults with CSU despite treatment, completed in December 22 with no publications available. And then the final study, which is in the 2 people with refractory nasal polyps, that may well be a typo. on clinicaltrials.gov, or it may be something that was affected potentially by the pandemic. They're comparing omalizumab with no treatment, and that was estimated to complete in December of 2022. So moving now onto the FDA actions. So next slide, please. In this surveillance period, we didn't identify any new drugs or formulations. You can see here no new indications in this space or no new serious warnings or harms. What we did identify was one small change in a prescribing label. So in March 2023, the prescribing label for omalizumab was updated to clarify its use in chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps, rather than with nasal polyps alone, as had been described in prior versions of the prescribing label. So it wasn't actually a change in indication, it was just a clarification of that use. On slide 24, we can now move into the summary. So thank you. So since the completion of the most recent DERP systematic review, we identified one new placebo-controlled trial of omalizumab in adults with CSU despite antihistamine treatment, and that was in the prior surveillance report. In this surveillance period, we've identified 18 ongoing studies. One of those was that head-to-head study, and then we have the rest, which are either placebo-controlled or compared with other active controls. And on slide 26, you can see that we identified one new formulation in the prior surveillance. That this was mepolizumab in a formulation of pre-filled autoinjector and syringes. We identified two new indications and one clarification. So the two new indications were in the prior surveillance. So that's dupilumab for eosinophilic esophagitis in adults and children aged 12 and older, and dupilumab for prurigo nodularis in adults. And finally, just that clarification for omalizumab in the prescribing label. We've identified no serious harms or boxed warnings since the most recent systematic review. And we've also identified two new pipeline therapies that seem to be kind of moving through the research and the approval process. So that's tezepelumab and benralizumab. Benralizumab, you'll remember, was one of the active controls in one of the ongoing studies relevant to this. So I believe that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth, for that surveillance report. Questions from the committee for Beth? Yeah, we can't wait to hear about the results from that study that had an N of 2, Beth.
Going to be a game changer.
And Kavita, you got some of your head-to-head trials more on this topic than we did on the CGRP, which is interesting. Okay, so no questions from the committee for the presenters. Lita, do we have any stakeholders?
I do not see any hands raised. If anyone would like to talk, if you could raise your hand now. Oh, we have one. Christine Dubé.
Hello. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. If you could introduce yourself and answer the questions Lita has on the screen, we'd be happy to start your 3 minutes and hear from you about the product you're representing.
Yeah, my name is Chris Dubé. I'm a pharmacist and a clinical account director with AstraZeneca. I'm not a provider to Western Medicaid clients, and I'm not a patient or representing a patient. And my only conflict of interest is that I'm employed by AstraZeneca.
Thank you very much. And I do see your COI form here now. Thank you, Christine. And committee, that's included in your package. Okay, feel free to begin when you're ready.
Yeah. So I wanted to just take a minute to talk about Fasenra, which is indicated as add-on maintenance therapy for patients with severe asthma at 12 years and older with an eosinophilic type. Patients taking Fasenra would get a 30 milligram every 4 weeks for the first 3 doses, and then 30 milligrams every 8 weeks or every 2 months thereafter. I know we didn't see it on there, but I know you were looking at randomized controlled trials, but there are 2 real-world studies looking at the exacerbation and OCS use in patients with Fasenra. Zephyr-1 was a retrospective cohort study of asthma in a real-world setting, identify impact on exacerbations, and the results showed a significant reduction in annual exacerbation from 3.2 in the pre-index period to 1.7. That was statistically significant. And of note, 41% of patients in the primary cohort were exacerbation-free. The second study, which is Zephyr-2, was another retrospective study, but in this one, we're looking both at annual exacerbations and oral corticoid use over baseline EOS lab measurements, and they were both seen to be available for this patient population, and we saw statistically significant benefit. So based on the results, I just want to say thank you so much to the committee for recognizing the importance of having Fasenra available for patients in Washington State Medicaid program, and that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Lita, anybody else?
There are no other hands raised, so I will bring up the motion.
So similar to our CGRP work earlier this morning, committee, we have kind of a bimodal motion here, one for non-asthma and one for asthma and urticaria. And
Sorry.
so
I'm trying to get it up. It's
I know.
Not trying.
Waiting for electrons.
Yeah, very strange. I don't know where it's going. Hang on just a second. Okay, I'm
And
gonna
meanwhile,
close it and open it. Hang on just a second. I'm sorry, it won't pop up.
Sure, take your time. Meanwhile, if I could ask the committee members to come on camera and let's get ready to look at these two motions ahead of us.
So just to note, these drugs in orange are categorized under atopic dermatitis on the Washington PDL, but they are also used in these drug classes.
Thank you, Lita. All right, so taking into account Beth Shaw's surveillance update, and just keeping in mind that surveillance reports, if they identify new indications or new medications, they cannot be eligible for inclusion on the PDL. We do need to first accept or not accept the surveillance report as adequate. Can we have a motion for that, please?
I move to accept the report as adequate.
Thank you, Kevin.
This is Kavita, I second the motion.
Thank you, Kavita. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And hearing none. Okay, thank you. All right, and we'll turn our attention to the motion itself.
This is John McKay. I move after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy in special populations for the treatment of their FDA-approved indications, excluding asthma. I move that dupilumab, mepolizumab, and omalizumab are safe and efficacious for their treatment of their approved indications. Dupilumab, mepolizumab, and omalizumab can be subject to therapeutic interchange in their Washington preferred drug list for their FDA-approved indications, excluding asthma.
This
is Virginia Bucola, and I second.
Thank you. Sounded like there was some competition for that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Lita. Okay, and then we'll turn our attention to the biologics for asthma and urticaria part of the motion, bringing in Jennifer Lyons' presentation from that surveillance report.
This is Kavita. I move to accept the surveillance report as adequate.
Thank you, Kavita, and thanks for reminding me that we need to do that first. We have a second for Kavita's motion?
This is Kevin Fun, I second.
Thank you, Kevin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And that motion passes. Okay. And now we'll turn our attention to the motion itself.
This is Michael Corsilis. I'd like to make a motion after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of asthma and chronic spontaneous urticaria, move that benralizumab, dupilumab, mepolizumab, omalizumab, and reslizumab are safe and efficacious for the treatment of their approved indications. Benralizumab, dupilumab, mepolizumab, and reslizumab can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington preferred drug list for asthma and chronic spontaneous urticaria.
This is John McKay, second.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, John. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion carries. Thank you, committee. We got through two complex sections and we're ahead of schedule. Lita, is there any other business for the P&T committee before we move on to DUR board?
Nope, you can adjourn P&T.
All right, we are so adjourned, and let's start our DUR board work for the day. Umang, are you ready?
And just a second, I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to Marissa.
Hi, this is Marissa. Is my screen displaying and can you hear me okay?
Yes to both questions.
Okay, perfect. So Umang, I'm actually going to give you a quick little break.
Okay.
Yeah, just to let, I guess this is an update. This is for the DUR board. So this is an update as far as the process of how we usually kind of conduct things. So we changed it up a little bit for this meeting. So all of the drug classes that you see listed in this section, Umang has said that there are no real clinical updates. So just for efficiency's sake, instead of kind of having to go back and forth between the motion, even though there's no clinical updates, what we're going to do moving forward with these drug classes is just lump all of them together into one motion. And then on top of that, we'll still go through the PDL. I'll still go through that with you all so that you can see what's preferred and non-preferred. And then also we'll do all of the stakeholder feedback as far as these relevant classes all at once. So it just try to minimize the going back and forth between me and Umang when these classes really have no updates. So that's what you'll see here. So that's why I said, Umang, you get kind of a quick break because for these, I believe it's 15 classes. Like I said, Umang has said that there's no clinical updates from Magellan's end and there's no clinical updates from HCA's end. So what I'm going to do is just skip straight to the PDL, the Apple Health PDL, show you all what that looks like. Then after that, we'll take the stakeholders, and then after that, we'll do the motion. So I'm just going to breeze through these pretty quickly, and let me just go through them class by class. So the first one is the antifungals topical, and actually can you see the PDL? Is that sharing okay? You should see the spreadsheet. Okay, perfect. So as you can see here on the spreadsheet, this is the antifungals topical drug class on the AHPDL. For the most part, our general rule of thumb is that we don't cover the OTC products or the ones that are deemed OTC in our drug file. So you'll see here the products that have OTCS, that
and there's no status here, it's most likely not covered or not covered at all. So we do have some preferred products in these class and a couple of non-preferreds. As you can see, the drug names are kind of like branded or just like store kind of names. So they're probably, to be quite honest with you, a mix of different like clotrimazole products, maybe some, it looks like we have, and I apologize for the scrolling, maybe some Lotrimin products, but as you can see, we do have some non-preferreds. I don't know, unfortunately, the generic product's not listed right underneath, but some of these you can see are non-preferred, but for the most part, we have like miconazole, some, I think it's clotrimazole products, and we have, sorry, I'm just trying to go through these, tolnaftate, and it looks like that's it for this class. Moving on, I'll go through these pretty quickly and take any questions at the end. For the antivirals influenza agents, the only preferred product in this class, well, there's two actually, is the generic Tamiflu, which is the oseltamivir phosphate. And then we also have Romantadine tablets preferred. Moving on to our sinus node inhibitors, our preferred product in this class is the Corlinor tablets. For the vasoactive soluble guanylate cyclase stimulators, Vercuvo is the only product in the class and it's preferred. For our gastrointestinal agents, inflammatory bowel agents, our preferred products in this class are Apriso, valsalazide capsules, Canasa suppositories. We have Delzacol, mesalamine enema, Lialda, and it looks like just various mesalamine formulations. And then we have sulfasalazine tablets. Moving on to our phosphate binder agents, we have calcium acetate capsules. We have Foslyra solution and sevelamer carbonate tablets. Moving on to our genitourinary agents, overactive bladder agents. For our preferred products, we have the Bothanicol tablets, the Festoteridine fumarate ER tablets, oxybutynin chloride tablets, solifenacin, which I believe is a generic product. Then we also have Brantovia as preferred. Moving on to our prostatic hypertrophy agents. Our preferred products are Alfuses and ER tablets, dutasteride capsules, finasteride tablets, and tamsulosin capsules. For hematopoietic agents, erythroid maturation agents.
Marissa? So sorry, Kavita here. For the overactive bladder agents, I'm sorry, did you list any extended release versions as preferred agents? I was trying to look through real quick.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see here. It's kind of hard. We have Festoteridine fumarate ER. We have oxybutynin chloride ER. Yep, it looks like we have, yeah.
And I don't know if this is like a big undertaking, but I was just wondering if it would also help the other committee members. For me personally, I don't recognize brand names very well, but if the generic or the chemical name could be put in parentheses next to some of, where only the brand name is listed, it would help me. But I don't know if that's too much of an effort to update the drug list like that.
Yeah, I can definitely take that back as feedback. I do know in this column D, it does say like G means generic and B means brand. And I believe the way that it's ordered on this list is like either the generic is on the top or the brand is on the bottom, but they should be close together. But I can take that back as feedback to see if we can fix this. This is a pivot table, complete transparency. This is a pivot table. So hopefully we can find a way to organize it in that way. But for today, I apologize. That's the way, that you can see it. And I'll try to call them out. I'm not, some of the brands I'm not familiar with either, so I apologize. But I'll try my best.
No apologies. It was just, I was just, as I'm going through this, and I love that we're doing this in a streamlined way, but like I don't know what Cardura is, and so I'm like trying to Google it real quick to figure out what's on there. So thank you for considering.
No problem. Thank you for the feedback. So then I'll go, I think I left off at erythroid maturation agents. So for this product, I believe this one is like a carve out. It doesn't have any statuses because most likely it's just in like a medically administered drug, but we do include it on the PDL for carve out purposes. So it's just Reblozyl in this class. For miscellaneous potassium removing agents, our preferred products in this class are Lokelma, generic sodium polystyrene sulfonate. The brand, I believe it has SBS. Both of those and all three of those are preferred. For our nutrients lipids product, we have Dojolvi, which is the only product in that class, and that's preferred. For our oncology agents, GnRH receptor antagonist oral, the only product in that class is Orgovyx, and that's preferred. For our HIF2 alpha inhibitors, the only product in that class is Welireg, and that product is preferred. And then for our vitamin D analogs, this is kind of a mix as far as OTC products. It's similar to the antifungals topicals, like I mentioned up above. For the most part, if it's an OTC product, we most likely don't cover it, but we do have various vitamin D formulations that are preferred on our PDL. So we have some vitamin D 1000s, 10,000s, 2,000, 400, 5,000. We have D3. I'm trying to really point out the ones that you would probably see in clinical practice. I believe we do have, for the most part, the ones that would be commonly prescribed as preferred. We do have a couple non-preferreds. It looks like Rayaldi. I think that's a branded product that's non-preferred. Rocaltrol, that's non-preferred, but a couple that are preferred. So I can take any questions from the board. I know I went through that very quickly.
Thank you, Marissa. Neat new process. And I agree with Kavita. This could be a time saver, but it doesn't detract at all from the board's work. Still allows us to perform our function. Questions for Marissa? Anyone? Okay. Then Marissa or Lita, could we turn our attention to the mega motion for this set of drugs?
This is Marissa. I think, Alex, first what we need to do is the
Oh, we have stakeholders.
At least I see some that might be listed, but correct me if I'm wrong, Lita, if there are
No,
none.
yeah, we do have 3 stakeholders listed, and I see a hand up. So Alex, if you want to read off the names of the pre-registered, it's at the bottom of all those classes.
Scroll to the bottom of that section there. Yep, you're right. We have 3 stakeholders. We have Janice Pruitt listed first with Sumitomo Pharma. Are you with us, Janice?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Super. Okay, well, I'd like to speak on Orgovyx if possible.
Please go ahead. If you could answer the questions that Lita's had on the screen, we would then start your 3 minutes.
Okay, I sent in my form, but I'll be happy to do it again. I'm speaking on behalf of Sumitomo, and I am a contractor with them on a temporary contract, and I don't see Washington Medicaid clients. I'm not a patient, and that's my only conflict to report.
Thank you. And yes, the committee, you should have Janice's COI form in your package. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Janice Pruitt, and I'm a board-certified nurse practitioner, and I'm with Sumitomo Medical Affairs. And I'm here to provide you with efficacy and safety information for Orgovyx, or Relugolix, the first oral androgen deprivation therapy approved by the FDA in December 2020. It's a gonadotropin-releasing hormone receptor antagonist indicated for the treatment of adult patients with advanced prostate cancer. It competitively binds to the pituitary GnRH receptors, reducing the release of LH and FSH and consequently testosterone. Efficacy and safety of Orgovyx was evaluated in the phase 3 HERO study in patients with androgen-sensitive advanced prostate cancer. 934 patients were randomized 2-to-1 to Orgovyx or leuprolide for 48 weeks. Primary endpoint was sustained castration, defined as testosterone less than 50 nanograms per deciliter by day 29 through 48. In the Orgovyx group, 96.7% of patients achieved this, while in the leuprolide group, 88.8% did. All tested key secondary endpoints were achieved, and in an exploratory analysis, testosterone recovery was evaluated in 184 patients who completed 48 weeks of treatment. Cumulative incident rate of normal testosterone at 90 days post-treatment was 55% in the Orgovyx group and 3% in the leuprolide group. Data from the leuprolide group were not included in the U.S. prescribing label. Warnings and precautions include QT, QTC interval prolongation, embryo fetal toxicity, and lab testing, and it is recommended that providers correct electrolyte abnormalities and consider periodic monitoring of EKGs and electrolytes. Adverse reactions, serious reactions occurred in 0.5% of patients, including myocardial infarction, acute kidney injury, arrhythmia, hemorrhage, and urinary tract infection. Fatal adverse reactions occurred in 0.8% of patients, and that included metastatic cancer, myocardial infarct, and acute kidney injury. Cardiovascular mortality is the leading cause of death in patients with prostate cancer. So in a pre-specified safety analysis, incidence of major adverse cardiovascular events, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and all-cause death was evaluated. 2.9% occurred in the Orgovyx group and 6.2% in leuprolide. These events were not adjudicated, and only descriptive analysis were performed, and this information therefore does not appear in the label. For additional information, I would call your attention to the complete prescribing information, and I want to thank you so much for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Janice. Any questions, DOR board, for Janice from Sumitomo Pharma? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Janice. Next on thank you. Next on our list is Christine Dubé, who I believe you do have a COI form on file with us. That's in your package, DOR board, and Christine has presented to us earlier today as well. Christine, if you're ready.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that I want to recognize the committee for understanding the importance of having Lokelma as a preferred agent, both for its tolerability, its speed of action, and its ability and its necessity to have options in this class. And I'm going to give you back your time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. DOR board, any questions for Christine from AstraZeneca? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Jeffrey Nesheim. I apologize if I'm not saying that right, Jeffrey. Please correct me. And looks like you're a colleague of Janice's from Sumitomo Pharma. And DOR board, you do have Jeffrey's COI form in your package. Jeffrey, for the record, if you could answer the questions on the screen, and we'll start your 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, guys. So, hey, Jeff Nesheim for Sumitomo Pharma America, formerly Urovant Sciences. I am not a provider. I do not see Washington Medicaid patients. I am not a patient or representing a patient, or I'm not a Washington resident. And my conflict of interest is that I am employed by Sumitomo Pharma. So I wanted to give you a couple clinical pearls on Gemtesa or Vibegron. It's a novel selective beta-3 adrenergic receptor agonist. It's indicated for the treatment of OAB in adults that have symptoms of urge urinary incontinence, urgency, and urinary frequency. So it addresses a really high unmet need for new OAB pharmacotherapy. And it was studied in the POWER clinical trial, and it showed statistically significant improvements in 9 key specified endpoints compared to placebo or an active control of tolterodine. And you see efficacy within 2 weeks of treatment initiation, and the long-term studies were followed out to 58 weeks. It's the only OAB medication that has urgency, and it's approved prescribing label. And adverse events. So it has a very well-established safety and efficacy profile. Major adverse events in clinical trials were headache, urinary tract infection, nasopharyngitis, diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection. A big issue in OAB treatment is keeping patients on medication. And we did a retrospective analysis, looked at some real-world adherence and persistence in patients treated with vibegron for OAB. And we saw that patients with an adherence of greater than 80%, over half of patients taking vibegron remained adherent during the trial. And then we compared persistence versus to patients on mirabegron versus and patients on anticholinergic medication. The vibegron patients were on for an average of 205 days versus 142 days for mirabegron and 91 days for anticholinergic therapy. In summary, it's a 75 milligram dose. It's not an extended release tablet, so you can crush it if needed for patients that do have issues with swallowing or are fed through a G-tube. It doesn't inhibit cytochrome P450 enzymes, specifically 2D6, so there are no clinically relevant drug-drug interactions. And then it's no clinically significant increases in blood pressure or heart rate. We did a separate ambulatory blood pressure study looking at patients taking vibegron versus placebo, and it wasn't associated with any statistically significant or clinically meaningful effects on blood pressure or heart rate. So it has a very robust and durable efficacy profile, established safety profile, and a lack of cytochrome P450 mediated DDIs. So it's well suited to the treatment of patients with the overactive bladder. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Any questions from the DOR board for Jeffrey? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your representation. Any other stakeholders, Lita? I think you said there was a hand raised.
Yeah, it looks like that was Jeff who just spoke, so I do not see any other hands raised.
All right, and now we'll turn our attention to the mega motion. That'll be on slide 4 of your drug class motions packet.
This is Marissa. So I just wanted to make a disclaimer, DOR board. We did have a slight change to our agenda. I believe I added sinus node inhibitors to this class. So what's posted online or what you may have received didn't have that listed in this classes of drugs, but I did add that and the numbers are updated. So we should be good to go for the rest of the motions, but wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank you, Marissa. So you're saying that was added to, do we need to add that to slide 2 then? Oh, no, you did that. Okay, I just don't have it on my copy.
Yep,
Okay,
I've
great.
added it to slide 2.
Okay, we're good to go then. So we'll entertain a motion when you're ready.
This is Kevin Flynn. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slides 2 and 3 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Peter Barquette, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Peter. Any, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Marissa or Umang, can we move on to anti-hyperlipidemics?
This is Marissa. So Umang, unfortunately, you don't get a break. This is, let me go ahead and pull up your slides for you. And let me just do just a little bit. Okay. Ooh. Sorry, it's the, let me pull it up from the current slide. All right, Umang, I think you should be ready to go. So it's all set for you.
Perfect. Alrighty. Okay, perfect. Next will be the Lipotropics Other class. Just a reminder for the committee and for some of those folks who may be newer, when you see these title slides, our Magellan Prime topics don't always fall in line one-to-one with the Apple Health PDL. So what I do here is the top line is what we have here at Magellan, and then the bottom are the subclasses listed in the Apple Health PDL. And so we'll be going through the lipotropics other, that includes the angiopoietin-like protein inhibitors, the MTP inhibitors, and the PCSK9 inhibitors. To give a little bit of familiarity, what I do is if there are classes that did have significant clinical updates within the last year, that can be defined as new drugs, new indications, formulations, guideline updates, things of that nature. I'll provide that, but I'll also do my best to give a little bit of background just to kind of jog the committee's memory since we do go through so many different disease states. So a little bit of background here. The National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey reports that in 2015 to 2018, approximately 11.4% of adults had high total cholesterol defined as 240 milligrams per deciliter or more, and almost over 18% had low HDL, less than 40 milligrams per deciliter. There was a higher prevalence in women, 12% compared to men, being a little shy of 11%. Many clinical trials have demonstrated that a high serum concentration of LDL and low levels of HDL are major risk factors for coronary heart disease. On the next slide here, according to national panel in last year, this included clinicians, methodologists, and patients published a clinical practice guideline on the use of PCSK9 inhibitors and ezetimibe for the reduction of CV events. Notably, the guidelines include mostly weak recommendations, and the authors emphasize that shared decision-making must be utilized when applying the recommendations to practice. Suggests that adult patients on high-intensity statin therapy with LDL over 70 were considered high risk. Various definitions for this: 15 to 20% year 5-year MACE score be placed on ezetimibe as a second lipid-lowering drug, and very high risk, greater than 20% with a 5-year MACE score. That high risk patient be placed on ezetimibe first, followed by PCSK9 inhibitor. For adults with LDL greater than 70 who are intolerant to statins, the guidelines recommend against the use of alternate lipid-lowering therapy for low-risk patients, defined as a MACE score of less than 5%, and a moderate risk of 5 to 15%, while high-risk and very high-risk patients should be prescribed ezetimibe first, followed by the potential addition of a PCSK9 inhibitor. In 2021, the AHA published a scientific statement on physical activity as a crucial component in the first-line treatment for increased blood pressure or cholesterol. The statement details mild to moderate risk patient groups appropriate for lifestyle-only treatment of increased cholesterol, as well as description of the recommendations, usual effects, and consideration for lifestyle management with physical activity. Guidance and resources are also provided for evaluating, prescribing, counseling, and referring to assist in increased physical activity. Moving onward, the ACC last year. So last year, an international panel, again, including clinicians, methodologists, and patients, published a clinical practice guidance on the use of PCSK9 inhibitors and ezetimibe for the reduction of CV events. I apologize, the top 3 bullets are a repeat. Just moving right along to the updates. They did have an update in its consensus decision pathway on the use of non-statin LDL lowering drugs for the management of ASCVD risk for patients with clinical ASCVD who are at very high risk or who have familial hypercholesterolemia and who are on high-intensity statin therapy. The addition of statin therapy is recommended when LDL is 55 milligrams per deciliter or more. For patients with clinical ASCVD who are at very high risk, have familial hypercholesterolemia, or have baseline LDL greater than 190 with inadequate lowering of LDL on maximally tolerated statin therapy alone, initial non-statin therapy should include either a PCSK9 inhibitor or ezetimibe. They recommend the addition of bempedoic acid can be considered for patients who do not achieve greater than 50% LDL reduction, or for patients where LDL remains greater than 55 milligrams per deciliter, who are receiving a maximally tolerated statin, ezetimibe, and a PCSK9 inhibitor. with poor adherence to PCSK9 inhibitors or who are unable to self-inject may be initiated on inclisiran, given its twice-yearly dosing and its required administration by a healthcare provider. And for patients with or without clinical ASCVD who have, familial hypercholesterolemia, treatment with evinacumab, lomidopide, or LDL apheresis under the care of a lipid specialist may be considered when LDL lowering is inadequate with maximally tolerated statin therapy with or without ezetimibe, PCSK9 inhibitor, or bempedoic acid. Continuing on, so bempedoic acid can be added to patients who achieve less than 50% LDL reduction or for patients where LDL remains over 70 milligrams per deciliter. Inclisiran can be considered for patients for adherence to PCSK9 inhibitor therapy. And primary prevention recommendations for patients without clinical ASCVD are consistent with the 2018 ACC/AHA blood cholesterol guidelines. Moving on to drug-specific updates here. So Leqvio, in July of this year, the FDA expanded the approval of the indication as adjunct to diet and maximally tolerated statin therapy to reduce LDL to include adults with primary hyperlipidemia. Previously, the indication only included adults with heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia or clinical ASCVD. And just to remind the committee, what I tend to do here is I try to bold the relevant updates. And so as you can see, an expanded indication here, nothing changed in the warnings, dosage, or formulation. I'm going to pause there for the committees.
Thank you, Umang. Let's see, Marissa, shall we do a med list update?
Hi, this is Marissa.
If there are no questions for Umang, sorry. My ordering of things today is not ideal. Any questions for Umang from the board? Okay, hearing none. Apologies, Melissa. Please go ahead.
No, you're fine. So this is Marissa. I'll go ahead and go through our anti-hyperlipidemic drug classes. Luckily, it's very short. So for our angiopoietin-like protein inhibitors, the one product we have in that class is Evkeeza. There is no preferred status for this product, so most likely this drug is a carve-out. So it's just included on our PDL for that purpose. For microsomal triglyceride transfer protein inhibitors, the one product in that class is Juxtapid capsules. That's a branded product, and it is preferred. And then getting into our PCSK9 inhibitors, we have as our preferred product just Repatha, all the different types of formulations. So there is a pushtronic system, there's the SureClick auto injector, and I believe probably just one of the pen injectors that we have here. Praluent and Leqvio are non-preferred on our PDL. And I can take any questions from the board.
Kavita here, is the bempedoic acid going to make it on there at a certain point, even as non-preferred?
This is Marissa. So most likely the bempedoic acid lives in a different drug class. I'll have to double check to see if that drug class, I have a feeling most likely it's been archived. So most likely that's probably why you don't see it. There is a plan to bring those archived drug classes kind of back just so that you guys can see them and then decide if you want to archive them again. But that's the reason why it's probably not listed here.
Okay. I guess, yeah, it's an ATP separate lyase, so that doesn't fall neatly into any of these. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Marissa? Okay, thanks, Marissa. We've got at least one stakeholder. I'd like to recognize Evie Nisley. I apologize if, please correct me if I'm saying that your name incorrectly, from Novartis Pharma. And Lita will, yes, thank you, Lita. And we would love for you to answer the questions on the screen, and then we'll start your time.
This is Evie Nisley. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let's see. I am a pharmacist, but I am not a Washington provider or patient, and I work for the company, so that's my conflict of interest. And I want to speak on Leqvio or inclisiran, and part of my update today was to talk about the change in the package insert, which has already been covered, so I can give you back that time. But there's one other update that I want to share with the committee, and that occurred in August of this year. And there was actually another bit of data or study that was released, and that's the result from the Orion 8 study, which was a long-term extension study that actually really was reflective data of the most recent label update that was already shared with you today. And it's the longest exposure to Leqvio for patients. And there were patients that had 6.84 years of exposure, and there were also about a quarter of the patients in the study that had over 4.45 years of exposure, demonstrating a consistent long-term efficacy and tolerability. Nearly 80% of the patients achieved their target LDL goal with the twice yearly dosing that you use for the drug. And they were able to get to that 80% of 80% of the patients were able to get to that target LDL goal. So I want to remind the committee that even though we have multiple therapies for LDL reduction, and they've been talked about already today, approximately 80% of patients with ASCVD are unable to get to those guideline directed goals. And so it's important to consider thinking about a drug like Leqvio that allows you to get around that adherence piece, because you're having provider administered drug in the case of Leqvio. So with the favorable safety profile, the twice administered yearly dosing, Novartis would respectfully request that you think about putting Leqvio in a preferred position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much. Any other stakeholders, Marissa and Lita, for us to recognize?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay. Well, then let's turn our attention to the motion for anti-hyperlipidemics. This would be on slide 6 of your package. And when you're ready, DOR board.
Kavita here. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 5 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Peter Burkett here. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you, Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Marissa, I have cardiovascular sinus node inhibitors next in the packet, but I think we folded that into that prior motion. So we're on to endocrine and metabolic agents. Is that right?
This is Marissa. Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually Umang and I are going to tag team this section. So I'll do the presentation on the lysosomal acid lipase deficiency agents, and then Umang, I'll tee it off to you for the pituitary suppressants, if that works for you.
Sounds good.
All right. So let me just pull up my slides here and we can get started. Let me turn on my video here. All right. So good morning, DOR board. I know I've already talked to you this morning, but my name is Marissa Tabile. I am the Apple Health Preferred Drug List Manager here at the agency. So today I'll be kind of taking over the drug class clinical presentations that don't fall within the Magellan market baskets. So there's a couple here that you'll see me listed under, and they're pretty high-level overviews. Just to give you kind of background, a lot of the classes that I'll be presenting on, at least, are pretty rare diseases. So there wasn't very many kind of guidelines that I could find as treatment for these products. So I'm just going to keep the presentation pretty simple, go over disease state stuff, and then get into specific information or the relevant drugs that fall within that class. So I'll be going over the lysosomal acid lipase deficiency agents. So as a brief overview, LALD, which I'll refer to it as lysosomal acid lipase deficiency, it's an autosomal recessive heterogeneous genetic condition that's characterized by toxic buildup of fatty substances in the body. It's caused by mutations in the LIPA gene. It's often mistaken for familial hypercholesterolemia, FH, or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So sometimes it can be misdiagnosed, but if you want to kind of confirm diagnosis of this particular condition, it's best confirmed by doing LALD level testing and genetic testing of LIPA. The suggested prevalence of it is between 1 to 40,000 to 1 to 300,000 patients. The signs and symptoms really vary by the age. So in infants specifically, how they present with this particular disease is they'll have vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal distension, hepatosplenomegaly, and failure to thrive. And usually when it presents in infants, it's very rapidly progressing. For those older children and adults, they typically would present with hepatomegaly, splenomegaly, vomiting, diarrhea, and dyslipidemia. And it presents itself as more of a progressive disease, whereas for infants, like I said, it's rapidly progressing. Management for this particular disease state, like I said, I couldn't really find very many guidelines, but how it's best managed, there is enzyme replacement therapy that's now available. But previously, it was really just trying to do lipid lowering therapy, liver transplant, and also stem cell transplant. So I listed some of the treatments, commonly used treatments. So you have your statins, which are the HMG-CoA reductase inhibitors, hematopoietic stem cell transplant, liver transplant, and then enzyme replacement. So getting into the more specific drug, which is really the only drug I think that lives in this class, I'll try my best to pronounce some of these drugs because a lot of these are very newer therapies to the market, but it's sebelipase alpha, or Conuma is the brand name. It was approved by the FDA in 2015. It's characterized or classified as a hydrolytic lysosomal cholesterol ester and triacylglycerol specific enzyme. It's indicated for patients that have a diagnosis of LALD, and the dosing of it is 1 mg per kg IV once every week. That dose can be increased to 3 mg per kg once every week if the patient is not getting, if they're having a suboptimal response. And the availability of this product is via an IV solution. It comes in a 2 milligram per 1 ml strength. So that's it for this particular section. And Umang, I will go ahead and get your slides ready so you can do the Magellan clinical update. So let me pull that up for you.
Sounds great.
All right.
Okay. So this is perfect. Thanks, Marissa. So this will be the pituitary suppressive agents under the endocrine and metabolic agent subclass in the Apple Health PDL. Going to the next slide here, a little bit of background information here, specifically for prostate cancer. We have from 2014 to 2018, the median age at diagnosis of prostate cancer in the U.S. was 67 years of age. The estimated number of new cases of prostate cancer in the U.S. is in 2021 was a little shy of 250,000, with estimated deaths at 34,130. In terms of treatment options, depending on several factors, such as patients assigned risk group at the time of initial diagnosis, the patient's projected survival based on age and comorbidities, and the benefits and potential side effects of treatment. Options consist of active surveillance, radiation therapy, hormonal therapy, chemotherapy, surgery, or a combination of 2 or more of the following. active surveillance, also referred to as watchful waiting, where it is the monitoring of cancer progression before initiating treatment. Radiation therapy using high-powered energy to kill the cells. Hormonal therapy, also called androgen deprivation therapy. And ADT lowers the androgen levels, which cause the prostate tumor to shrink or grow more quickly. Luteinizing hormone, releasing hormone agonists prevent signaling to the testicles to make testosterone, therefore decreasing the circulating testosterone cells. This class of drugs, including the GnRH agonists, include Kemsevi, Eligard, Lupron Depot, Solidex, Prelstar, Vantis, as well as GnRH antagonists such as Firmagon and Orgovyx. Antiandrogens such as Casodex, Nilandrone are given in conjunction with LHRH agonists, and these drugs prevent testosterone from reaching the cancer cells. A chemotherapy treatment is used to kill rapidly growing cancer cells. Surgery involves the removal of prostate gland, radical prostatectomy, surrounding some surrounding tissues and diffuse lymph nodes. So moving right along to drug-specific updates, here we have Lupron Depot Pediatrics. So in April of this year, the FDA approved a new dosing regimen, 45 milligrams administered as an intramuscular injection once every 6 months for the treatment of pediatric patients with central precocious puberty, previously approved as a 1 month or a 3 month regimen. And so no changes to the warnings, the availabilities, and as I mentioned, for this new 6 month administration, the dose is 45 milligrams here. And that is it for this subsection. So I'll pause here for the committee.
Thank you, Umang and Marissa. Any questions from board members for Umang and Marissa from their presentation? Okay, hearing none. Marissa, over to you for the drug list review.
Alrighty, this is Marissa. So I will go ahead and show the AHPDL. So for our lysosomal acid lipase deficiency agents, we can see, like I mentioned, Conuma is the only product in this class. It is most likely like an IV. Well, it is an IV product, like I mentioned. So it's only mentioned on our, or only listed on our PDL because it's a carve out, but we do have it listed here. And then for our pituitary suppressants, our preferred products are brand name Fensolvi, Lupron. We have different formulations. So we have the pediatric, there's the 1 month and the 3 month. We have Oralisa, which is preferred, Suprelin LA, and Cinerel are all preferred. And I can answer any questions from the board.
Questions for Marissa, anybody? Okay, hearing none, and I don't have any stakeholders on my list.
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, well, we'll move right along then, turn our attention to the motion.
This is Marissa. Just a disclaimer, the numbering on that you all received for your motions may be a little bit off because I had to delete the sinus node inhibitors. So I did update that this morning. So what you're seeing displayed on the screen should be accurate compared to what you have, if that's the case.
Thanks, Marissa. Yep, that change looks accurate to me on this slide. And DUR board, we will entertain a motion when you're ready.
This is Laura. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, this is Dmitry Davidov. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 7 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
Thank you, Dimitri and Laura. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Lita, is it okay for us to go to lunch?
Yes, absolutely. Let's come back at 12:30.
Great. Thanks, everybody. See you in a bit. Back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Oops. Where's my camera there? Okay. Lita, are we good to go and resume?
I believe so. Marissa, yep, Marissa's here. Is Umang back? Let's see. Yep.
Sorry, yes, I am. I'm just on double mute here. I'm fumbling
Great,
around.
thank you.
Alrighty, next we have our right after lunch, GI motility. So we have IBS agents, GI motility agents here. So we'll go right into a little bit of background here. So in terms of GI motility and IBS chronic, first there's constipation, a syndrome that is defined by bowel symptoms specific to the difficult passage of stool, infrequent passage of stool, abnormal hardness of stool, or a feeling of an incomplete evacuation after a bowel movement. So constipation can occur secondary to another disease. Idiopathic constipation occurs independent of any other underlying disorder. Chronic idiopathic constipation is diagnosed if there are less than 3 spontaneous bowel movements per week, with symptoms occurring for 6 months or greater, and at least 2 of the previously mentioned bowel symptoms. IBS, or irritable bowel syndrome, on the next slide here, is a functional bowel disorder which can be chronic, relapsing, and often lifelong. It occurs in up to 15% of the population and is up to 2.5 times more common in women than men. Characterized by symptoms of abdominal pain or discomfort associated with abnormal stool frequency, abnormal stool consistency, abnormal stool passage, and or bloating or abdominal distension, which may or may not be relieved by defecation at least 3 days per month in the past 3 months. It can also present with non-colonic features, which can lead to inappropriate patient referrals. Patients present with a combination of symptoms that are typically constipation predominant, IBS-C, diarrhea predominant, IBS-D, or alternating between both, or called mixed IBSM. Causes have not been fully identified, but could potentially include gut hypersensitivity, disturbed colonic motility, post-infective bowel dysfunction, or a defective anti-nociceptive system. There may also be contributing factors such as stress, food intolerance, abnormal intestinal flora, which can hinder the effectiveness of treatment if left unresolved. On the next slide here, the treatment guidelines by the AGA last year, so to break it down, in terms of IBS-C, the guideline panel provides a strong recommendation for the use of linaclotide in IBS-C over no drug treatment. Tenapanor, plecanatide, and lubiprostone are conditionally suggested with moderate certainty over no drug treatment. And the guideline panel also conditionally suggests the use of polyethylene glycol laxative for IBS-C over no drug treatment. In terms of IBS-D, conditional suggestions for the use of eluxadoline, rifaximin, and allosetron for IBS-D over no drug treatment, as well as for the use of loperamide for IBS-D over no drug treatment. TCAs and antispasmodic agents are conditionally suggested with low certainty for IBS-C and IBS-D, and the panel suggests against the use of SSRIs for IBS-C and IBS-D. The guidelines emphasize the importance of shared decision-making when prescribing therapy for IBS, as well as consideration of medication costs, the need for providers to include dietary and behavioral strategies in conjunction with pharmacotherapy. And while the 2022 guidelines focus solely on pharmacotherapy, AGA has previously indicated that patients with mild symptoms often respond to dietary changes such as increasing fiber intake and reducing exposure to intolerant foods, while pharmacologic intervention is typically reserved for patients with moderate to severe symptoms. On the next and final slide, drug-specific updates. Here we have Linzess. June of this year, the FDA approved Linzess for the treatment of functional constipation in pediatric patients 6 to 17 years of age. As you can see, it did already have other indications here listed, but no changes to any of the limitations, dosing formulations here. In terms of recommended dosing for the functional constipation in pediatric children, it is 72 micrograms once daily. And on the last slide here, we do have a, I call these like mini updates, where linaclotide, February of this year, FDA approved the first generic to Allergan's Linzess capsule from Aurobindo. I'll pause here for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions for Umang? Kevin has a question.
Just real quick, they approved the generic, but is it actually available, or is it just waiting market premiere?
That is a great question. From what I've seen, I haven't seen it hit the market yet, but I can double check on that.
Great, thanks for that question, Kevin. Anybody else? Okay, over to you, Marissa.
This is Marissa. All right, so let's go ahead and get into our AHPDL for the IBS GI motility agents. So the products that we prefer on our PDL are brand name Amitiza, generic dicyclamine. Looks like we have solutions and capsules. Edi-Spaz, that's probably some type of branding for something. Generic glycopyrrolate solution and tablets. We have generic hyoscyamine sulfate. We have an elixir solution, sublingual tablets preferred. We have also ER hyoscyamine and ODT and SR products preferred. And then getting into this bottom part, we have brand name Linzess preferred, generic lubiprostone preferred. Those are the capsules. And then we have Movantik, Nulev, Oscamin, sublingual, and tablets that are preferred. And I can answer any questions from the board.
Thanks, Marissa. Any questions for the from the board for Marissa? Okay, I think Edi-Spaz is hyoscyamine, or one of the hyoscyamines.
Good, thank you. You know, they always label things funny sometimes if it's like a store or something or generic.
How they come up with these names, I don't know. I think we have at least one stakeholder for this section, Kimberly Moore of AbbVie. And I don't believe I have a COI form for you on our packet. So if you could answer the questions on the screen that Marissa has up, and we'll start your time, Kimberly.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Moore. I am from AbbVie, and so I am speaking on behalf of AbbVie Medical Affairs. And in terms of conflicts of interest, I am not a provider to Washington Medicaid clients. I'm not a patient, and my only conflict of interest is my employment. So like Umang acknowledged, I just wanted to highlight the updated indication for Linzess. So thank you for allowing me to provide testimony. I will now be discussing linaclotide, brand name Linzess. So linaclotide is a guanylate cyclase C agonist indicated for the treatment of adults with irritable bowel syndrome with constipation and chronic idiopathic constipation. Thank you for having linaclotide available on the Apple Health PDL, and I have just this one update to share. In June of this year, linaclotide was approved for the treatment of functional constipation in pediatric patients aged 6 to 17 years, making it the first FDA-approved treatment for this indication. The FDA recommended dose is 72 micrograms once daily. Functional constipation is a common gastrointestinal disorder in pediatric patients with a U.S. prevalence of 14.1% in those 4 years of age and older. In the pivotal 12-week double-blind placebo-controlled trial of 328 pediatric patients, linaclotide 72 micrograms demonstrated significant improvement compared to placebo on the primary endpoint of least squares 12-week mean change from baseline in spontaneous bowel movements. Spontaneous bowel frequency improved during week 1 and was maintained throughout the entire 12-week treatment period. The most common adverse event in the clinical trial was diarrhea, and linaclotide has a boxed warning for risk of serious dehydration and is contraindicated in patients less than 2 years of age. It is also contraindicated in patients with known or suspected mechanical GI obstruction. For complete safety and efficacy information, please refer to the prescribing information at rxabbey.com. Thank you for having Linzess available on the PDL for Washington Apple Health patients and for the chance to inform you of this new indication. I respectfully request the PA criteria to be updated for this new indication of pediatric functional constipation. Thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kimberly. Any questions for Kimberly from the board? Okay, hearing none. Thanks again, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Anybody else we need to recognize, Marissa? Or Lita?
This is Lita. I don't see any other hands raised.
Great, thank you. Let's turn our attention to the motion. And we'll entertain a motion from the board when you're ready.
This is Dmitry Davidov, and I will move that all products in the gastrointestinal agents, irritable bowel syndrome, IBS agents, GI motility class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one drug or only one product is preferred.
This is John McKay. I second.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you, John. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? And hearing none, and the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Marissa and Umang, it looks like we're going to move on to hematological agents. When you're ready.
Yes, sir. Okay. Alrighty. The next one here we have is HAE agents, hereditary angioedema agents. And so for here, a little bit of background. The HAE is a rare dominant autosomal genetic disorder that affects approximately 6,000 individuals in the US. It's characterized by recurrent episodes of non-pruritic, non-pitting sub-Q submucosal edema involving the skin or mucosal tissues of the upper respiratory and GI tracts. Although swelling can resolve spontaneously in several days without treatment, laryngeal edema may be fatal and the pain of GI attacks can be incapacitating. Symptoms can begin as early as 2 years of age and persist throughout life with unpredictable severity and frequency of attacks. It is thought that minor trauma and stress can lead to an attack. However, many attacks can occur without an apparent trigger. There are 2 types of C1-INH deficient HAEs. Type 1 is the most common, in which the body does not produce enough C1-INH, occurs in about 85% of patients with the condition, and 2 characterized by the presence of normal or high levels of dysfunctional C1-INH. HAE prophylaxis is needed to reduce potential edema caused by a stressor or procedure likely to precipitate an attack or decrease the number of severity of angioedema attacks. On the next slide here, now with the US HAE, there was some guidance in 2020. Recommendations state that an accurate diagnosis must be established prior to discussing treatment options. An accurate diagnosis may be accomplished by measurement of serum C4 and assessment of C1-INH activity. Additional treatment strategies should be individualized based primarily on patient-specific factors such as age, comorbidities, and access to emergency medical facilities. The goal of treatment in children with HAE is to prevent mortality, minimize morbidity, and to allow for a normal childhood. Guidelines include 4 guiding principles: available on-demand acute therapy for all patients, early treatment to prevent attack progression, treatment of attack irrespective of the site of swelling, and individualized long-term prophylaxis. The guidelines recommend a single dose of Cinryze or Haegarda or a course of anabolic androgen as a treatment of choice for children and adults for short-term prophylaxis prior to medical, surgical, or dental procedures. For long-term prophylaxis in children and adults, guidelines recommend IV Cinryze, sub-Q Haegarda, and monoclonal antibody Takhzyro as first-line therapy. The first-line therapy is not available for the patient, is not available, or the patient will only accept oral therapy. Anabolic androgen and antifibrinolytics can be utilized as second-line treatment options. For on-demand acute therapy in children and adults, guidelines recommend one of 4 medications that are FDA approved. And I apologize for some of my mispronunciation here. We have Berinert, Ruconest, Calbitor, and Firazyr. And on the next slide here, according to the World Allergy Organization in 2021 and the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, they issued an update to the then 2017 guidelines. They revised guidelines recommended Cinryze or Haegarda, Takhzyro, or Ladio as first-line agents for long-term prophylaxis. Androgens are suggested as second-line, and the guidelines recommended that HAE attacks be treated with either Berinert, Ruconest, Calbitor, or Firazyr, and no one agent is recommended over the other. Antifibrinolytics or androgens should not be used for on-demand treatment due to no or minimal benefit. And moving right along to drug-specific updates, February of this year, FDA approved expanded indication for Takhzyro to include use in pediatric patients 2 years to less than 12 years of age for prophylaxis to prevent attacks of HAE. Previously, it was only in adults. So the age of indication has now been expanded to include pediatric patients 2 years of age or older. No changes to warnings, dosing, or availability here. And pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions from the committee for Umang? Okay, hearing none. Marissa, shall we look at the PDL?
This is Marissa. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you all. All right. So getting into our hereditary angioedema agents drug class on the PDL. The preferred products that we have in this class are generic icatibant acetate, which I believe is generic for the Calbitor. And then we have Sagizir, which is brand. That's preferred. Everything else is non-preferred in the class. And I can take any questions from the board.
Any questions from the DOR board for Marissa?
Icatibant is actually generic for Firazyr. I can't even say it right, but the F1, Firazy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Laura. Do you have a question, Laura?
Yeah, so my question is, there's not, I'd have to go back and look. A lot of these medications are first-line treatment agents, but they're not included, so it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of options here. I'm just curious why, or does this mean that they just have to fail I know we've discussed this before, that they have to fail the other therapy before having access to some of the other agents. Like, I'm surprised Berinert isn't included.
I would guess it's because it's on the medical side. You have to get Berinert in an infusion center or in a doctor's office. You can't self-administer it. Is that right, Marissa?
So we still have some of these because we are finding that some of them are coming through our point of sale system, or they're being administered in like other places. Like it still gets processed via point of sale claim. Are you, I guess, Laura, asking in regards to acute agents or prophylactic agents? Because the ones that we have preferred right now are, at least the icatibant and the Calbitor, are for acute attacks. And then are you wondering why we don't have more prophylactic therapies preferred?
Correct. Because some of these are administered at home by patients, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, there's probably most likely, and that we would require some type of step through. We are actually going through a policy later on this afternoon regarding these agents, where we specify which products we would want them to step through in order to get it. So that's most likely why it's non-preferred, because there's other products that they could step through before they could get it. And some of those products, it's escaping my mind, but we may require maybe something from another class or such. I'm not sure exactly what the policy says, but that might be the reason why.
Are you good to move on, Laura?
Yeah, that's fine. It just seems odd. Just for background, we see like quite a few of these patients at where I work, and they usually come in on a specific regimen that includes a prophylactic and acute medication for HAE. So it just seems odd that there's not more in that preferred column. However, I understand too that they need to try some of the other products before they're not, or that they could be given in infusion centers, but a lot of these can be given at home too. So, but I would need to look the guidelines back up in more detail.
Well, thank you for the question. And to Marissa's point, we do have those. I think there's 2 policies we're looking at later this afternoon. And maybe that'll shed some light on some of the important points that you're raising here.
Yeah, this is Marissa. I think once you see the policy that we are presenting later, that might be able to kind of tie some of these questions that you have in. We can take it back if we, kind of pending what we decide also at the policy discussion of if we want to consider adding some type of preferred prophylactic therapy, we could consider that as well. So just kind of throwing that on the table if we need to.
Okay.
I think Berinert is, I mean, that's part of the policy that we'll be looking at, Marissa. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, other questions from the board? All right, then let's move on to Lindsay Noble. Lindsay, if you're with us from BioCryst Pharmaceuticals, Marissa will put up the questions we'd love for you to answer for the record, and also your timer, which will start once you've introduced yourself. And the committee should also have your COI form in their packet. Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Lindsay Noble. I'm speaking on behalf of BioCryst, which would be my only conflict of interest as my employment. I'm not a healthcare provider. And with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a medical director at BioCryst, who is the manufacturer of Orladeyo, here to give a clinical overview. Orladeyo was approved in December of 2020, becoming the first oral targeted agent for prophylaxis to prevent attacks of HAE in adults and in pediatric patients 12 years of age and older, and is considered a first-line treatment. Orladeyo works to prevent HAE attacks by blocking plasma kallikrein, a protease that's important for the generation of bradykinin. And the bradykinin is what really leads to that vascular permeability and ultimately the swelling attacks that characterize HAE. Today, I'll share an overview of the pivotal APEX-2 trial, looking at safety and effectiveness results across 96 weeks. During the double-blind placebo-controlled portion of the trial, patients treated with Orladeyo showed a significant reduction in HAE attacks compared to placebo at 6 months, which is the primary endpoint time. Patients continued in the trial through blinded active phase and open label phases, which continued to demonstrate the effectiveness of Orladeyo and showed the durable effectiveness and consistent safety profile of Orladeyo. Looking at attack rates, patients treated with Orladeyo showed an average 80% reduction in their HAE attack rates versus their baseline attack rates across the last 18 months of the trial. And if we look at the last month of the trial specifically, patients saw an 86% reduction in their attack rates versus baseline. In addition to showing significant decreases in monthly attack rates, patients treated with Orladeyo also needed fewer doses of their rescue medication. So treatment with Orladeyo reduced use of rescue medication early in the trial, as early as 4 weeks, which is the first measured time point. And the reductions were seen to continue to grow throughout the trial, such that at the end of the trial, rescue medication was reduced by an average of 2.4 doses per month versus baseline. In terms of safety, Orladeyo is generally well tolerated. The most common adverse events seen are gastrointestinal related adverse events like abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. These adverse events are mild to moderate in severity and are short lasting in general and tend to be self-limited, meaning patients report resolution of these attacks without additional treatment. Patients also report fewer adverse events over time. So these data together reinforce that Orladeyo is effective in reducing HAE attack rates and the use of rescue medication, in addition to being well tolerated. And today, Orladeyo is the only oral option for targeted HAE prophylaxis. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Any questions from the DOR board for Lindsay Noble? Okay, hearing none. Lita, any other stakeholders for us to address?
I do not see any other hands raised.
All right, let's turn our attention to the motion. And there you have it in front of you, everybody. We'll entertain a motion.
This is Kavita Chavla. I move that all products in the hematological agents, hereditary angioedema agents class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior auth to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Peter Barquette, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you, Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, and the motion passes. All right, Umang and Marissa, if you're ready, we can go on to hematopoietic agents.
All right, this is Marissa. So I'll actually give Umang a quick little break, and I will be presenting on the hematopoietic agents autologous cellular gene therapy. So let me just tee up my slides. Where's the button at the bottom? Here we go. All right. So just to give you guys a quick disease state overview. So beta thalassemia is an inherited blood disorder caused by a mutation in one or both hemoglobin beta HBV genes. Like I mentioned before, a lot of these drugs that I'll be going through specifically from my presentations are really those ultra rare diseases, high cost gene therapy type of drugs, just as a background. So there's not really any guidelines. So beta thalassemia is characterized by a reduction in hemoglobin, and that's a typo, it should be red blood cells levels, resulting in anemia. There are complications that can arise from this, such as iron overload, some skeletal changes, functional changes in your heart, liver, gallbladder, and spleen. There are 2 forms really of beta thalassemia. There's transfusion dependent beta thalassemia and non-transfusion dependent beta thalassemia. And the estimated incidence is about 1 in 100,000 patients. The management of this drug is really using targeted drug therapies. So these new drug therapies that are coming out, it's really also using blood transfusions with iron chelation therapy. So, and then also routine follow-up. There really aren't very many treatments that are available for this. It's really more of like a supportive care type of treatment regimen that a patient would undergo, but there is the options of splenectomy, there's stem cell transplant, and then like I'll get into a gene therapy that's fairly new. So I'm going to try my best to pronounce the names of these gene therapies. They're kind of difficult. The brand name of this one is Zynteglo. I believe it's pronounced beta-beglogene autotemcel. It was approved just recently by the FDA in about 2022. It's classified as an autologous hematopoietic stem cell-based gene therapy. It's indicated for the treatment of adult and pediatric patients with beta thalassemia who required red blood cell transfusions. The dosing of it is just one dose that's given, and this is what I have listed as the minimum recommended dose, but it's 5 times 10 to the 6 CD34 plus cells per kilogram. It was very specific, and the availability of it is in IV suspension. So pretty straightforward, very, very new drug. And I can hopefully answer any questions that the board might have regarding this therapy.
I'm not seeing anybody with questions, Marissa.
Okay, so I will go ahead and get into just the PDL autologous. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen here. All right, so this is probably a pattern that you all are going to see moving forward with some of these gene therapies, but this product is the only product in the class. Like I mentioned, it is an IV. It is a carve out from our NCO responsibility, so it's not assigned any preferred status because it's administered mainly through a medical benefit, but we do include it on our AHPDL. There is, I will say also a disclaimer, for a lot of these high cost rare disease drugs, they do typically tend to be what we're seeing fairly expensive. And, you know, of course, there's some monitoring that we want to do. So we will typically put PA on these products. If you don't see any specific clinical criteria that might be posted on our website or anything that we are presenting to you all as the DOR board, then most likely these products will be reviewed for medical necessity per labeling. So it's pretty boilerplate for us to put PA on these types of products, just so that then we can monitor that they're being used appropriately. But yeah, those are really the main call outs of this drug on our PDL. So I can answer any questions for the board.
I have a question, Kavita, here. This is, it applies to this, but also kind of a general question since we are the DUR, Utilization Review Board. I was wondering whether we get to review any kind of utilization data for, well, obviously, you know, really unique and very expensive treatments like this one, but also the other ones that we've quoted on today and on previous meetings. Like, is there a plan for any kind of utilization review?
Yeah, this is Marissa. Yeah, so actually in 2024, we are kind of planning, I guess I'm kind of giving you guys a sneak peek. We would like to transition in 2024 away from, not all completely away from AHPDL drug class reviews, and shift a little bit more towards the drug utilization activities. So letting you all see really kind of what the utilization is looking like, depending on, you know, the class, or maybe we're still trying to plan out what those utilization activities are going to be, if we want them to be specific to a particular class, or like top 25, or kind of really relevant kind of drugs that you all are seeing and that we're seeing on our end. So we are planning, hopefully we can have something, I don't want to say January or February, because that might be a little too close, because they do require a little bit of data analysis that we need to put together. But hopefully by April, we can have some type of utilization activity or utilization data that we can present to you all for these meetings. So if you have any, I guess, specific interest of utilization activities that you guys might want to see, then we're definitely open to that feedback so we can incorporate it for next year.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Ryan. I just wanted to provide a little bit of additional history. So, as you are aware, the legislature, passed a law in 2017 that required us to go to a single preferred drug list across all of our MCOs. And so from 2017, onward, we really had to repurpose our DUR board meetings in order to be able to review all of these different drug classes and get them approved and create this single PDL. And I think, we are still kind of in that maintenance phase now that it has been implemented. And I think, as Marissa alluded to, we are looking to get back into some more of those other drug utilization review activities. But just kind of wanted to highlight, this is, one of the reasons why we have been focused on the Apple Health PDL so much within these DOR board meetings is because we did have to set up all of these new preferred drugs, all of these new classes, and all of these new drug policies that would apply across not only our fee-for-service population, but be standardized across all of our MCOs.
Thank you. I'll just add, I think our main purpose is looking at the class review and efficacy, safety, from a therapeutic standpoint. And if the board has any concerns, we would want to raise those as we do these motions. And then in the end, HCA makes that final decision after incorporating some of the other utilization, et cetera, data from Magellan, which it sounds like, Marissa, you're saying will get shared with this committee in the future as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that's a great point that you bring up, Kavita, because I think this is a 7-figure drug, if I'm not mistaken. So it's good to be thinking about utilization and appropriateness. Okay, let's see. Oh, we do have a stakeholder for this class. Yes. And please correct me if I'm saying your name incorrectly. Kaysen Bala from Bluebird Bio. If you could answer the questions that Marissa has on the screen there, and we'll start your 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you so much. Yes, my name is Kaysen Bala, and I'm speaking on behalf of Bluebird Bio. Just want to, like Marissa did a really nice job speaking on some of the basic information on beta thalassemia, and you did pronounce it correctly. It's a tough spelling, but a couple of things I'd like to add to it. It is a rare genetic blood disorder, and patients with severe anemia require lifelong regular red blood cell transfusions every 2 to 5 weeks for survival. And these patients are known as TDT, transfusion-dependent thalassemia. And, in addition to regular transfusions, iron chelation therapy is critical to mitigate the toxic effects of iron overload. And so among this and other complications, the median age of death and reported is 37 years of age in this US population. And based on our estimates in US, there's currently 1,000 to 1,300 patients in the US with TDT. So with Zynteglo, as Marissa mentioned, this is a one-time autologous hematopoietic stem cell gene therapy indicated for the treatment of adult and pediatric patients with beta thalassemia who require regular red blood cell transfusions. So Zynteglo works by adding functional copies of a modified form of the beta globin gene into the patient's own hematopoietic stem cells to allow them to make normal or near normal levels of total hemoglobin without regular red blood cell transfusions. So this functional beta globin gene is added to the patient's cell outside of the body and then infused. So this is an ex vivo gene therapy. So it's designed to be administered to the patient, once the treatment process, even though it's comprised of several steps. Even though Zynteglo is comprised of one IV infusion, the treatment process is comprised of several steps that may take place over the course of several months. So the process, first involves, collection of the stem cells through process of mobilization and apheresis, then taken to the manufacturing facility where they're transduced by the lentiviral vector to create this Zynteglo drug, particular for that individual patient. Once released, it's infused in the patient via the single intravenous injection. And then the cells are then engrafted in the bone marrow and reconstituted with the hemostatic system to fully produce the functional copy of the adult hemoglobin. So this hemoglobin produced by Zynteglo is actually very unique. It's tagged by T87Q, making it traceable. It's an important factor of evaluating durability and long-term safety. All the safety information and the efficacy data is included in the PI. Just a couple important points. It's 2 phase 3 open label single arm trials that we studied in age 4 to 34 patients. Of the 41 patients, Zynteglo 89% achieved transfusion independence, regardless of age, sex, and race, or the genotype. Most of the common side effects of Zynteglo was during the cell collection or myeloablative conditioning process. Some of the labeled warnings and precautions were delayed platelet engraftment and risk of neutrophil engraftment failure, and insertional oncogenesis. To date, there have been 0 cases of insertional oncogenesis associated with Zynteglo. And per FDA guidance, patients have to be monitored for at least 15 years. For further safety and efficacy information, please refer to the Zynteglo prescribing information. Thank you for your time, and happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other stakeholders, Lita?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay. Well, let's turn our attention to the motion. And we're ready when you are, committee.
This is Laura Bestie. I move that all products in the hematopoietic agents autologous cellular gene therapy class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfather discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated and not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Dimitri Davidov, I second.
Lita gave it to you, Christy. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. And the motion passes. Okay, let's move on. We have kind of a grab bag class coming up next, Marissa.
This is Marissa. Yes, we do. And Umang and I are going to tag team again. So I'll go ahead and kick us off for our miscellaneous therapeutic classes, and then I will tee it off to you, Umang, once you are good to go. So let me go ahead and just pull up the slides here. All right. So I will be going through the miscellaneous therapeutic class allogenic tissue. This one is pretty interesting. So to get into it for the disease state is congenital aphemia. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It is an ultra rare disorder that's characterized by the absence of a functioning thymus. It typically happens in children. So children with congenital aphemia have profound immunodeficiency and are vulnerable to fatal infections and life-threatening immune dysregulation. It's detected by T-cell deficiencies in newborn screening for severe combined immune deficiency. And the estimated incidence for it is about 17 to 24 live births each year. So the management of this particular disease state or condition is really just some supportive care, and that's really to help reduce the risk of infection. So it's really trying to follow infectious disease prevention, immunoglobulin replacement, immunosuppressives to manage inflammatory reactions. And then there is one treatment which has recently come out. It's an allogenic processed thymus tissue product, which I'll get into here pretty shortly. So the product, the generic name that I actually found is actually called allogenic processed thymus tissue, AGDC, or Rethymic is the brand name of this product. It was approved by the FDA in 2021. The drug classification is pretty much like its name. It's an allogenic processed thymus tissue. It's indicated, the indication is immune reconstitution in pediatric patients with congenital aphemia. The dosing of it, it's actually given via a surgical procedure, and the dosage of it is determined by the total surface area of the rethymic slides and the recipient's body surface area. So the availability of it, it's a single dose unit. It's really, it's slices of processed thymus tissue that comes in sterile polystyrene dishes. So pretty straightforward and short and sweet. So I will go ahead and Umang tee up your slides for you so you can finish our miscellaneous therapeutic class review. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. And Umang, just for your awareness, you can just slide through all of them, all of the miscellaneous therapeutic classes, and then we'll do stakeholders, AHPDL stakeholders, and then one motion for all of them at the same time. So let me go ahead and share this. Yeah. All right, there you go.
Sounds great. Okay, so here we have the first being miscellaneous immunomodulators, specifically the neonatal Fc receptor antagonist. So to give a little bit of background, generalized myasthenia gravis is an autoimmune-mediated neuromuscular disorder in which the AChR antibodies attack the AChRs on the muscle cells, resulting in impaired nerve transmission. The disorder is characterized by muscle weakness and may result in life-threatening complications due to difficulty breathing. DMARDs, disease-modifying treatment options, including immunomodulator therapy or thymectomy, are options here. Immunotherapy options indicated specifically for the treatment of generalized myasthenia gravis in adult patients who are AChR antibody positive include Fc receptor blocking drugs like Vyvgart, Hytrulo, Rystiggo, and Soliris. According to the AAN, the American Academy of Neurology, in 2021, international consensus guidance for the management of myasthenia gravis updated in 2020 recommends methotrexate as a steroid-sparing option, rituximab as an option in AChR AB positive myasthenia gravis after failure of other agents, and sulizumab in severe refractory AChR AB positive generalized myasthenia gravis. Efgartigimod agents were approved after guidance development was developed, and they were not addressed. So moving onward to the next slide for drug specific, first being Vyvgart Hytrulo. In June of this year, FDA approved this medication, which is a combination of efgartigimod alpha, a neonatal Fc receptor blocker, and hyaluronidase for the treatment of generalized myasthenia gravis in adults who are anti-acetylcholine receptor antibody positive. In terms of, this is a new drug, I want to just give a little bit of brief overview. In terms of warnings and precautions, there can be infections. Delay the administration to patients with active infections. Monitor for signs and symptoms of infection in patients. And if serious infection occurs, administer appropriate treatment and consider withholding treatment. The dosage is a sub-Q use with winged infusion set, and the recommended dose is 1,008 milligrams per 11,200 units, administered sub-Q over approximately 30 to 90 seconds in cycles of once weekly injections for 4 weeks. And the availabilities are an injection of 1,008 milligrams, efgartigimod alpha, and 11,200 units of hyaluronidase per 5.6 mils in a single dose vial here. And on the next slide here, we have Rystiggo. In June of this year, FDA approved Rystiggo, which was a neonatal Fc receptor blocker for the treatment of generalized myasthenia gravis in adult patients who are anti-acetylcholine receptor or anti-muscle specific tyrosine kinase antibody positive. In terms of warnings and precautions, again, infections, similar to the previous medication, aseptic meningitis, where serious events of aseptic meningitis have been reported, and pregnancy, so based on animal data, may cause fetal harm. The dosing is stratified by body weight. So if you can, as you can see, if the patient is less than 50 kilograms, to get 420 milligrams of the dose. 50 to 100 kilograms is 560 milligrams, and over 100 kilograms or more is 840 milligrams. And the recommended dose is administered as a sub-Q once weekly for 6 weeks. And the availability is a 280 mg per 2 ml single dose vial injection here. And just rolling right through, we'll go into the systemic enzyme inhibitors. This includes the miscellaneous therapeutic classes of the PIK3CA related agents, the phosphoinositide P3 kinase agents, and progeria treatment agents here. So going right along, we have a little bit of background. So activated Phosphoinositide 3 kinase delta syndrome, or APDS for me moving forward here, is a rare inherited condition that affects the way the immune system works. The most common symptoms are frequent upper respiratory tract infections, sinus infections, ear infections, bronchitis, and pneumonia. Most people get their first infection in early childhood, but symptoms can begin at any age. Other symptoms include GI irritations, lymph node swelling, enlarged liver and spleen, and an increased risk for lymphoma. Over time, frequent ear and respiratory tract infections can lead to permanent hearing loss and scarring of the lungs. There are two types of APDS. APDS1 is due to changes in the PIK3CD gene, and APDS2 is due to changes in the PIK3R1 gene. Both have similar symptoms and are inherited in an autosomal dominant pattern in families. Treatments of APDS is focused on managing symptoms, preventing infections, and lowering inflammation. It includes antibiotics to treat infections, anti-inflammatory drugs, immunoglobulin replacements, and hematopoietic stem cell transplants. And so my apologies, the title reads Restigo, but this should be Joenja. So the FDA here approved in March of this year Joenja, which was a kinase inhibitor for the treatment of activated PI3K delta syndrome, APDS, in adult and pediatric patients 12 years of age or older. Warnings and precautions include lactation and advise women to avoid breastfeeding, and hepatic impairment. The use in patients with moderate to severe hepatic impairment is not recommended. In terms of dosing, recommended dosage is 70 milligrams administered orally twice daily, approximately 12 hours apart. And for pediatric patients 12 years of age or older, weighing over 45 kilograms. And the availability is 70 milligram tablet here. Alrighty. I'll pause there as that ends the miscellaneous class, Marissa.
Okay, any questions for Marissa and Umang from the board? Okay, I'll just say what the definition of what a drug is seems to be getting stretched. When you think about the last class that we just reviewed and some of the drugs that are in this class. In any case, Marissa, let's see, do we have any PDL review that you'd like to do for us on this?
Hi, this is Marissa. Yep, I can go through our PDL. And I was just trying to touch base to see if this actually came through. I know the Rhythymic at least is a little odd because it's not necessarily a drug product, and just kind of looking at it, I don't believe it got approved like via a normal drug pathway. But I think the management strategy that we have, at least for Washington for this particular product, is we do carve it out. And I think that's why it's included on our PDL, so that then we can manage that accordingly. So just wanted to put that disclaimer out there. And you'll see here, I guess I'm about to get into the PDL for these classes. For the allogenic tissue, which is the Rhythymic, you can see here that it doesn't have any preferred status, so it is a carve out, but included on our PDL. For our neonatal FC receptor antagonist, we do have, and I guess it's for all of them really, except for the progeria treatment agents, everything is pretty much preferred. So the Restigo, the Vyvgart, Joenja, Vijoice, I think potassium, that should not be listed there. That was an accident when I filtered. And then Zokinvy is in the progeria treatment agents. It's actually preferred. So everything for the most part is preferred in these classes, except for Rhythymic. So I can answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay, I'm not hearing any questions, Marissa. Oh, no, never mind. I see a hand up. Whose hand is that? Scrolling. Nope, the hand went away.
That's the stakeholder who's going to
Okay.
speak.
All right. Well, maybe we should move on to stakeholder then. We have Heidi Memot from Farming Healthcare. If you're with us, please answer the questions that Marissa has on the screen and we'll start your time.
Hello, yes, my name is Heidi Mehmet. I work for Farming Healthcare. I am not a provider and I don't see Medicaid patients. I'm not a patient and I don't have any conflicts of interest other than the obvious. So good afternoon. My name is Heidi Mehmet. I'm a medical liaison with Farming Healthcare and I'm here in support of Joenja, the first and only medication approved by the FDA for the treatment of activated PI3K delta syndrome or APDS in adult and pediatric patients aged 12 or older. APDS is a complex, rare primary immunodeficiency that was first characterized in 2013. This autosomal dominant disorder affects an estimated 1 to 2 patients per million and is caused by a variant in either the PIK3CD or the PIK3R1 genes. These variants result in a hyperactive PI3K delta pathway, altering B and T cell development, resulting in an excess of immature cells and a deficiency of functional immune cells. Joenja is designed to correct this underlying immune defect and return balance to the immune system. APDS is a progressive heterogeneous disease with various clinical manifestations, including recurrent sinopulmonary infections, lymphadenopathy, herpes virus infections, enteropathy, and malignancies, which were reported in up to 28% of patients. Diagnosis is at a median age of 12, with initial symptoms appearing as early as 1. It has been reported that patients experience a median 7-year diagnostic delay with a mortality rate of up to 30% by age 30. A 12-week randomized clinical trial measured 2 co-primary endpoints, each hallmarks of APDS, both the reduction in lymphoproliferation, as measured by CT-MRI, and the normalization of immunophenotype, as measured by the percentage of naive B cells out of total B cell endpoints, were met and were statistically significant. Adverse events were reported in 85.7% of patients receiving Joenja and in 90% of patients receiving placebo. 74.2% of the reported events were grade 1 in the Joenja group. No adverse events led to discontinuation of study treatment and no deaths were reported. The safety and efficacy of Joenja was also demonstrated in an open-label extension study, providing safety data for up to 5 years in an interim analysis. This post-hoc analysis showed safety results consistent with that seen in the randomized clinical trial. 1 death occurred in a patient with significant comorbidities at baseline. This was determined to be unrelated to Joenja. 37% of Joenja patients on immunoglobulin therapy replacement either reduced or discontinued their immune globulin. Additional analysis showed a reduction in the number of infection days for Joenja patients. Joenja provides an efficacious, well-tolerated treatment that helps to normalize immune cell development and works to improve clinical manifestations of this progressive disease. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you very much. Any questions for the stakeholder? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Heidi. Is there anybody else, Lita?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the motion then.
This is Kevin Flynn. So I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 12 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of the HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only 1 product is preferred.
Is Michael Curtis? I second the motion.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Michael. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Okay, and I think it's back to you, Umang, for movement disorder agents.
Perfect. The next class we'll be reviewing will be movement disorder agents. A little bit of background here. First, we have Huntington's disease. Chorea, an abnormal involuntary twisting or writhing movement, is a characteristic feature of Huntington's disease, a rare and fatal genetic disorder resulting in neurodegeneration of the brain, which affects over 35,000 people in the U.S. As chorea becomes more severe, it can interfere with patients' function. As the disease progresses, chorea is replaced by dystonia and Parkinson's. Chorea affects approximately 90% of people with Huntington's. It often develops early, gradually worsens, and plateaus in late stages. It may be aggravated by stress and anxiety. No therapy currently exists to delay the onset of symptoms or prevent the progression of the disease. However, symptomatic treatment may improve the quality of life and prevent complications. Xenazine was the first agent approved in 2008 by the FDA to treat chorea associated with Huntington's. A deuterated formulation allowing once daily dosing, Austedo, was approved to treat chorea in 2017. And other therapeutic options that are used but lack FDA approval for this, or aka off-label, include reserpine and other neuroleptics. However, long-term use of these drugs may carry a high risk of adverse effects. According to the AAN in 2012, now again, this is well over 10 years old, but I just wanted to keep this here as a reference for the committee. Again, 11 years old, they recommend tetrabenazine, amantadine, or riluzole for chorea. Guidelines state that neuroleptics may be reasonable options given the behavioral concerns. Reserpine and deutetrabenazine are not addressed. Guidelines advise that the decisions by physicians and patients whether chorea requires pharmacologic treatment should consider matters such as mood disturbance, cognitive decline, drug adverse effects, and polypharmacy risks. And these were reaffirmed in 2015, but as of now, the update is still in progress. Next, we have tardive dyskinesia. It consists of involuntary movements of the tongue, lips, face, trunk, and extremities that occur in patients treated with medications with dopamine antagonist properties. It may consist of movements classified as bradykinesia or hyperkinesia. Dopamine transport dysfunction and chronic central dopamine blockade have been hypothesized to play a role in the development of tardive dyskinesia, although multiple other pathophysiologic mechanisms have been proposed. Tardive dyskinesia differs from acute movement disorders, often referred to as EPS, extrapyramidal symptoms, which commonly occur in patients treated with dopamine antagonists, and these most commonly occur early in therapy and during dose increases. These acute movement disorders, including akathisia, acute dystonia, Parkinsonism, and other hyperkinetic dyskinesias. TD generally occurs after long-term treatment with dopamine antagonizing medication, but the timeline tardive dyskinesia onset varies extensively. Once a patient develops, it may be irreversible. According to the APA in 2020, they updated their guidelines. They recommend routine assessment for tardive dyskinesia in patients using antipsychotics. They recommend that patients who have moderate to severe or disabling tardive dyskinesia related to antipsychotic therapy be treated with a reversible inhibitor of the VMAT2, specifically deutetrabenazine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Patients with mild tardive dyskinesia can also be considered for treatment with a VMAT2 inhibitor following an assessment of several factors such as patient preference, impairment, and psychosocial functioning impact. They state that deutetrabenazine or valbenazine is preferred over tetrabenazine due to the data supporting their use. Other factors should also be considered when selecting which agent is most appropriate for a specific patient. Next, we have drug-specific updates, first being Austedo XR. In February of this year, FDA approved a new formulation of deutetrabenazine once daily XR formulation in 6, 12, and 24 mg tablets for the treatment of chorea associated with Huntington's disease and tardive dyskinesia. As you can see, no changes to indications, to warnings, a new extended release tablet availability, and the dosing, although I've bolded it, the dosing still remains the same. And next we have Ingrezza. So in August of this year, the FDA approved Ingrezza for the treatment of chorea associated with Huntington's disease. As you can see, it already carried an indication for tardive dyskinesia. No changes to warnings. In terms of dosing for this new indication, the initial dose is 40 milligrams once daily. Then it is recommended to increase the dose in 20 milligram increments every 2 weeks to the recommended dosage of 80 milligrams once daily. and no changes to the availabilities here. I'll go ahead and pause there for the committee.
Excuse me. Thanks, Umang. Any questions? Okay, over to you, Marissa.
All right, so I will go ahead and go over our movement disorder agents on our Apple Health PDO. So for our preferred products, well, pretty much all the products that we have listed are what Umang had mentioned, but our preferred products in this class are Austedo, the tablets. There's a patient titration kit. Those are preferred. The XR is non-preferred at this time. Ingrezza is non-preferred, and then we have generic tetrabenazine preferred and brand name Xenazine non-preferred. And I can answer any questions from the board.
Let's see. I see a hand up, but that might be our stakeholder.
This is Lita. Those are stakeholders.
Yeah, we've got a number of stakeholders for this section. Let's start, if the committee has no questions for Marissa. It sounds like that's a no. Let's start with Rochelle Yang from TIVA. If you could answer the questions that Marissa has up there, and we'll start your time.
All right. Hi, my name is Rochelle Yang. I am speaking on behalf of Teva. I am not a provider or a patient and no other conflicts of interest to report.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. I just wanted to provide you with some information about Austedo XR, also known as deutetrabenazine extended release tablets, which, like Umang mentioned, was recently approved and launched in May of this year. Just as a quick reminder, Austedo original formulation is a selective VMAT2 inhibitor that was approved in 2017 as a twice daily formulation. It's indicated for Korean Huntington's disease as well as tardive dyskinesia, both of which are chronic disabling movement disorders. So while the original Austedo BID will still be available on the market for patients who need it, Austedo XR is a new formulation that was developed really based on patient and provider feedback to simplify the dosing regimen to a once daily administration, as well as reduce the pill burden. It can also be taken with or without food. It was approved based on 3 PK studies demonstrating bioequivalence with the original Austedo BID formulation. So Austedo XR is available as 6, 12, and 24 milligram tablets, as well as a new titration kit, which was designed to simplify the treatment initiation, improve the patient experience, and support adherence to therapy. Patients currently on Austedo BID can be switched directly over to Austedo XR based on their same total daily dosage that they're using of Austedo. For new starts, the recommended starting dose for Austedo XR is 12 milligrams once a day and can be increased at weekly intervals in increments of 6 milligrams a day up to a max recommended 48 milligrams. So this titration really allows the treatment to be tailored and individualized based on the patient's symptom improvement and tolerability. I will note that there is a boxed warning for the use of both Austedo XR and Austedo in patients with Huntington's disease for depression and suicidality. However, the warning does not apply to the tardive dyskinesia indication, and we'll refer you to the full PI for further information. So in closing, with the benefits of the reduced pill burden and the simplified once daily dosing schedule in mind, I would just ask the committee to allow Austedo XR tablet and titration kit to be available for Apple Health patients similarly to the Austedo original BID formulation. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. DUR board, any questions for Rochelle? Okay. Hearing none, let's move on to John Deason from Neurocrine Biosciences.
Good afternoon, Alex. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Fantastic. John Deason, and I am representing Neurocrine Biosciences Medical Affairs Department, and I am not a provider in the state of Washington, and only conflict of interest is as an employee of Neurocrine. All right. So thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to give some information around Ingrezza or generic valbenazine capsules indicated for the treatment of adults with tardive dyskinesia and recently approved for the treatment of adults with chorea associated with Huntington's disease. It's important to remember that TD is an often persistent and disruptive condition. It's associated with prolonged exposure to dopamine receptor blocking agents, including antipsychotics and antiemetic drugs. And symptoms include involuntary movements of the face, trunk, and/or extremities. TD is often irreversible and requires unique management. It's important to keep in mind that when discussing the treatment of TD, the underlying condition that patients with TD are receiving antipsychotic treatment for is predominantly a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, or a mood disorder. And in these patients with both a serious mental illness and TD, they must not only deal with the stigma associated with having a serious mental illness, but also the additional stigma associated with their involuntary movements, making access to FDA-approved VMAT2 inhibitors for the treatment of TD, including Ingrezza, important. As Umang had mentioned, the 2020 APA schizophrenia guidelines also recommend VMAT2 inhibitors for the treatment of TD. Umang gave a great overview of our recent FDA approval for the Huntington's disease indication. I'll just reiterate that around 90% of patients with HD will experience chorea during the course of the disease state. And the efficacy and safety of once-daily Ingrezza were established in Connect HD, a phase 3 randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study in 128 patients with HD-associated chorea. As the Umang had also mentioned, I do want to reiterate that the box warning is specific to the use of Ingrezza in patients with Huntington's disease, as VMAT2 inhibitors, including Ingrezza, can increase the risk of depression and suicidal thoughts and behavior in patients with HD. The efficacy and safety of Ingrezza were established in multiple clinical trials in adults with TD and stable schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, or a mood disorder, and adults with chorea associated with HD. And out of respect for the board's time, I'll refer you to the Ingrezza PI for a comprehensive overview of the efficacy and safety data, including warnings and precautions. In summary, Ingrezza is an effective treatment for both adults with tardive dyskinesia and adults with HD-associated chorea, providing simplicity for patients, as it will always be a one capsule, once daily, with or without food, regardless of a patient's maintenance dose. I appreciate the board's time and attention today, and ask that the board recommend making Ingrezza available for patients and providers in the state of Washington by providing preferred access to Ingrezza on the state PDL. Thanks again for your time, and happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the DOR board for our stakeholder? Okay, hearing none. Thanks very much, John. Next on my list here is Donald Chrisman, Dr. Donald Chrisman, who is a psychiatrist with Frontier Behavioral Health. If you're with us, Dr. Chrisman, please go ahead and answer the questions that you see on the screen for the record, and we'll start your time.
All right, it's my first meeting, so new to this, but my name is Donald Chrisman. I am not speaking on behalf of a company or organization. I am a provider. I see almost 100% Washington Medicaid patients, not a patient, and I don't have any conflicts of interest to report.
Great, thank you.
All right, so just a little background. I've been a full-time physician for the past 15 years, the last 7 of which have been at a community mental health center in Spokane, Washington. I think similar to other drug classes, I think it's in the best interest of patients and providers to have more options on the formulary rather than less. I find it surprising and maybe a little disturbing, actually, that tetrabenazine is preferred when Ingrezza is not, because tetrabenazine is not FDA approved to treat tardive dyskinesia. In medical school and residency, I never recall, either in text or in practice, the use of tetrabenazine for the treatment of TD, nor have I ever prescribed tetrabenazine for TD in my 15 years after residency. I suspect this is because of the dangerous potential side effects of tetrabenazine, including Parkinsonism, neuroleptic malignant syndrome, prolonged QT interval, and suicidal ideation. In the latest American Academy of Neurology guidelines that I could find, 2013 evidence-based guideline on the treatment of tardive syndromes, which I believe predated both Ingrezza and Austedo, even ginkgo biloba was recommended higher than tetrabenazine. And in the 2020 APA clinical practice guideline for the treatment of patients with schizophrenia that was referenced by Umang, it's recommended to treat moderate to severe or disabling tardive dyskinesia with irreversible VMAT2 inhibitor. And quoting from that guideline, they said, in general, Austedo or Ingrezza are is preferred over tetrabenazine because of the greater evidence base supporting their use. In addition, tetrabenazine has a shorter half-life and greater rates of associated depression when used in the treatment of patients with Huntington's disease. Other factors that may influence choice of a VMAT2 inhibitor relate to hepatic or renal function. Tetrabenazine and Austedo are contraindicated in individuals with hepatic impairment. They go on to say, in terms of side effects, these medications are generally well tolerated, with sedation being the most common. In initial studies of tetrabenazine in patients with Huntington's disease, significant rates of depression were noted, as well as concerns about suicidal ideas and behaviors. However, in studies of Austedo and Ingrezza in patients with tardive dyskinesia, there were no apparent increases in depression or suicidal ideas. Additionally, I'm sure this committee is well aware that medication compliance is vastly improved with once daily dosing compared to more complex regimens, but the only daily dosed medications in the class are both non-preferred, Ingrezza and Austedo XR. Having treated patients who are suicidal due to the severity of their TD and having struggled to obtain Ingrezza, at the time it was the only once daily dosed FDA approved option. I'd urge this committee to reclassify Ingrezza and or Austedo XR as preferred.
Thank you, Dr. Crispin, for your comments and your clinical perspective. Any questions from the DOR board for the stakeholder?
This is Ginny Bucola. This is not a question for our stakeholders, but I wonder maybe for leadership, if there's any background they could give us on the origin of Austedo's preferred status over Ingrezza.
This is Marissa. Yeah, so just to offer some insight, kind of based off of our utilization and also the cost analysis that we did find that Austedo was the more cost-effective option between the two. And just as general background, because Austedo XR did just recently kind of get released to the market and approved, we generally, when new products come to the market, if it's similar to something that's already preferred or non-preferred, we do take a look and see if there are cost differences also between, like a regular and an XR tablet. And based off of that, then we'll kind of make a general non-preferred status until, it's been out on the market for a little bit longer, we get any kind of rebating information, cost analysis, and then we can make our change to the PDL. But that's really kind of the background on Austedo, to answer your question.
Thanks, Marissa. And I'm sure, my thoughts might also echo our stakeholder and possibly our other psychiatric prescribers, that Austedo is a difficult agent to use in terms of its, the incidence of depression and dosing and tolerance. A lot of the population that tends to have tardive dyskinesia often happens to have comorbid kidney disease or liver disease, and Ingrezza just seems to be a safer agent, more tolerated agent. So I appreciate hearing the background, but clinically, I think it's important to note that I don't find them to be equivalent in terms of tolerability and ease of use. So I am interested to hear. I see John's hand is up. I see Dimitri's screen is on. So maybe you have some comments as well.
I couldn't tell whose hand went up first or whose screen went on first, but John, you're on the left of my screen, so go for it.
Yeah, I just wonder in terms of the DUR board, it puts us in a quandary when there is a non-preferred agent or a non-approved FDA agent in preferred status when there is actually an approved agent that is non-preferred. So I just find a kind of a dilemma with that.
And I can't answer that. So, in the past, we have had decisions made by the DOR board where a non-FDA approved drug is in a preferred spot. I can think back to a time when we were looking at Emflaza used as a steroid for DMD, and we did ultimately approve a policy where they were to use other corticosteroids prior to being eligible for Emflaza. So does occur. I mean, it is really up to you as the DOR board to evaluate the evidence and make that judgment based off of, the information that we are presenting.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, John. Dimitri?
Well, I just would, one, at least it's my understanding that this committee doesn't actually have the standing to reclassify agents from non-preferred to preferred. But we certainly can have the discussion that we're having right now, and perhaps give input on reevaluation. And I certainly would tend to agree with my colleague Ginny Bicola, and also with Dr. Chrisman, being a psychiatrist treating primarily Medicaid population. That one other aspect of things that a lot of patients who have tardive dyskinesia tend to have chronic psychiatric conditions that make adherence with medication and multiple dosed medications more challenging, in addition to all the other issues that are kind of brought up, and also having my own, I think, just personal experience with having it be exceedingly difficult to get, actually, frankly, at times even Austedo approved, and that's the preferred agent according to our formulary. I think that it's something that we should consider, especially as John McKay brought up, the kind of the issue that we have an agent that is preferred but is not FDA approved for an indication as a preferred agent, and an agent in particular known to have some pretty significant adverse effects related to it. I think that's something that's a little concerning to me.
Thanks, Dimitri. Marissa, just let me ask you, is there a policy for this drug class that at some point will become available for this board to review?
This is Marissa. No, we do not have any clinical policy right now for this product and for really any of the movement disorder products that are on our PDL. So really any kind of request that we get for them would be reviewed for medical necessity per the labeling. Of course, the only exception to that is Ingrezza, where we would pretty much, I mean, it would kind of deny for like, not why couldn't you try Austedo, which is the preferred product. But that's really kind of how we would handle requests for those and how they are currently handled. We have talked about creating a policy for these products that is in the works. I can't give you an ETA as far as when that will be created, but hopefully we can present that to you all here soon, hopefully in 2024, depending on priorities for policies.
Okay, thank you. I know that there are a number of committee members who would be enthused by the chance to review that policy. Kevin, I see your hand up.
I was just going to ask, we always, in all the motions, we say you have to fail 2 agents. Can we make that 1, or is that like a default thing we have to do? Because that would at least allow you to try the other one if you fail Austedo.
This is Ginny Buchel. I mean, I'm not answering that question, Kevin, my apologies, but I will say that usually, right, that's just clinically what happens is you pass through the agent that's not tolerated. It just takes time, and I think probably wasted funds, right? Wasted funds in prescribing and assessment and delay in treatment. So I just, you can tell I have strong feelings about this. I don't usually, I don't think I've spoken this much in a meeting in a while. But again, I really do appreciate the discussion. I appreciate hearing from Marissa that there will be a policy forthcoming. My time on the committee will be ending in December, and so I'm just happy to know that there are others on the committee that are following this and interested in the outcome of it.
Yeah, this is Marissa. So complete transparency also to the DUR board. We did get new kind of cost analysis and solicitations as far as rebates through Magellan and movement disorders. So these products were included in those solicitations. We actually just got them about a couple weeks ago. So I can definitely take that, all of the feedback, both stakeholder and DUR board, into account as we're doing our analysis, because it is up for potential AHPDL status reviews. So I will take those into account and do a deeper dive as far as any kind of cost analyses, any evidence that we have out there, and then we can kind of go from there as far as making any AHPDL changes that we would want to make for kind of the upcoming quarters. But it's very relevant because we literally just got these cost analyses just recently.
Thanks for sharing that, Marissa. No, that's promising, and I know that you guys bring that information from Magellan to HCA on top of what this board says in our motion about the drugs in the class being safe, efficacious, and all eligible for preferred status, et cetera. We do have the option to modify the motion if the board feels strongly enough about a call out in the sense that a particular product, it may not be safe or efficacious, or a particular product is particularly safe or efficacious, and that can be brought to the HCA, who will factor in this board's opinion, as well as the financial analysis from Magellan that Marissa was just talking about in making their final determination. But we have some more stakeholders to hear from, everybody. So let's do that first. We want to make sure that we recognize everybody who is eligible to speak in this public meeting. And so I think we have Dr. Jeffrey Hansen. And if you're still with us, Dr. Hansen, if you could answer the questions on the screen, and we'll start your time.
Okay. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Hansen. I am a psychiatrist who's been in practice in Vancouver, Washington for 25 years. I'm not speaking on the behalf of a company or organization. I have approximately 200 Washington Medicaid clients in my practice, and I do consult with both Teva and Neurocrine Pharmaceuticals on an equal basis. And I'm here to advocate for my 200 patients. Tardive dyskinesia is not just a movement disorder. It affects every aspect of my patients' lives. Although it is a movement disorder, I see tardive dyskinesia more so as a disorder of medication noncompliance, depression, anxiety, and social isolation. And the presence of tardive dyskinesia affects almost every psychiatric illness that I treat. And so having effective agents to treat a movement disorder that allows me to have better outcomes psychiatrically has been incredibly important. I started my career back when we had first generation antipsychotics. About a third of my patients would develop tardive dyskinesia. Thankfully, our newer antipsychotic agents do a better job. And now less than 1 in 14 of my patients will develop tardive dyskinesia. But for those that it affects, it's almost as impacting as their mental health condition. And my question to the board and to the state in general is that I would like all agents approved on parity, because it's not a one-size-fits-all illness. I use Austedo, I use Ingrezza, I use Austedo XR, and I use them differently in different patients depending on drug-drug interactions, ease of dosing and titration, patient preference. And because it's not a one-size-fits-all illness, there are many patients that I've started out on one of the agents and had to switch to another agent for tolerability issues specifically. I'd also like to reiterate the impracticality of requiring or requesting that we use tetrabenazine off-label to treat tardive dyskinesia. I think that it's got more side effects. It's problematic in multiple different ways. And it's not really relevant to an outpatient psychiatric practice if done effectively. So in that construct, I can turn the rest of my time back over to the committee, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen, for those comments and your clinical perspective. Questions from the board for Dr. Hansen? Okay. Lita, are there any other stakeholders? That was everybody that I had on my list.
Yeah, we have one hand raised, Meryl Kandimova.
Okay, thank you for joining us. If you could answer the questions on the screen, we'll start your time.
Meryl, you need to unmute yourself as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I just had some connection issues. My name is Meral Kandimova, and I am speaking on behalf of the NAMI organization, National Alliance on Mental Health. I'm not a provider. I don't see any Medicaid clients. I'm not a patient. I'm not representing a patient. And I do not have any conflicts of interest to represent.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Meral Kandimova, and I'm speaking on behalf of the National Alliance on Mental Illnesses of Washington State, NAMI, Washington. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today. On behalf of the NAMI Washington, I'm asking for preferred status for both FDA-approved medications for the treatment of tardive dyskinesia, or TD. There are currently 2 FDA-approved medications for treating TD, and only one has a preferred status, leaving people with TD no other options for treatment. It is critical that people with TD have treatment options based on their individual's needs, and that they are not restricted to a single compound. These medications have different drug interactions, metabolized status, side effects profiles, and dosage. In light of these variances, we strongly support patients and their prescribers continuing to have both options available to them. Before diagnosis and treatment, having TD is a deeply challenging reality, especially considering that many people develop TD as a result of long-term use of certain antipsychotics used to treat serious mental illnesses, which has its own effects on functionality. TD is estimated to affect over 600,000 people in the US. About 1 in 4 people who take antipsychotic medications for many years can develop TD. People experiencing symptoms of TD are often confused about and unsure of what is happening to them. Many people with untreated TD will find themselves breathing harder, making uncontrollable clicking sounds with their tongues, and experiencing face twitching, voice wavering, and an inability to be physically still. They may be uncomfortable in social situations. They will often have difficulty securing and sustaining employment. The impact of TD, if untreated, can devastate a person's ability to face the world and cause extreme social isolation. On behalf of NAMI Washington and our members across the state, I strongly encourage the board for parity and open access in both TD medications and preferred agents within the movement disorder class. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Meryl. Question of DOR board for Meryl? Okay, hearing none. Thanks again for your input. Anybody else, Lita?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Well, appreciate the discussion, DOR board. There's a lot of thoughtfulness going on around this class. We have the motion before us. And we're ready to entertain this motion. If you're wanting to address any of the concerns that have been raised, we'll also entertain additions or subtractions or wordsmithing of the motion also.
Well, I wonder, again, I think there are other board members that may be I'm sorry, this is Ginny Bucola. There are other board members that may be much better at wordsmithing than I. But the sentence, all non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products. Again, we're asking for a trial of a preferred product that is not FDA approved. I wonder if we could do some adjusting there.
So yeah, Jenny, thank you for that. Is there a kind of a direction that you're recommending that the board go with that statement?
It's a great question, Alex.
I know I'm pushing you a little bit. I just want to make sure that we're
I
addressing
know.
what you're
I
asking.
welcome anyone else. I'm staring at the words. I welcome anyone else to jump in. I mean, again, this may be just a first pass. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 1 preferred product or 1 preferred FDA approved product. That might be where I would start. Again, I just offer that as a starting point. I don't know if there are other thoughts.
Alternatively, can we just remove tetrabenazine? Because that would solve the problem, right? If there's only 1 preferred.
I don't know if we have that capacity.
Or can we call out that it's not the same?
I think
everyone agrees on that.
Yeah, I think calling it out in discussion. Go ahead, Marissa.
Just to clarify, we can't necessarily remove tetrabenazine off of our PDL or from the class just because it is a drug product, and per Medicaid, we have to cover all FDA approved products, if they have federal rebate and indications. So it would still, if I was to make any type of recommendation as far as how you would want to go about this, I would probably recommend to just change the language in the motion to what Ginny is kind of proposing about instead of it being 2 products, 1 preferred product, so that then we don't necessarily we wouldn't have to remove or we can kind of bypass that pathway.
Thank you, Marissa.
This is John McKay. I was just wondering if we can request further data on tetrabenazine in terms of TD efficacy and safety, if it's going to remain on the PDL.
This is Marissa. Yeah, it'll probably remain on the PDL. I mean, if it already had FDA approval, the only time that things would really get removed from the PDL, or if they truly really get, I guess, withdrawn from the PDL and then they kind of just disappear. So that's really the only case that it would not be on the PDL, is if it truly didn't, if the FDA deemed that it was unsafe and pulls it actually from the market. So yeah, that's, to answer your question, that would probably be the only way.
Just this is Dimitri. Just to clarify, though, I think the issue is so while tetrabenazine is FDA approved to treat chorea, form movements in Huntington's disease, it is not FDA approved to treat tardive dyskinesia. And currently, as the language and also the PDL is it's a preferred product for the treatment of tardive dyskinesia, which it is not FDA indicated for. So that's the issue, in that it's FDA indicated for 1 movement disorder within this category, but it's not for the other more prevalent movement disorder.
This is Marissa. Yeah, but the only thing is there is Austedo, which does address both. So if that's the case, if someone was to request, I guess it wouldn't be clinically appropriate for someone to even be on tetrabenazine first before they could get for that particular indication. So we would want them, the intent would be that they would try Austedo first before they would get the Ingrezza, which does address both indications. And it looks like the Austedo and the Ingrezza share them both. So that would be, I guess, kind of the more clinical pathway that we would expect to see.
Yeah, it's a good point, Marissa. I mean, this is a movement disorder class, although I know that we're talking a lot about the TD aspect of this. So your point is well taken. I see that one of our managed care partners has her hand up. Petra, do you want to say a few words here? Or maybe not. Maybe you accidentally had your hand raised.
This is Laura Bestie. I have
hear me
one
now?
question. So when they're
Yeah.
saying products with the same indication, is that an FDA approved indication or is that just an indication in general? Because I guess that would be a question too, that you could, I don't know how picky they are when they review these.
This is Marissa. Yeah, so we do also take into consideration compendia supported indications, and we do, and those are also, I guess, to say non-FDA, but we have particular evidence classes and strength of evidence that we do allow, and the the class escapes me. I believe it's like class A or B. 1 or 2A is what we accept as like a non compendia supported but not FDA approved indication. So we do take those particular indications into account when we are creating policies, looking at requests. So if a drug has, even though it's not FDA approved for that particular indication, but has compendia support and falls within those strength and evidence categories, then we do kind of apply sometimes, if it's appropriate, those step-throughs through that therapy before they could get, I guess, a non-preferred therapy that we have on our PDL. So we do, it's kind of conditional, but we do take that into account as well.
It is 2B, or B2, sorry.
We couldn't hear you, or at least I couldn't hear you, Ryan. What'd you say?
Oh, for compendia supported indications, it's B2.
Ah, thank you. Okay. Petra, I think you were trying to say something before.
Yeah.
I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So Petra Eichelsurfer from United Healthcare, and I'm hearing several people say little bits of where I would suggest you go with this, and that would be consider adding a statement that has to do with compendial support / FDA labeling for that indication. So you could put in a, not just, as Jenny Bucola pointed out, you could just say at least one preferred FDA labeled product. But you could, if you really wanted to be absolutely clear, what you could do is just add another sentence that says, a preferred product that is not compendia supported and or FDA labeled for the requested indication can be considered contraindicated or whatever. Again, I'm not trying to wordsmith it, and certainly not trying to tell you how to do it or what to do, but that might be a possible solution to this, because as Dr. Davidoff pointed out, it's the issue we've got is we've got two conditions under this in this category, and one of the preferred agents is only indicated or FDA labeled for one of the two conditions.
Thank you, Petra. Okay, board. I just want to keep us on track here. I know this is an important topic. We have other topics we want to get to. So let's try to come together and think about the intent of some of this discussion and what you clinically feel is going on in terms of safety, efficaciousness, that you want to let HCA know about when they look at this motion.
This is Jenny Bucola, and I would like to put a statement at least around FDA approval. Again, the language around non-compendia, that does not flow clinically through my mouth. So if that is meaningful to the board, we could include that. as well. And so I guess maybe I'm looking to my board members for nods, or is there a sense of agreement in putting it? Okay.
I agree with Ginny, Kavita here.
Okay.
At least one preferred, comma, FDA approved product.
Okay, I think to keep it simple then. It seems to me that that sends a message, you know, we're communicating what our preferences and where our concerns are.
Do we want to include also for the respective indication, just to clarify the correct indication?
I couldn't tell who said that, but that seems like a important distinction. Was that you, Kevin, or John?
It was John.
That was me.
Okay.
This is Marissa. So did you want me to add with the same respective indication, right? Like right in between here?
I think that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Calling that out.
Point of clarification, if a patient were on tetrabenazine and wanted to step in Ingrezza, you would want them to go through Austedo first rather than being able to step from tetrabenazine to Ingrezza.
This is Marissa. Ryan, sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
I'm not sure if my mic is
I can hear you.
So the way that it is worded now, if a patient were on tetrabenazine first and wanted to go to Ingrezza, you would want, this policy now would require them to go to Austedo rather than being able to go from tetrabenazine to Ingrezza.
This is Ginny. Ryan, I mean, if you're saying, would that said patient is being treated for a chorea or is being treated for tardive dyskinesia?
I guess tardive dyskinesia in this case.
So I don't want to speak for all circumstances, but because it's not FDA approved, because deutetrabenazine is not, excuse me, because that agent is not approved for tardive dyskinesia, I would hope that situation, right, that wouldn't have happened. We would have started with Austedo and passed through to Ingrezza.
This is Marissa. Yeah, that's what I would expect if a patient had tardive dyskinesia and wanted to step through Ingrezza. I would expect to clinically see someone have started Austedo first before they were getting on Ingrezza. But if it was for chorea, Huntington's disease, well, based off the new language that we're drafting right now, they could be eligible. If we do want them to only try one preferred product, then if it was in the cases of chorea, Huntington disease, a patient that was started on tetrabenazine could potentially get approved for Ingrezza because they've tried an FDA approved product with the same indication, and tetrabenazine shares that. So that's kind of the two pathways that I would probably see in that case for that drug. That's how it would work if we changed it to be step through one.
Yeah, I think where we're getting tripped up is we've made two changes in the proposed motion. I think we should have either a requirement for only one preferred agent or put in language around the FDA approved indication. And my preference would be for the FDA approved indication, but to change it back to two preferred agents. But in the case of tardive dyskinesia, there would only be one that's FDA approved for that indication. So you would go through the Austedo and then on to Ingrezza. That would be my recommendation.
This is Ginny, and I see that, and I thank you, Peter, for clarifying that. I agree.
Thanks, Lita, is there anybody on the committee that's opposed to the change that Peter has recommended? Okay, hearing none, Lita's going to write that in. I'm sure that HCA wouldn't need to be so picky if all these drugs were a little bit cheaper. We definitely don't order more medications per capita in this country than other health systems, but we certainly pay more for it. And I know that HCA is trying to do their best to make sure that there's money to go around in all corners of the shop. And I really commend this board for bringing your clinical acumen to bear on behalf of the patients in the state in putting your recommendations into this motion. Peter, your hand's still up. Do you have any other comments?
Oh, I was just gonna make the motion if discussion is done.
Looks like the board is ready for you.
This
All
is
right.
Marissa. Please let me know if I need to wordsmith anything further. Hopefully I captured the intent. I think I heard what you all wanted, so please let me know if you need me to update it. But go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. So Peter Barquette making a motion. I move that all products in the movement disorder agents class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred FDA-approved products with the same we have this respective indication for a non-preferred drug that will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Jenny Bucola, and I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? Okay, and the motion passes. They did not tell us we need a lawyer on this committee to help us wordsmith these motions. But well done, board. Okay, and with that hard work, we have, I think, earned ourselves a break, Lita, unless we're in a position where we need to push through.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 2:30.
Great, thank you. All right, folks, hopefully you had a nice break. It's 2:30. We're going to return to our business for the afternoon. If Umang, you're back, and Marissa as well, I think we're ready to head on to multiple sclerosis agents.
This is Marissa. I am back. Let me just go ahead and tee up the slides for Umang.
Awesome. Thank you, Marissa.
Perfect. Alrighty, so the next and final class for my presentation will be MS agents here. Next, we'll go a little bit into background. So MS is a complex human autoimmune type inflammatory disease of the central nervous system. More than 2.3 million people worldwide have MS, 1 million in the US. It occurs most commonly in Caucasians, with rare cases in African Americans and Asian Americans. Although the etiology is predominantly unknown, it is characterized pathologically by demyelination and subsequent axonal degeneration. The nerve degeneration associated with MS can result in a wide variety of symptoms, including sensory disturbances in the limbs, optic nerve dysfunction, ataxia, fatigue, bladder, bowel, and sexual dysfunction. Severe cases may result in partial or complete paralysis. And while cognitive impairment occurs in approximately 50% of people with MS, only 10% experience serious intellectual deterioration. MS can be categorized as either relapsing remitting, observed in 85 to 90% of patients, or primary progressive, observed in 10%. Relapses typically present subacutely, with symptoms developing over hours to days, persisting for several days to weeks, and then gradually dissipating. On the next slide here, the clinical course falls into one of the following categories. First being clinically isolated syndromes, the first episode of neurologic symptoms due to inflammation or demyelination lasting at least 24 hours. Patients with MRI detected brain lesions consistent with MS are at high risk of developing MS. We have relapsing remitting, clearly defined self-limited attacks of neurologic dysfunction followed by periods of remission without disease progression. Most patients experience a recovery of function that is often but not always complete. Primary progressive, nearly continuous worsening of disease not interrupted by distinct relapses. Some of these individuals have occasional plateaus and temporary minor improvements. And lastly, secondary progressive, relapsing remitting disease course at onset, followed by progression with or without occasional relapses, minor remissions, and plateaus. Most patients eventually convert to progressive MS. Moving to drug-specific updates on the next slide here. First, we have Tecenso ODT. In December of last year, FDA expanded the indication for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS, including isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progression disease to include all patients 10 years of age or older. The verbiage restricting use to patients weighing less than 40 kilograms has been removed. No changes to limitations or availability. And as you can see, the dosing for this expanded indication is patients 10 years of age or older, weighing less than or equal to 40 kilograms, 0.25 milligrams orally once daily with or without food. On the next slide here, we have Briumvi. In December of last year, that should read, FDA approved Briumvi for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS in adults to include clinically isolated syndromes, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease. The limitations, there's fetal risk, may cause fetal harm, so advise female patients of reproductive potential, of potential risk to the fetus, and use effective contraception during a treatment and for at least 6 months after. Infusion reactions as well. For dosage, it is recommended to administer by IV infusion. First infusion is 150 milligrams IV infusion. Second infusion is 450 milligrams IV infusion 2 weeks after the first infusion. And each subsequent infusion is 450 milligrams IV infusion 24 weeks after the first infusion and every 24 weeks thereafter. And the availability is 150 mg per 6 milliliter injection in a single dose vial. And lastly here, we have Tyruko. In August of this year, the FDA approved Tyruko, the first biosimilar to Tysabri, making it the first biosimilar for treatment of relapsing forms of MS. It does also carry an indication for Crohn's disease, since we're only focusing on MS. I'm not going to go into that, but that's there for completeness sake for the committee. Similar limitations, fetal risk. There's also a black box warning for the increased risk of progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy. The dosage is 300 milligrams infused IV over 1 hour every 4 weeks. And the solution must be administered within 4 hours of preparation. And the availability is 300 mg per 15 mils injection solution in a single dose vial for dilution prior to infusion. I'll pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions from the board for Umang? Okay, hearing none. Marissa, shall we look at the PDL?
This is Marissa. So I will go ahead and go through our multiple sclerosis agents on our AHPDL. So there's lots of products in this class, but the notable ones that we do prefer are Avonex, Avonex 10, Betaseron, Copaxone, looks like that is the brand, generic dimethyl fumarate, looks like there's some starter packs, Kesimpta, and it looks like those are our only preferred products in the class. Everything else is not preferred, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Marissa? Okay, hearing none. We do have one stakeholder on my list, Lisa Carmen from Genentech. And Marissa will put up the questions that we'd love for you to answer for the good of the record. And then we will start your time.
All right, thank you, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Lisa Carmen. I'm with Genentech, and I'm speaking on behalf of our medical affairs. So to fill out the form, I am not a provider, don't see patients. not a patient as well, and conflict of interest is just around my employment to Genentech.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So thank you very much for the time today. I'm here to bring up some points around ocrelizumab or Ocrevus, and to bring up a couple points around the policy, and then also to give you an update on where we are in terms of long-term data on the product. So I just wanted to, as Marissa said, we're non-preferred. So that means pretty much third line. So 2 products required to receive Ocrevus. The other issues regards to the policy, if I could mention them, is one, we are the only disease-modifying therapy in the MS class to have a published policy on your website that's been out there since 2019. And additionally, so we are the only agent that's also approved for PPMS. And under the criteria for PPMS, it's required that patients have a spinal tap. And I just wanted to call this out because that's generally that's not done by providers. And I think this is the only entity in the US that requires that. I think one of the other points I'd like to mention on that is it is used as a diagnostic for MS in general to see those IgG bands in the cerebral spinal fluid. So it's not a differential diagnosis for PPMS. So just in having only PPMS patients have to do an additional spinal tap. I know that's where we're getting feedback from providers about the invasive burden to patients. So I just wanted to mention that. And then transitioning to kind of an update where we are in terms of data. So I mentioned the only one that has FDA approval for RMS and PPMS. As of March of this year, we have over 9,500 patients who's received Ocrevus across 11 clinical trials. And we've treated over 300,000 patients with MS with Ocrevus. We now have 10-year data in terms of safety and efficacy. We just released a press release on October 11th as due to ECTRIMS, which is the big conference that just happened last week. And that title is, after 10 years of treatment, 77% of people with RRMS were free from disability progression and 92% continued to walk unaided. There's additional data in there that talks about pregnancy and safety and infant outcomes as well. But the one quick thing I wanted to add is prior to that data, I had up through 8 years data, and Ocrevus statistically significantly has less confirmed diagnosis progression compared to Rebif in our original trial, followed out over 8 years. I am past time. I just wanted to mention the most adverse reactions were upper respiratory tract infections and infusion reactions.
You, Lisa. Questions for Lisa from the DOR board? Okay, hearing none. Well, that's it as far as my stakeholder list, Lita. Do we have anybody
We've got
else?
2 hands raised, Linda Finch and Stacy Donlin.
Okay, Linda, if you could unmute yourself and answer the questions on the screen, and we'll go ahead and start your time.
Thanks. Good afternoon. So my name is Linda Finch. I am speaking on behalf of Biogen. They're the manufacturer of Tysabri. I'm not a provider or a patient. And my conflict of interest is that I am employed by Biogen and I am a shareholder of Biogen stock. So I'll be speaking today about Tysabri or natalizumab. Your current criteria require that MS patients try and fail 2 preferred MS therapies prior to being treated with Tysabri. And these criteria don't account for the heterogeneity of MS and the fact that some patients have aggressive disease early on, including cognitive impairment, which can occur only quite early in the disease course. So while you do allow for medical exceptions, the disability that occurs while patients are waiting to get that therapy approved can be permanent. And in MS, time equals brain. And recently I wanted to highlight that Community Health Plan of Washington added criteria for first-line access to Tysabri for MS patients who have highly active or aggressive MS, including manifestation of MS-related cognitive impairment. And this policy does include Washington Medicaid Apple Health patients who are covered by Community Health Plan of Washington, and it is in alignment with CMSC and AAN guidelines for the treatment of highly active or aggressive MS. So I'm requesting that you provide equitable coverage to all Washington Medicaid patients with MS following these nationally recommended guidelines for the treatment of highly active or aggressive MS. And I'm going to yield back the rest of my time today, but I did want to make one suggestion, so a correction regarding race and ethnicity. So MS was once thought to predominantly affect Caucasians, but more recent data really supports that the highest incidence of MS is in African Americans, particularly African American women. I think that's very important for the Medicaid panel to understand. And it really is robust data supporting that now. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions from the DOR board for Linda? Okay, hearing none. Thanks again, Linda. Is Stacy Donlin next, Lita?
Hi, so can you guys hear me?
Oh. Yes, I guess you are next. We can hear you. If you can answer
Okay,
the questions, and we'll
yeah,
start your
of
time.
course. So this is Dr. Stacy Donlin. I'm a fellowship trained neuroimmunologist, multiple sclerosis specialist. Been treating MS since 2009. I'm currently at the Multi-Care MS Center, and of course, we do see patients. We see a large amount of Medicaid patients, and I have no conflicts of interest to report.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
So I think that just looking over what you guys just showed is very outdated. The fact that you're pushing for things like Avonex and even things like Tecfidera to be used first line before we can move on to more effective and appropriate drugs allows for patients to accumulate more disability from not just relapse associated worsening, but is a setup for, progression, people getting worse outside of relapse. I think we need to be able to use more agents first line and have more judicious use of those agents, especially when we view many risk factors for highly aggressive MS and wanting to use, drugs that were studied and shown to be beneficial first line, such as, natalizumab, ocrelizumab, even cladribine, Mavenclad. But limiting us to those options really puts patients at significant risk. One, Avonex is very outdated. Two, more of the data that's coming out from that ECTRIMS meeting actually shows us that we're missing the mark. When we delay treating MS, we're putting at our patients at huge risk of secondary progression, which comes along with increased infection risk and a variety of other medical complications, which later in life, Medicaid is going to be footing the bill for, unfortunately. So it actually leads to a higher out-of-pocket cost for you guys. And coming back to the last point I want to make is with the Ocrevus primary progressive policy. If you actually review the 2017 McDonald's criteria, which are our widely accepted criteria, we do not actually require spinal fluid to be performed on patients. So they actually do recommend, we have to follow by at least 2 of these metrics being seen, which are brain lesions that look consistent with multiple sclerosis, as well as spinal cord lesions. So in a patient who has met the clinical criteria for multiple sclerosis, spinal fluid is not needed. Some patients are very adverse to having that procedure done. It can delay care, and we're able to still make a clinical diagnosis without those CSF findings. So I think that by limiting and utilizing, trial design type inclusion, requirements, these are what we saw in the clinical trial. That's not real world. And I would please let you think about this as if this was your family member that we're treating. Do you really want your family member to have to fail through a bunch of not very effective, options before we can gatekeep and get them onto something that's actually going to prevent disability, possibly change the outlook of this neurodegenerative condition that's highlighted by largely inflammatory disease early in the course. So please reconsider the list that you guys have proposed as your preferred, we probably get discounts behind the scenes lists, and allow us to use more effective medications in treating this disease.
Thank you, Dr. Donlin, for that testimony and for your clinical perspective. Questions from the DOR board for Dr. Donlin? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you again. Okay. Anybody else, Lita?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Marissa, a number of individuals have referenced some policies which I don't think we are reviewing those today. However, is there a cadence for those to come back?
This is Marissa. Yeah, so those policies that the stakeholders have mentioned, they have not been updated in a while, so they are probably very much due for a refresh. So we can take that back. The only thing is I can't guarantee that it'll be anytime soon just because we have competing priorities as far as policies that we want to get through. But I can consider them for the next cycle of review, possibly for next year. So I'll take that back as feedback.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, no other stakeholders. We've reviewed the PDL. Let's turn our attention to the motion. And if our board members could come on screen and let's have a look at this motion.
This is Ginny Vicola, and I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that all products in the multiple sclerosis agents class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I second the motion.
Eugenie, thank you, Dimitri. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions?
I'll abstain.
Who is that?
Kavita Chawla.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
abstain. Thank you.
Lita, if you could note that. Okay. But the motion carries, and we will move on to neurological agents. And I think this is you, Marissa, right?
That is correct. Let me go ahead and get that teed up here shortly. We'll try to make this short and sweet because we got some policies that we want to go through. So let me go ahead and should be short anyway. All right. So this is the neurological agents, autologous cellular gene therapy agents presentation. It's going to be pretty short and sweet here as a disclaimer. So just a quick disease state overview. So I'll try to pronounce this correctly. Cerebral adrenoleukodystrophy, or CALD, as I'll reference it moving forward, is a rare type of adrenoleukodystrophy that is caused by a mutation in the ABCD1 gene on the X chromosome. So this particular type of mutation causes a buildup of very long chain fatty acids in the brain and can destroy myelin sheaths around nerve cells, which affects ultimately their ability to communicate with the brain. The estimated incidence of this particular disorder is 1 in 21,000 males between the ages of 4 to 10 with the ABCD1 mutation. Because it's X-linked, it's very rare for it to happen, or very unlikely for it to happen in females. So you'll see it more in the male population. Some signs and symptoms of CALD are, of course, behavioral problems, withdrawal or aggression, also some memory problems, so memory, school performance, poor coordination. Of course, because this affects a younger male population, That's why those are kind of noted. The management, particularly for this particular disease state, is for those males that present asymptomatic. It's really just kind of management with close monitoring with an MRI and just really monitoring that. There is allogenic hematopoietic stem cell transplant that could possibly be used, but I think the evidence for that is pretty lacking. So to get into the drug specific, this is a gene therapy. I'll try my best again to pronounce the drug name. The brand name is Skysona. The generic name of it, I think, is Elevaldegene Autotemcel. It was approved by the FDA in 2022. Like I mentioned, it's a gene therapy. And the indication for it, I pulled this straight out of the labeling, is to slow the progression of neurologic dysfunction in boys 4 to 17 years old with early active CALD. Early active CALD refers to symptomatic or mildly symptomatic neurologic function score of less than 1. Boys who have gadolinium enhancement on brain MRI and low scores of 0.5 to 9. So it's very specific. The dosing for this product is a one-time dose, and I put the minimum recommended dose, which is 5 times 10 to the 6 CD34 plus cells per kilogram. And the availability of this product is via an IV suspension. So I'll go ahead and stop there, or actually, let me just get straight into the PDL, because this is pretty short. Like the other products that you've seen today, this product is a carve out. It is included on our PDL because of that purpose. So you'll see here that there's no preferred status, but we do have PA on it, and it is an IV product. So I'll go ahead and stop there for any questions.
Not seeing any questions from the board, Marissa. Thank you for that presentation. I do see one. I don't have anybody on my list, Lita, but I think I see a stakeholder.
Yeah, we have Kason Bala, and I will unmute you now.
Yes, hello, my name is Kason Bala, Medical Value Liaison with Bluebird Bio. I do not have any additional comments, but I'm just here to see if there's any questions that I can answer from the committee. Thank you.
Doesn't sound like we have any questions, but thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you.
Okay, board, then let's, whoop. Do we still have somebody, Lita? Let's see.
No, that was the same hand.
Okay. Okay, let's turn our attention to the motion.
This is Kevin Flynn. I move that all products and their neurological agents, autologous cellular gene therapy agents class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is John McHale, second.
Go ahead, John.
Lita called it. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. All right. We have made it through all those classes. Nice job, everybody. And just when we're about to fall asleep in the afternoon, no, of course not, we're not going to do that, but we're going to start looking at these policies. So we have 3 pretty important policies before us. And Marissa, I'll let you start level setting on that.
Hi, this is Marissa. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up actually the Word document versions of these, so then we can actually make some edits to them. So I apologize, let me just stop sharing for a minute and let me pull them up in case there are any changes that we do want to make. And I will pull up the forms as well. Okay, as you can imagine, I have lots and lots of different documents open, so I'm trying to get my bearings here.
Oh, for sure.
Let me go ahead and open up the motions as well. Okay. All right, I think I am ready to go. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen here. All right, let me actually pull up the policy itself. All right, I am ready to go. Let me just share my face. All right, so to kick off our first policy that we're reviewing today for you all, this one is going to be the hematologic agents, hereditary angioedema agents acute. So these really are only pertaining to the acute agents that Umang had mentioned earlier in his clinical review. So thank you for that. I'm not going to do any type of high-level overview just because Umang really briefly mentioned it and did a great job mentioning the disease state already. So I'll really just kind of kick us off into the criteria and get into the meat of the policy. We do have just this kind of blanket statement up here about, and this you'll see apply to all of the policies moving forward if you aren't familiar with them already. But this one is just our boilerplate statement saying that the agents in this policy may be considered medically necessary in patients who meet the criteria described in the clinical policy below. We do have this criteria here at the bottom, or this statement of, if all criteria are not met, the clinical reviewer may determine that there is a medically necessary need and approve on a case-by-case basis. So they can choose to use either the reauthorization criteria when a patient has been previously established on therapy and is new to Apple Health. So those are really for those cases of if the clinical reviewer is reviewing something and they deem that this is clinically necessary, but they may not necessarily meet everything, then they can still, it allows them the flexibility to approve requests. Or if a patient is new to Apple Health but has been on this medication before, but comes from maybe a different insurance, has switched or something, then they can still be reviewed via reauthorization criteria. So that really just addresses those types of scenarios. So really, getting into this for acute attacks, the first drug that we'll go through is for Berinert, which is C1 esterase inhibitor. And I guess this is really the human type. It can be approved when the following criteria are met. So the patient is 5 years of age and older, and it's prescribed by or in consultation with a specialist. So specialists being allergists and immunologists, a pulmonologist, hematologist, anyone really who specializes in the treatment of HAE. And then also they would have to meet the criteria that it's not prescribed, they're not being prescribed more than one agent that treats acute attacks. So they can't be prescribed like C1, Berinert plus Kalbitor. They would probably have to be taking one or the other. We want to verify the diagnosis. So documentation supporting that they have either HAE1 or HAE2 based off of their C1 functions and C4 functions. So you can see here kind of how we've defined what would make for HAE1 and HAE2. And then also the provider attests that the patient has been evaluated for triggers that may induce their attacks and is being managed to avoid those triggers. So that's probably like an attestation, which I'll show the pen form here shortly. The next drug criteria is for Ruconest, which is the recombinant version of C1 esterase, and it would be approved when all of the following are met. So really the patient would need to meet criteria above 2 through 5, which I've mentioned before. The only really exception or difference between this criteria and the one that I've mentioned above is that they would have to have tried at least 2 preferred AHPDL medications before they can get this before they would be eligible for Ruconest. And just kind of as a side note for the DUR board, Ruconest, even though it is an IV product, the patients, if they are educated by their provider, they can self-administer Ruconest themselves. So because of that, they would have to try at least 2 self-administered medications, 2 preferred self-administered medications before they would be eligible for Ruconest. We didn't put that criteria specifically for Berinert because Berinert is really only professionally administered by a provider. So that's why you'll see that difference there. And then another difference for call out is the age indication. So for Ruconest, they would have to be 13 years of age or older. Getting into Kalbitor, which is eclanotide, it's the same criteria as above. They would have to meet criteria 2 through 5, and then they just have an age exception here. The difference is that they would have to be 12 years of age or older. And then getting into icatibant acetate or Firazyr and Sagizir, same thing as the other ones. They would have to meet criteria 2 through 5 above, but this one has a different age indication where they would have to be 18 years of age and older. If the patient meets all of these criteria for all of these drugs, then we'll approve their request for 12 months. And then getting into the reauthorization criteria for all of these, it's the same. We just want to make sure that they're not using these in combination with each other so that they're using just one or the other. And then the provider submits documentation that the patient is having disease stability or positive clinical response. And we've defined positive clinical response or disease stability as like the medication resolves the acute attacks for the patient. So whenever the patient is having an acute attack, the medication is actually working for them. They're not requiring anything else. So just making sure that it's still working for them. And then for the reauth, it would be reauthorized for another 12 months. These are just the FDA approved dosings. And we are trying to work on updating this particular section, but this should have quantity limits, which I actually forgot to include here, but I'll update that after the meeting. But you'll just see here how it's dosed for each of these products. And then just a little bit of background and some evidence information here at the bottom. And then getting into the pen form for this. I know that we've made changes to the pen form at the last meeting, and I forgot to take those into account on these particular pen forms. So I can double check either during this meeting or after that meeting to make sure that if it's appropriate, that they kind of line up with each other. But this is really just the form that a provider would use when filling out a request for it that helps guide them through the process. And I'll go ahead and stop here and answer any questions. Let the DUR board kind of peruse these documents.
Thank you, Marissa. That was a lot. It's a complicated policy. It's a complicated disease. We'll give the board a minute to kind of chew on this.
Now, this is Marissa. I'm also going to try to find what we did at the last meeting as far as the language that we've changed for, I think it's here in like the other, like the diagnosis information. There was some changes that we made at the last one that I think we wanted to apply globally for all of them. So I'm going to try to pull that up, but feel free to have any discussion while I'm trying to look that information up.
Marissa, is there a reason why Ruconest has the 2 preferred requirement and then the other 2 drugs don't? Oh, the other 2 drugs must be preferred. I think I answered my own question.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask, a lot of this in my experience is like given an ED when they have attacks. Is there just reading through this, sometimes they don't take all these different labs or have all this documentation. Often when I've seen it, it's people who are traveling from all over and they have the attacks, they end up in the ED. Is there some, I mean, would it be covered in that instance? Without, because obviously you make a PA if you're in the emergency department and having an HAE attack.
And I don't think Amy or any of our operations team, but I believe those requests that come through the ED follow a different pathway. And I think they would still be able to get the drug administered. This is more so, I guess, for like after they would leave the ED. I guess this policy really would apply for like patients when they're leaving the ED and they need something to treat themselves. This is what this policy is like intended for. I don't know on the medical side exactly, because we treat things a little different on the medical side. I don't know if we have PA on them or not. I'm thinking we probably don't, but I don't want to misspeak, especially because we acknowledge these are emergency medications. I wouldn't imagine these would have any type of PA, but I can double check on that. And I apologize, I don't know that information off the top of my head.
Petra, you have a comment for us from the MCO side? Might be having a little bit of trouble getting off mute, Petra.
Petra, you should be able to unmute yourself now that you're a panelist.
I'm trying. Thank you.
Oh, there you are. Great.
There we go.
Yeah, too many buttons to push to on this thing. Okay, Petra from United. I can't speak for the other MCOs, but it's my understanding that at least with United, if the person is being treated in the ED or in the in the ED or on an inpatient basis, they would not require prior authorization for use of the drug in that setting. You know, certainly once they've been discharged, then they would be qualified for an emergency fill. But then if they wanted to continue to get it, then it would need to be on a PA, go through the PA process. But the only PA that goes with hospitalizations, to my knowledge, is the one that is actually covering the hospitalization itself. There isn't anything that's more specific to individual drugs.
Thanks, Petra.
And this is Marissa, just to update the DUR board. It does look like our pen form here, number 6. This is really the outcome of the last DUR board meeting of where we've enabled providers to list specifically what alternatives have been tried, what the outcomes were, and what the length of the trial was. I think before we were a little restrictive, or we didn't allow for that type of language to be in the pen form. So we did update. It does look like I think we updated that on our form to be more free form for providers to elaborate.
Nice. And that's the standard thing that you were talking about that you want to carry over? It's in the
Yeah, I think we wanted to carry that over. That was a good call out from the board at the last meeting, that we want to carry over in future pen forms.
Excellent. Laura.
I just confirmed the only formulary item that's preferred is Academit, right? Both generic and brand name. I'm trying to find it in my email and I can't find it.
This is Marissa. Sorry, I had to pull up the PDL. Yes, the only preferred products that we have right now on our PDL are the generic icatibant, Kalbitor, and Sagizir.
Can we go back to the policy? So just if I'm understanding it right, though, they don't have to fail 2, right, to get Berinert, as long as they meet the diagnostic criteria?
This is Marissa. That's correct. For Berinert, they do not have to fail 2. It's just Ruconest that has that one because it's self-administered.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Laura, to answer your question, I know that I'm jumping ahead, but I've kind of already looked at it. It doesn't appear that we have a preferred prophylactic HAE therapy. And I know that we're going to go through the next policy, which addresses the prophylaxis, but from what I've seen, we don't. So I can take that back for us at HCA to consider adding a preferred prophylactic therapy for HAE, because I don't believe, just looking at this and the policies, that we do not, that we have one on our AHPDL at this time. I just wanted to make that call out now while I remember.
Thanks, Marissa. We'll remember that for when we get to the next section. Okay, DOR board. Any other questions for Marissa or other representatives from HCA about what they furnished here in terms of the structure of this policy? I see some heads shaking no. Okay. Well, Marissa or Lita, would you be able to bring up the motion?
And just for the record, there are no stakeholders.
Thank you. Marissa, is this policy, let's see, let me just pull up my copy of the policy. Oh yes, there was a -1 at the end of that policy number, the one that you sent to us.
This is Marissa. Oh yes, let me make sure I add that on there so that then we acknowledge that that's just for everyone's reference. The -1 means the version. So let me go ahead and thank you, Alex, for calling that out.
Sure. Okay, board, we'll let you have a moment to, oh, John has a question or maybe a motion.
I might have missed it, but in terms of the age requirement, is there a clinical significance to that?
This is Marissa. So John, I guess specifically for some of these, they are some of the age requirements. I will say the one that was a little convoluted was the Berinert. Everything else was pretty straightforward as far as age indications. They were pretty much based off of compendia support or their labeling. The only one I will disclaim that didn't really have one was Berinert. And the reason why there is an the age that was picked for this one was based off of the registry studies that I could find. The lowest age that I could find was 5. And then in other research, there was statement saying that anything under 6 was kind of limited. So I thought 5 was a good age, just kind of based off of the clinical trial in the registry study. So that's why that one is, that's why that age is specific, but everything else is per, I think, labeling or clinical trials.
And Marissa, if one of these were to be denied for someone who was, say, 4 years old, they could approach that clinical reviewer in an appeal process and provide clinical information or updated studies or data from their perspective to have that case-by-case review?
Exactly. This is Marissa. Yes. Yeah, we would take any evidence that the provider sends us if they have like updated clinical trials or anything that proves that it is effective or there was some benefit, then they would take that into consideration for the appeal.
And who are the clinical reviewers? Is that you?
Typically they're pharmacists. I will disclaim I do review every so often. We do have a HCA specific clinical reviewer here that does the fee for service. I can't speak for the MCOs because I know that all of them kind of have different clinical reviewers, but for the most part, I believe it is all pharmacists that do review the PAs. And then in those cases, sometimes if there is some type of appeal, I do believe that they do have a medical director look at them as well, if there's denials or appeals for those. And it looks like Petra has her hand raised, so she might be able to offer some insight for United.
Well, I can certainly speak to the process at United. And and by the way, I forgot about this when I was speaking earlier. All of these drugs are carved out, so they're actually handled under fee-for-service. But what I said about prior authorizations in inpatient or outpatient, or excuse me, inpatient or in the emergency department applies to all drugs. It's not specific to this class. Now, the prior authorization process at United, at the PA level, it's handled entirely by clinical pharmacists with a medical director available should they feel like they need an additional consult or they have additional questions. At least on the pharmacy side. On the medical side, I believe they have a medical director signing off on all of the denials. So they are consulting before they deny, and they may approve without. Again, though, they're clinical pharmacists making those decisions. At the appeals level, it is a clinical pharmacist making a recommendation, which the vast majority of the time is accepted by the medical director who signs off on the decision. Although not always, sometimes the medical director will make a different decision.
Okay. Thanks, Petra. Health Plan Design 101 here. Thank you. Okay. So let's return to the motion.
This is Kavita Chawla. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 85.82.00.AA-1 as recommended.
This is Michael Corsillas. I second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any abstentions or opposition? Okay, and the motion passes. Let's now turn our attention to the other part of this topic, which is the prophylaxis.
This is Marissa. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Word document of this one. And Ryan, I will let you know when it is ready for you to go. So let me just, I appreciate your patience. All right, and it should be ready for you to go, Ryan, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ryan Takatomo, and I'll be presenting the hereditary angioedema agent prophylaxis policy. So we could scroll down a little bit. The drugs that are going to be covered under this policy include Cinryze and Haegarda, which are the C1 esterase inhibitors, Orladeyo, berotralstat, and Taxio lanadelumab. So starting off with the clinical criteria, the products may be approved when all the following are met. Criteria 1 is the patient meets the following FDA approved age requirements. For C1 esterase inhibitors, Cinryze or Haegarda, 6 years or older. For berotralstat, sorry, my pronunciation on that one, 12 years or older. And then for lanadelumab, 2 years or older. And ensuring that these products are prescribed by or in consultation with a specialist with expertise in managing hereditary angioedema. And criteria 3, patient is not prescribed more than one agent that treats hereditary angioedema prophylaxis. Again, it's those 4 products. And the diagnosis of hereditary angioedema with documentation supporting one of the following. And then we have the lab values for C1 function, C1 protein, and the C4 level for both HAE 1 and 2. Similar to the acute policy, we have that the provider attests that the patient has been evaluated for triggers that may induce attacks and is being counseled to avoid triggers. And then for criteria 6, that we receive some baseline outcome measures, and they're documented with all the following within the past 6 months. These include the number of hospitalizations, number of emergency room visits, and frequency that acute therapies are used for the treatment of hereditary angioedema attacks. If all these criteria met, then the initial authorization will be for 6 months. For the reauthorization criteria, again, for number 1 is that the patient not prescribed more than one agent that treats hereditary angioedema prophylaxis. And criteria 2, outcomes measures within the past 6 months is submitted with all the following: number of hospitalizations, number of emergency room visits, frequency, acute therapies are used for the treatment of hereditary angioedema attacks. We also want documentation is submitted demonstrating disease stability or positive clinical response. Examples include a decrease in frequency that the acute therapies are used, decrease in hospitalizations. And then for patients who are on TAC0, who have specifically the every 2-week dosing, that they provide documentation that every 4-week dosing has been considered for those who have been attack-free for 6 months. And once those criteria met, it'll be reauthorized for 12 months. Okay, then we have the dosing and the quantity limits for each of the products based off their FDA labeling. Scroll down, some HIT codes, background of the clinical studies and practice guidelines. And that's it. Then we can move on to the form. So again, this is the form that's used to kind of facilitate the PA process with the providers. And these kind of mimic our clinical criteria. So I'll just have Marissa leave it up. And then as you guys look through it, then I'll open it up for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Let's see. We're bound to have questions, but maybe we can do some stakeholder work first, if there are any stakeholders we need to hear from. Lita?
There are no hands raised.
All right. Back to the policy. Thank you, Ryan, for going through that. Ryan, I had a question if we could go back up to page 2. On number 6.
Hi, sorry. Are you talking about the clinical policy with the criteria, Dr. Park?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just so Marissa can navigate to it.
Sorry, I should have clarified where. So on number 6, are you guys looking for specific criteria under?
So we don't have specific cutoffs for it. They have to have a certain number of hospitals. This is just more for our ability to review and see how these medications are affecting the patient. We just want to make sure they're working. And given that there are 4 options available, just being sure that, you know, if something's not working, that they have other options available. We don't have specific cutoffs that they need to meet in order to get initial authorization or reauthorization at this time.
Okay. So for instance, let's say a patient had 0 hospitalizations or 0 ED visits. You would still consider prophylactic therapy being approvable for
I
those
think we'd
cases?
consider it, but again, we'd have to see the clinical documentation that supports that the patient needs it. So if it checks out, then I think it would be open for approval.
Because generally, in my experience, sorry, these patients like end up in the ED a lot if they don't have prophylaxis. So, I mean, this ultimately probably saves the healthcare authority money because then you're not paying for frequent ED visits and admissions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
So
I thought I saw
before we,
hand going.
this is Laura Bestie. Before we leave this document, can you scroll back up to the top? And I know this is kind of the same thing. Okay, here we go. So it has this note here about the at least 2 preferred agents and then 1 preferred agent. Well, there is none. So does this need to be updated?
I have to defer that to Marissa since she sets the preferred, non-preferred statuses.
This is Marissa. Yeah, Laura, this is what I was alluding to earlier, is that we don't have any preferred prophylactic HAE therapies. So I can take that back as a consideration to make at least one prophylactic product preferred for HAE.
Okay, but meanwhile, we would leave that comment there, or would it need to be removed?
No, the product can stay for now. I think it's still okay. And we'll work on getting that updated hopefully here soon.
Is Cinrise administered in a certain way that makes it different? Because I'm just looking at a PDL. It's not listed as preferred or not. It's just blank on here. Is there something about it that's unique?
Hi, this is Ryan. Cinrise is IV administered and the Haegarda is sub-Q.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Christy Weiland. Going back real quick to number 6, the outcome measures, especially when they've had authorized for 6 months and then they're getting approval again, and then the next authorization will be for 12 months. It looks like those questions are being asked again. So if there isn't a change, would that lead to denial? And the reason I'm bringing this up kind of a second time, I suppose, is because it seems very subjective for the person reviewing it to kind of make that decision if we're saying it may or may not need a change or may or may not need a hospitalization. I just don't know if there's a clinical criteria that should be more objective or just not considered.
Hi, it's Ryan. If you were to make it more objective, what would be your recommendation? And for the first part, if let's say there was 0 hospitalizations initial and 0 hospitalizations reauth, we'd consider that, at least for me, I would consider that disease stability. So I'd be moved to reauthorize that request.
Yeah, that's a great point. So I guess if it sounds like there is a baseline consideration then, so should that be 1? You know, it seems like there should be some cutoff then to objectify that a little bit. And then I guess I'm questioning, you know, the past 6 months, that's not a long time frame if we're looking at, you know, reauthorizing. It just, I guess it makes sense, but it just is very subjective.
Hi, Soren, and I agree. I don't like the clinical practice guidelines don't set any specific cutoffs for any of these, but I think it's important when reviewing these therapies that we understand what is their baseline and are they working? Are these products working, especially given their cost and the number of options these patients have available? It just helps us as reviewers ensure that they're being used appropriately.
So, Petra, I see your hand up. I just have one question. First, So to follow along to Christie's question, Ryan, when we get to the reauthorization criteria, on page 3, number 3, it looks like we're saying they do need to submit something saying that there's been a response. And so would it be the case that on number 3, they do need to have objective evidence of some type of decrease in frequency compared to the original authorization? Otherwise, they would not have it reauthorized?
That's right. Those are just examples, and it says documentation is submitted demonstrating disease stability. If you find that those examples might be misleading, I think we could definitely add no change in hospitalizations, maybe. But if they're having like 10 hospitalizations a month and it's still 10, that's concerning as well.
Could be more if they weren't on the drug, I suppose, but I see where you're coming from.
Potentially, yeah. But they could also try a different therapy as well. That might be more effective.
Right. Kevin, it seems like you've got some expertise in this area. You've weighed in with some great comments throughout the discussion on these topics. Is it typical in practice for prophylaxis in this arena that you would want to see adequate control or not of the disease with on-demand or acute therapy first? Or have you found that people tend to try prophylaxis right away just to prevent problems down the line?
I'll admit, so I work in the hospital setting, in the inpatient setting. So where I see them is, like I mentioned, in the emergency department. We do have infusion centers that give this. I mean, the challenge that, quite frankly, I've seen is one, when they come to the ED, especially if they're newly diagnosed, is getting the patients, especially the population we treat, where I work at Harborview mostly, getting them in to be diagnosed, to get diagnosed by allergy, are one of the specialties, and ultimately able to meet some of these criteria. If not, they keep bouncing back to the ED. So I don't really have experience, I guess, in a chronic state.
I only ask because I would have thought before you get to prophylaxis, you'd want to see if you could get some reasonable amount of control with on-demand therapy and then set some sort of a definition for what that is. Kind of like what you do in the migraine world. But I think, Ryan, as I read this again, it looks like you've built that in terms, you've tried to be open about it on the initial, and then you're looking for stability or improvement when you get to your reauth. So it looks like you're kind of building that in when you look at the reauth. Okay, Petra, you've been very patient. Your hand's still up.
Thanks. Yeah, Petra from United again. I'm just going to give you how I interpreted this when I saw it for review and throw it out there. That when it is under the initial auth, the reason those questions are being asked is for baseline measures. They have nothing to do with actually making a decision for coverage or not right now. It's just simply gathering data for future when there's a reauth that comes in. And then, this is number 6 I'm looking at here. And then now scroll down to the reauth. The reauth, you need to have the same baseline measures in order to compare them to the beginning to see, and that would represent your documentation that they talk about in bullet point 3. That is showing whether or not there's stability or a positive clinical response. So that's one way that we would interpret it. The other thing is these are very complex patients who are almost always in case management. And that information can be very valuable from a case management standpoint. It's submitted with prior authorization, but there are times when that information is also needing. I will be asked to go in and find additional, do we have any chart notes on this person, because we're looking for more information that has to do for case management. And so I'll go in and I'll pull records for use internally as part of the case management process. So it's, or there's a question that comes from HCA on something. So it would, again, this is a carved out drug, so it wouldn't happen with this particular class of drugs. But that's the way that I would interpret that type of a criterion being in there. Initially, it's just data gathering. And then the second one is that's your documentation of whether or not the person is stable, is remaining stable, or it has become stabilized, or has gotten better, or has not gotten better and has gotten worse.
Makes sense. Thank you. Okay. Other questions, clarifications from the board? And to address Drawn McKay's earlier question on the prior policy, all the ages here are drug label based or expert consensus based?
It's Ryan. They're based off FDA labeling.
Great. Any other questions from the board about this policy? Okay. Hearing none, then let's turn our attention to the motion.
This is Laura Bestie. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 85.80.20.AA-1 as recommended.
Peter Barkat, I second the motion.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Peter. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, everybody. One more policy to review, and we'll let you take it off, Marissa, whenever you're ready.
All right, let me just pull up this policy and the form. We can go ahead and get started. Okay, just adjust this here and share. All right. Okie doke. So this policy that I'll be presenting today is not hereditary angioedema agents. This one is very separate from that. So I will do a very, very quick and dirty high level overview of the condition that this drug pertains to. So the drug that we'll be going over the policy for today is Oxervate or Synergimin BKBG. It's used to treat neurotrophic keratitis or NK, which is a rare degenerative corneal disease resulting from impaired function of corneal nerves, which can be caused by physical injury, infection, ocular or neurologic surgeries, and systemic diseases. The loss of corneal sensation can progress to corneal thinning, ulceration, scarring, and loss of vision. There are 3 stages of NK, which are stage 1. That's considered the most mild in severity, and typically patients have ocular surface irregularities and reduced vision. In stage 2, that's considered moderate in severity, and patients have non-healing persistent epithelial defects. And then stage 3 is considered the most severe, and patients exhibit corneal ulcers involving subepithelial tissue, which may progress to corneal melting and perforation. So pretty quick overview of the disease state. So I'll go ahead and get into the clinical policy. Like I mentioned, this one is Oxervate, the brand name. So for this one, we have the boilerplate statement above about medically necessary. And then for this one, getting into just the, I guess, initial criteria, it may be approved if the patient has 1, a diagnosis of neurotrophic keratitis, and it's prescribed by or in consultation with a specialist, so someone like an ophthalmologist or an optometrist. And 3, the antibiotic drops in combination with preservative-free artificial tears has been ineffective, contraindicated, or not tolerated. And it would be a minimum 14-day trial of those particular products. 4, the patient has not received prior therapy with oxervate in the requested eye in their lifetime. So just as kind of a disclaimer for the DUR board, this is really like a one-time treatment, not a single dose, but you're only treated once for the maximum dose for the rest of your life. There's not really any additional studies that have been done past the 8 weeks for this drug. So it's really a one and done type of treatment. So that's why that criteria is there. And then 5, the patient either has stage 3 or stage 2 NK. And that would be for stage 2, we have a therapeutic contact lens has been ineffective, contraindicated, or not tolerated. And then if they meet all the criteria, we'll authorize it for 8 weeks. And there's no reauthorization, like I mentioned, because there's no additional studies or per the clinical trials and no additional studies that have found that after 8 weeks it's beneficial. And then here we have the dosage and quantity limits and some background on NK. And then going into the form, this is the form for it. So I'll go ahead and pause for the board to peruse that, and I'll feel free to answer any questions.
Questions at all from the board? On this piece of it, and we can return to the earlier sections as well. Okay, looks like nothing here, Marissa. If you want to go back up, see if the board has any questions about that section. And meanwhile, Lita, do we have any stakeholders?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. John. Oh, you might be on mute, John.
My question was regarding the OTC drops. Are there any available that aren't an exclusion for OTC?
This is Marissa. I do believe we do have some preservative-free drops that, like the artificial tears that we do have preferred. I don't think they are listed in the publication, so I apologize for that not being in there. I can double check, but I do know that we have some that we have preferred and cover without restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or considerations about the policy committee? Okay, I see heads shaking. Let's turn our attention to the motion.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 86.77.00.AA1 as recommended.
Peter Barkat, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. I was just thinking about this drug. I think it's it's like a topical biologic. I don't really know of anything else that does that. It's like sci-fi almost here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting drug.
Yeah.
It's an eye drop, but still kind of, I don't think it's like gene therapy, but yeah, it's still an eye drop, but very weird mechanism of action. And yeah.
Incredible what they're able to do now and what they charge us for it. Okay, Lita, did we get through everything? Did I miss anything?
You guys got a lot done today and you even finished early. So thank you so much. Our next meeting is December 13th.
All right. Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody, and Halloween.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you in December.
Thank you.
Alex.
Thank
Bye.
you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.